Especially joined by Magnus, and we've got the first game ready to go any moment now. Single elimination, best of 3, Magnus.
Best of 3. It's going to be an exciting day. We have top 16, and we have 2 amazing decks for you today.
Yeah, really excited to jump into it. We can actually take a quick look at the deck list, as it is open lists. We've got a Emerald and Amethyst list, which we did see a little bit yesterday. This one copy of Emerald Chromacon. There's actually 2 players in the top 16 with the same list. So I don't want to miss any games. So we'll take a quick look at it. Looks like I messed up on my... We'll take a look at the other list in just a moment as I fiddle around with my OBS, because I somehow managed to get that lost. The other deck is
Ruby Sapphire.
Ruby Sapphire, but it's a quite spicy version of Ruby Sapphire, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, yeah. It's a lot of different cards. We have dig a little deeper.
Yeah, you can see the list on screen here with Ruby Chromacons, 2 copies of Dig a Little Deeper, which is definitely quite a few. And yeah, really excited to see how these ones match up against each other. Obviously, Emerald Amethyst, the quicker deck. The longer the game goes on, you would imagine it's going to be good for Ruby Sapphire. But we know Queen's Castle can be a pretty big problem for these decks at times. Although those 3 copies of Ruby Chromacon in combination with a Maui can definitely put in some pretty good work. So yeah, we're here at Malmo Games Week. I'm joined by Magnus from Sweden. We're in Sweden.
Yeah.
Lots of players though from Denmark in particular here at this event.
It's a lot of Denmark. I think we have a lot of all of them in top 16 as well.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
So big shout out to Card Market, who sponsor my channel. Best place to buy your singles online. Huge shout out to Malmo Games Week, who have organised this amazing event for the community. It's run by the community. It's a non-profit organisation. So huge shout out to everyone involved here at Malmo Games Week for delivering such an amazing event. Had so much fun roaming the halls yesterday. We've got card game tournaments going on. We've got cosplay. There's all sorts of stuff happening. The prizes which people are playing for are as follows. The top 16 who have already secured their place from Swiss yesterday, there were 64 players, have got themselves 8 booster packs. So this game, you're going from 8 boosters to 24 with a single win. So tripling your boosters, which is pretty good. But then the big prize is there's trophies for the top 3, including a signed Enchanted card, Robin Hood Enchanted, by the artist, and a first chapter box. So all sorts to play for here.
Yeah, and we have Daniel here on the left managing a Ruby Sapphire, and we have Joachim on the right with the Emerald Amma. I think they're about to get ready, just waiting for the judge's call, I think.
Yeah, I think so. Hopefully we'll just get that phone screen moved slightly so you can't see the glare from the light, and then we'll be good to go.
I might go and say that to them.
Yeah, that could be. Thank you very much, Magnus. That would be very helpful. Magnus is just doing the business, going for lots of walks. But here we go, everybody. Give the stream a like on YouTube if you're excited. We've got Emerald Amethyst on the right versus Ruby Sapphire on the left. It's going to be a really exciting game. So the player with the highest seed does get to go first in game 1, which is going to be our player here, Daniel, on the left, playing Ruby Sapphire. And then Magnus just going in, sorting it out for us. What a legend. So, of course, in Digital Lorcana, the way the mulligan works is you can get rid of as many cards as you want from your hand and replace that many. Now, the player going first is, in theory, supposed to mulligan first. So the player going second has the right to wait for the player going first to mulligan. And that's something we might see here. Good job, Magnus.
Awesome.
You smashed it. So, yeah, just while they're... Okay, we've just had the call from the judge in the main hall that the players are ready to go. I think we've seen a mulligan from Daniel here to the left, and to the right it's Joachim.
Yeah. Did he mull 5 cards, Daniel?
I believe so. It was either 2 or 5, Magnus.
Aggressive.
Yeah. Yeah, so both players already secured their place in the top 16. And again, it is the highest seed who gets to go first in a similar way to a Digital Lorcana challenge. It was a 2-game format on day 1, but we do now have this 3-game, best of 3, I think 70-minute rounds.
Yep.
So we should be getting a conclusion pretty swiftly. Well, not swiftly necessarily, but we'll be getting a conclusion. And both players really incentivized to take their time and make sure they make the right plays. We see a lovely handshake and we're ready to go. It is going to be Daniel leading us off, going first as the Ruby Sapphire player. And it's going to be Tamatoa into the Inkwell, and it's Basil onto the board. A new card for Shimmering Skies. It's got 2 strength, 1 willpower, it quests for 1, and it has support. Not a card you see every day. Queen's Castle into the Inkwell for Joachim.
Just a pass.
Yeah, no card at all, which is really interesting. I mean, usually you would expect the Emerald Amethyst player to be finding the 1-drops and maybe Sapphire just playing an item, but a really good start here for Daniel as they quest for 1. I didn't give them the tutorial, there we go. Basil's going to quest for 1. Both players also tracking lore on paper, but it seems like it's going to be a pass here for Daniel. No 2-cost character or item being played.
Yeah, kind of a slow start from both players here. Let's see if Joachim can find a 2-drop.
Yeah, Joachim with Emerald and Amethyst. There is a couple of players, I think, in the top 16 with the same list. So Joachim clearly having prepped with a friend. It is going to be a 2-drop, and it's going to be Ursula Deceiver, and it has found a song. That Be Prepared is a song card, which can get discarded, but it's also good information. Sees the Sisu, the Brawl, the Flaversham, and the Lucky Dime. It's going to be back on over to Daniel now, who draws. And this Basil matches up quite poorly to the Ursula Deceiver. Ursula Deceiver can remove Basil while remaining on the board. So Basil not looking too strong against this Ursula. It's going to be Brawl into the Inkwell. And it's going to be a Ruby Chromicon, a new item. This can be exerted once a turn to give 1 strength to a character of your choice. Very good with Maui. In particular, in this matchup, could be important with Maui to remove the Queen's Castle. But I think here we might just be seeing it as a way of letting Flaversham draw some cards.
Snake into the Inkwell here for Joachim. Quest with Ursula. And what will we see next? A fox, maybe?
Yeah, could be a fox. Could be nice. It is going to be a fox.
Gonna be a fox.
And the Ursula back in hand could be a pretty nice option actually for Joachim. Even though there's no Be Prepared most likely right now, it's a really good play to be able to just go for that Be Prepared check as we see Flaversham drawing 2. Really good time to go for that Ursula is just before your opponent gets to 7 ink. When they're at 6, you can just check to see if there's a Be Prepared and protect your board in case there is. Great to see people in the chat. We've got Android, Wolverine, we've got Noir Man on Twitch. Over on YouTube, we've got Lorcana Man. Say hello in the chat if you're there. Give the stream a like on YouTube as well if you're excited for some competitive Disney Lorcana.
And just like you predicted, Specky, we had a Hiram just removing that Chromicon to draw 2 cards.
Yeah, and speaking of drawing cards, Friends on the other side being sung by the Fox. So there's still 3 ink to play with. We do see Ursula Deceiver going into the Inkwell. I believe there is another still in the hand, if I'm not mistaken.
A 4-play, will we see a rabbit? Perhaps not.
Yeah, in this matchup, there isn't anything like a whole new world, and it is open deck list, so the players were able to study the opponent's deck list before the game. It is going to be a Queen's Castle. Now that is a very interesting play. We tend to see Queen's Castle coming down much, much later on in these kinds of matchups, but that Ursula Deceiver did provide quite a lot of information, and perhaps here Joachim just hoping, praying that there is no Maui available for Daniel. Now there wasn't a Maui available a couple of turns ago, but of course since then Flaversham's drawn a couple of cards and Daniel's also drawn a couple of cards for their turn. And so far for Daniel, no ramp either, which we're used to Sapphire jumping ahead. That's going to be a Sisu, and that is not going to be doing anything at all for now. It's just a 1-1 evasive, and it's going to be a pass from Daniel as well, not even challenging the Queen's Castle. This is a really, really interesting moment. The Queen's Castle gaining 2 lore to start the turn here for Joachim.
Yeah, the castle already doing its job here. I'm guessing it's going to be some characters into the castle to hopefully draw more cards for Joachim here.
Yeah, this is the problem with Sisu Daring Visitor. It is an uninkable card. If it was inkable, I'm sure it would have been going into the Inkwell here. No Fishbone Quill available for Daniel either. We see Clarabelle light on her hooves into the inkwell, though, for Joachim. 5 ink available. Love that from our table judge, just improving the viewer experience by just leaving that card face up. Also helps to avoid any mistakes happening with inking 2 cards in a single turn. But we see the Elsa come through. It's going to exert the Flaversham, and both the Elsa and the Fox remove Flaversham from the board. This Elsa's been really popular so far this weekend, Magnus.
Yeah, it has. We can see the power here. I mean, do the Pinocchio thing that we've seen before, but it has rush as well. So together with the Fox taking away here, that is a amazing good draw from Joachim.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, Daniel is threatening that Sisu shift, which would remove the Elsa from the board, but the Fox would remain. Certainly not the best Sisu you would have ever seen, but it wouldn't be bad. I think there might only be 1 copy of the legendary Sisu in the deck. I'll have a check in just a moment.
Yeah, Sisu Empowering is only 1.
So it's going to be a quest for 1 with Basil. Now, Basil has support, so it gives its 2 strength as a boost to this Sisu. So now Sisu with 3 strength is able to remove the Madam Mim Fox from the board, but Elsa remains, and moreover, the Queen's Castle is remaining intact with full willpower to this point.
So, didn't Daniel play any cards there? Just passed over?
Yeah, I think you could be right.
Guessing he's sitting with a lot of big cards on hand.
Yep.
Maybe that's uninkable as well.
I think 3 cards in hand.
And Elsa took out that Basil. We see another Ursula taking away another B prep. And it is a lot of big cards with uninkable.
Yeah, this is such a big moment here with the Ursula Deceiver just checking, as I mentioned, just before you get to that 6 mark, and now the Fox comes through, thinking about returning Elsa back to hand, which of course is going to heal it. And now it's at this moment in time where maybe Joachim can start moving cards into the Queen's Castle.
He will have 1 ink available, so I'm guessing he's going to move one of the characters in.
And it's going to be the Fox. Makes sense with the Fox having that extra strength. It can't be brawled, it can't be removed by Madame Medusa. Mm-hmm. So every card you've got in the Queen's Castle, at the start of your turn, you're going to draw a card. But there's the Cuzco.
Cuzco, what a top draw.
Yeah, and Joachim wanting to read the Cuzco. It is a new Shimmering Skies card. It's going to put an item or location of your choice into that player's inkwell. So while it does remove the Queen's Castle, it does also give Joachim access to 1 extra ink this turn. Cuzco can be a really nice card against other Sapphire decks to target the Lucky Dime, because often if you banish the Lucky Dime, it can just be pulled straight back by Tamatoa. But of course, Tamatoa can only check the discard pile, so it's a pretty good tech card for Sapphire Mirrors, but we can also see Cuzco putting in some great work against the Queen's Castle, which is often one of the cards it's struggled to deal with most in the past.
You're welcome into the inkwell. I think you have maybe 8 in the inkwell. Paying 5. Is it Elsa? Yeah, another Elsa.
Oh, and look at that. Elsa entering the board and exerting the Cuzco. Really, really cool to see Elsa working so well this weekend. And in comes the crab. Extra strength can be given. 3 extra strength this turn while challenging to any character. It's going to be Elsa. Elsa is going to challenge Cuzco, removing it from the board and taking 3 damage back. And now the questing power comes through. And this is the power of that Ursula Deceiver. The 2 Be Prepareds have been discarded here from Daniel's hand. And they're going to be really hoping to find a Be Prepared off the top of the deck at this moment in time. It's going to be how far I'll go.
That's a great card at this moment for Daniel here.
Yeah, it's going to allow them to put 1 card into the inkwell, 1 card into the hand, which is going to help them dig a little bit, maybe to find that Be Prepared. Card drawn off the top is going to be a Fox for Joachim. Elsa's going to quest for 1, bringing Joachim up to 8 lore. Of course, it's first to 20, and it is going to be a best of 3. Daniel did go first in game number 1 here as the highest seed as well. So this would be a really, really big win for Joachim if they can come out on top here. The Fox bounces Elsa back yet again, maybe wanting to use that Elsa again in a similar way to Pinocchio to just exert a character and remove it. This Fox to the right can't quest this turn, but of course the other 3 characters are able to because they've been down on the board for a little while already.
Yeah, definitely a slow start here for Daniel. I'm wondering what card is going to get him back into this.
A be prepared at this moment in time could be huge. I think there's 3 or 4. The 3 be prepared in the deck. 2 have already been discarded. It's going to be another how far I'll go. It seems like Daniel continuing to want to try and find that be prepared. Doesn't seem like they've had it. They found it just yet. 1 card into the ink, 1 into the hand. But of course, if their be prepared has been found now, there's not enough ink to play it. It's going to be Tipo into the inkwell. So 4 ink available, but 4 ink has not been spent. And look at the body language, Magnus, on Daniel. They don't look too confident, too happy about how this one has gone so far.
Now, one of the worst things when you play Lorcana is when you break. You have a lot of cards in hand, but you can't play them because they are too expensive and uninkable.
Yep. Yeah, and Ursula Deceiver, the absolute star of the show in this one, I have to say. A really, really impressive seeing the combo of Emerald and Amethyst. We're seeing the discard and disruption from Emerald as well as the card draw and control of the Amethyst. It's just been a great combo. In comes the Cricky. It's going to be questing for 3 next turn, and it's going to pass back on over, I think, to Daniel, who needs a be prepared, and they need it right now.
Yeah, I think that's the only thing that's going to let him still be in this race.
Card off the top. Joachim going to be hoping that Daniel is not about to exert 7 ink, because we all know what that tends to mean. Of course, there is also a legendary Sisu, but it's only removing characters with 2 strength or less, and there's no ice blocks or anything like that right now. It's going to be a brawl on an Ursula, which means there's surely not a be prepared forthcoming. It's going to be a Maui. Maui is going to remove a Fox from the board, but that Cricky, the Crab, and the Fox are still there on the board. And that is Joachim taking game number 1.
Yeah, huge win.
Really, really impressive there from Joachim. Emerald Amethyst looking really strong, Magnus.
Very, very. Yeah, just like you said, playing that Ursula, removing that be prepared, I think that did the game.
Yeah, absolutely. It was that big Ursula early to get the information. And also Daniel missing ramp, no Fishbone Quill. Yeah. We can take a quick look at the decks, I think, in between the games here. Sure. So let's start off actually by looking at the... Okay, I've done it again. We'll start off by looking at this one as I pull the other list up into my OBS. Here we go. So if we just take a quick look at the Ruby Sapphire deck, there is only 3 be prepareds. There's only 3 Fishbone Quills as well. There's 2 T-Pos. And you kind of see, there is 4 1-jump aheads, to be fair. 4 1-jumps, 2 T-Pos, 3 Fishbones, but they didn't find any of those in the early game at all. And you can really suffer as a Sapphire player if you miss that early game ramp. Slows you down quite a bit, and we were able to see Ursula Deceiver in particular be really, really powerful in this particular matchup.
Yeah, we see that the Sapphire player have a lot of uninkables, so it's very easy to come into that if you're unlucky.
Yeah, absolutely.
It should be about 20 something uninkables.
Yeah, and there's quite a few new cards here for Sapphire with the Basil, with the Kuzco, the Chicha, which we didn't quite see. And then on the other side, there is a few new cards in there as well. We've got the Clarabelle, the Emerald Chromicon there's a single copy of. I think they're also looking really, really strong as well. So it's really, really interesting to see the meta developing here into Shimmering Skies. And of course, it's just the first game of the day. It is a top 16 that we're going to be watching here in Malmo. We've got also some side events ongoing, but game number 2 has now begun. Remember, this is a best of 3. So Daniel needing to win this one or it could be curtains for their tournament run. 8 boosters from Shimmering Skies already secured for both of these players. But if they win this, they get 16 more packs minimum, with the chance to win a signed Robin Hood Enchanted as well as a first chapter booster box and some trophies. The trophies are lovely.
Yeah, they are really beautiful. That's amazing. We have to show them later on here.
Definitely.
And because of Daniel having the higher seed, he started the first game, but he lost that, so he's gonna go start again.
Yep.
But it's really good for Joachim, because if he's gonna go 1-1, he's gonna start the last one, and it's so good to start the game.
Yeah, I think also like that Ursula Deceiver when going first, Ursula Deceiver on turn 2 can also discard a 1 jump ahead, which can really slow down the Ruby Sapphire player potentially. But in this one, it will be Daniel going first again. We saw that turn 1 kind of go their way with that Basil on turn 1 and then nothing from Joachim, but it was really around turn 2, turn 3 without that Sapphire ramp, which things started to go quite wrong for Daniel. And looking at the body language here on Daniel, they don't look too happy. It's going to be a brawl into the Inkwell, and it's going to be a pass.
No, that was a bad start as well.
Yeah. And yeah, looking at the fingers, the body language, just feeling pretty upset with how it's going. It's going to be Clarabelle into the Inkwell for Joachim. No card either for Joachim. The big thing for Daniel is trying to find that Sapphire ramp. 1 jump ahead or Tipo on turn 2. There's also Chicha in their deck. It is going to be Chicha. Now, Chicha, a new card. It is uninkable. It has support. And it reads, whenever you add a second card into your Inkwell this turn, you may draw a card. So if Fishbone Quill comes through, you can ink normally for hand. You can ink with a Fishbone Quill, and then Chicha will draw you a card. But here's the Ursula Deceiver, and there is a song. There's actually a couple. There is the 1 jump ahead, and there's the How Far I'll Go. And the 1 jump ahead is a great find here, as Chicha could be singing that and then drawing a extra card after inking for turn.
I didn't see a Fishbone Quill there in hand, so that's going to be a bit of a downside here for Daniel.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if there's even anything here for Daniel to play on turn 3. It's going to be a pass. There is a How Far I'll Go, however, in the hand still, but Joachim also is aware of that, so I wonder if Joachim, maybe if they have access to like another Ursula Deceiver, would ever consider playing that to disrupt the ramp.
Yeah, but the good thing with the bounce packet, you can always bounce up that Ursula
Very true.
and play her again next turn.
Yep, Ursula's going to quest for 1, and then it's going to be 3.
For a fox.
There it goes.
Yeah, there we go.
In comes the Madam Im Fox. We saw in the previous game Joachim singing Friends on the Other Side with this.
Yep.
And yeah, that Ursula back in hand is very powerful. It's going to be Flaversham into the Inkwell, and it is going to be How Far I'll Go. So 2 cards added, well, 2 cards off the top of the deck, 1 into the ink, exerted, 1 into the hand. But that is going to be the second card added into the Inkwell this turn for Daniel, which is going to trigger the ability of Chicha, allowing them to draw an extra card.
Wow, that's a great combo. How Far even become even better now with Chicha on board.
Yeah, absolutely. So certainly not the ideal start for Daniel, but I would say a little bit better than game number 1.
Yeah.
It's going to be Friends sung again by Joachim. They clearly like this play with the Fox singing Friends, drawing them a couple of cards. And you're welcome into the Inkwell for ink to play with. There is that Ursula Deceiver ready to go again potentially, and Dig a Little Deeper was in hand previously, which is a guaranteed song, but there's another one in the building, and that's going to be Prepared. So 2 songs to choose from here for Joachim. It is going to be the Be Prepared, Sisu, and Ruby Chromicon, and Dig a Little Deeper, the other cards available. So good information there for Joachim. And guess what? It's bouncing time, because the Madam Mim Snake has now put that Ursula back into the hand, and that Dig a Little Deeper, I have a feeling, is going to be getting discarded very soon indeed. Mr. Miskit with a Prime, thank you very much for the Prime sub.
And another How Far I Go here, so it's gonna draw another card. 1 to the Inkwell, 1 to the hand, and then draw 1 more from Chicha.
Currently 0 law for Daniel, 1 law for Joachim. In this kind of matchup, it's also a bit of a battle for cards that you have in hand. Cheat ability going to come through and allow an extra card draw there for Daniel. And it is going to pass back on over to Joachim, who's going to ready everything. 2 Madam Mims on the board, 1 Snake, 1 Fox, and Ursula Deceiver in hand, knowing full well that there is that dig a little deeper as a possibility to get rid of. We'll see if they waste any time at all going for it.
They also are on turn 5, so it's possible to see that Elsa.
Yep.
But instead, it's going to remove another song.
This is the 3rd time this Ursula Deceiver has been played, really seeing the power of the Emerald and Amethyst combo. Ursula Deceiver, such a strong card. Of course, it's very cheap to play, so a great target to bounce back. And here comes another location. Not the Queen's Castle this time, but the library. It's a 3-cost location with 8 willpower. It gains 1 law at the start of your turn. And if you move a character there, for every character that is banished while at the library, you draw a card. In comes a Porpsicle for Daniel.
First item of the game.
In comes a Grammar Thaler. Top 2 cards are going to be looked at of the deck. 1 into the hand and 1 on the bottom of the deck. Very similar to how far I'll go, but instead of putting the card in the inkwell, it goes on the bottom. But of course, it's very nice to have that 3/3 character on the board. Pretty beefy.
Yeah.
Can also sing How Far I'll Go, of course. Brawl into the inkwell, and it looks like 5 ink is going to be spent. Oh, it's 3 ink on a Sisu, removing that Ursula. Well, no more bouncing for Ursula. That's enough bouncing for the Ursula, Daniel says.
Yeah, unfortunately we have 4 Ursula in the deck, so perhaps Joachim will draw another.
Yeah, and there is also that legendary Sisu in the hand for Daniel, which of course is a shift 6 potentially on Sisu. The library is going to gain that 1 law to start the turn. But that is also information that Joachim knows. Joachim knows Daniel is holding on to that legendary Sisu because they saw it when they played the Ursula Deceiver. So they're going to want to try and play around that a little bit. There's no ice blocks available for Daniel. In fact, I'm not sure that they actually have any ice blocks in their build.
No, I don't think so, no.
We do see a couple of different ways to build the Ruby Sapphire decks. We see the kind of item decks, as Friends on the other side is sung again by the Fox. But Daniel preferring to kind of go a more traditional route in many ways with this Ruby Sapphire build without so many items. It's going to be Mother Gothel, the Floodborn into the inkwell. This is a 6-cost character. So pretty expensive card to be putting in the ink at this stage. But in comes another location. It's the library. Sorry, this one's the Queen's Castle.
This is the Queen's Castle, yeah.
And the great thing about locations is they don't get removed by Be Prepared. And we see the Hyena come through as well. This is a 3/2 character which can quest for 2. As we see a little bit of questing come through from the Snake this time. And it's back on over to Daniel.
Will we see the seizure shift here?
Daniel definitely in this game a lot more compared with the previous game. It's going to be Grammar Thaler singing How Far I'll Go. A great combo. Particularly good when you have Chicha down on the board because there's a card into the inkwell and then a card can be drawn from Chicha. However, Magnus,
yeah,
I think that Daniel might have forgotten about that Chicha trigger here. I wanted to set it quietly so it doesn't hit me. Okay, they remembered.
Yeah, and that was the 3rd How Far I Go played this game from Daniel.
And there is the shift Sisu coming through. Chicha's going to quest for 1, and with its support, is going to give 2 extra strength to the Sisu, which is enough to polish off that Queen's Castle in a single swoop. But the 3 strength and the 4 strength on the Fox on the side of the board for Joachim means this Sisu just didn't put in much work. Really seeing the power of this Hyena here with that 3 strength and questing power. Similar to a Mr. Smee in many ways.
Yeah, and I think Joachim is going to remove that Sisu now with perhaps the Fox then. You don't want Sisu out on the board questing for 3.
There's a Lyle Tiberius Rourke now in the hand for Joachim, which I caught, which is a nice, interesting card to use in this color combination. There's another 3-cost character which can sing Friends. But quite a lot of options available here for Joachim. Do they remove the Chicha, for example? Do they try and remove the Sisu? Well, first they move the Fox into the library, and now they remove the Sisu. And with the Fox being in the library, it allows Joachim to draw a card, essentially just paying 1 ink to draw 1 card there. Really, really powerful.
Yeah, that's the power of the library. It's a great new addition for Amethyst.
Yeah. It's going to be the Snake questing, challenging the Chicha, removing that card draw and support tool. Only 1 ink spent so far. It looks like another 3 is about to be spent by Joachim on a Lyle. Lyle is going to give the other Chicha Reckless, which means it cannot quest next turn and must challenge if able. Now, a way around that potentially is to sing a song like a 1 jump ahead with Chicha. That would be a really nice option. Lyle Tiberius also means that whenever one of Joachim's other characters is banished, your opponent loses lore. So, for example, if the Madam Im Snake was to be removed from the board, Daniel would go from 1 lore to 0.
Couldn't he play the Lyle first and then challenge it with the Fox to make 1 lore to go away?
Yeah, that's definitely a very good point, Magnus. It's going to be a quest, and now play passes back on over. A Be Prepared right about now would be pretty strong, but it would still leave the library down intact on the board. And this Chicha, remember, does have Reckless, so it's not able to quest this turn.
And Daniel have a lot of ink here down on the table. It's gonna be 5 for a Maui.
It's Maui time. And what's really interesting is with the Chicha, if Chicha could quest here, it could trigger its support ability, and it could give Maui extra strength, but instead Maui and Chicha just both challenging the library to remove it. Oh, no, it looks like Tala went, and then instead the Chicha's going to challenge.
Chicha had Reckless, so she couldn't quest there.
And Lyle is going to mean that it's 1 lore lost for Daniel when this Hyena was banished. Tenzing with the sub. It's been sub for 56 months. It's my longest sub.
Wow.
What a guy.
Amazing.
What a guy. Maybe a drink? Monster, please. Yeah, like a pink one.
Thanks.
Yeah, both players just taking the time to look at the discard pile makes a lot of sense here. It's definitely a lot tighter game number 2 compared with game 1. Remember, Daniel has gone first in both of these games so far. The longer the games go on, the more you have to start favouring the Ruby Sapphire player. And Maui's a really interesting card. Being able to maybe sing things like How Far I'll Go, but also that Dig a Little Deeper that we see Daniel playing a couple copies of could be a great option to sing with Maui.
Yeah.
Oh, hello. It's an Enchanted entering the building. It's the Ursula Sea Witch Queen, which of course was the promo card from the previous set championships. This is a very, very powerful card, which means other characters cannot exert to sing songs. But also, moreover, in many ways, it can quest for 3, which is really, really strong. It's a great top-end card in this Emerald Amethyst deck. We've seen the power of that Ursula Deceiver, and this is a Shift 5 card as well. So usually it costs 7 to play, but really, really good in this color combination. Who won game 1? It is 1-0 to Joachim on the right.
Yep.
So Emerald Amethyst won game 1 while going second. They also went second here in game number 2.
And Joachim is thinking long and hard here if he's gonna quest or not.
Yeah, that Lyle is definitely a valuable engine potentially, and it actually seems like Maui is going to be removed from the board. Perhaps that's a very, very interesting moment to remove the Maui, really wanting to protect the Ursula down the line, perhaps. Definitely an interesting moment, though. Daniel's going to draw. Porpsicle is going to be banished, which I would assume means, it's Tamatoa time. Going to grab that Porpsicle back, and then 1 ink is going to be spent on another on the same Porpsicle. Tamatoa, so shiny, has entered the building. This is where Ruby Sapphire can start to get pretty strong with some big questing power, but there isn't that many items. So for now, Tamatoa would only be questing for 2. Grammatala could quest for 1. It could also challenge and trade for the Hyena. We're really seeing this Hyena pop off in a similar way to a Smee. It's really giving me Smee vibes, but having it available in Emerald, of course, it is uninkable. But really liking the addition of this Hyena. Is it Banzai or is it... I think it's Banzai, the Hyena. Yeah, Banzai. Gluttonous Predator. In comes Clarabelle. Clarabelle for 1 ink, but you can spend an extra 2 to banish an item. That Porpsicle's getting banished. Honestly, not really sure how important that is right now, as Tamatoa can put it right back. And now the Ursula is going to quest as well. And when it quests, it exerts a character of your choice. It's going to exert the Tamatoa. Daniel is at 0 lore. Joachim is just 6 away from that magical 20 mark.
What is the stat line of that Ursula?
It's 3-7, I believe.
3-7, okay. So Tamatoa at the moment can't remove it.
This is the kind of moment a Be Prepared would be really interesting. Tamatoa even being able to sing Be Prepared could allow Daniel to really gain some extra tempo in this kind of game. Mm-hmm. It's going to be a Lucky Dime. We know Lucky Dime and Tamatoa is a very powerful combo, but is it too little, too late? Tamatoa is going to quest for 2. Going to pull the Porpsicle back from that discard, which Clarabelle got rid of. In comes the Porpsicle. So the Ruby Sapphire player here, Daniel's starting to get a bit of steam. But there is some big questing power on the other side of the board. That Ursula, Clarabelle, and Goat combined for 5 lore. And of course, that would just mean a Clarabelle shift, a Goat bounce would be enough for Joachim to take it. So you've got to think Daniel is looking for some removal here. Spending 7 on a Lucky Dime is not removing anything from the board at all. Apparently Ursula's a 4-7. Even better, can't be removed by Medusa. Lucky Dime is going to be used on Tamatoa, which is going to gain them 3. So this is where Ruby Sapphire can really start to accelerate quickly, but is it too little too late? All eyes on Joachim. A shift Clarabelle, a Goat bounce, I think would be enough to secure the win here. Card off the top is drawn. It's an Ursula. There's 1 other card in hand. 2 for Ursula. It doesn't look like they've got game on the board as it stands. There is a song. There's 1 jump ahead or how far I'll go as options. Ruby Chromicon, Madame Medusa, and 1 jump ahead the other cards. Ursula's going to quest up to 17. Daniel is praying that there's no snake, praying that there's no goat or fox, praying there's no shift, and it doesn't look like it's forthcoming. 1 card left in hand for Joachim, and they don't play it now.
Yeah, but that's game.
It's game. They can't clear the board. The goat, if it's removed from the board, would put Joachim up to 20.
Yeah.
Daniel can't get there in a single swoop, and it's Joachim taking it down 2-0 in really dominant fashion. Went second twice, but secured the victory.
Yeah, what a game.
Really, really well done. I was really impressed by the Emerald Amethyst deck there with the Ursula, the Banzai popping off as well. It was really good to see.
Yeah, Banzai, the new card from set 5, really did its work here.
Yeah, absolutely did. It was really, really, really fun to see that in action. We could take another quick look at the deck list. We will try and get a bit of an interview. This was the winning deck. Here you can see that 4 copies of Banzai, and you can really see why when it's trading for things like the Grammatala while still being able to quest for 2. It is uninkable, so of course does come with that downside, but a really nice balance of cards here. Quite a lot of 2-ofs, but then definitely has 4-ofs with the most important cards, things like Friends, Rabbit, Goat, Snake and Fox, Ursula Deceiver, and then lots of other flexible cards that we saw the Castle and the Library both putting in some work. Really interesting to see Emerald Amethyst making a comeback. It did struggle a lot against the Emerald Steel Bucky decks in the set 4 metagame, and it's nice to see this color combination finding its way back into the game.
Yeah, I also love that Elsa, like a new addition from set 5, to exert characters and just do that aggro. But maybe I should pick up some of the guys to make
Yeah.
a quick interview.
Yeah, that would be amazing. Thanks so much. We'll see if we can chat with our players. But yeah, thanks everyone for being here. We are at Malmo Games Week. That was the first of the top 16. It is best of 3 rounds, 70 minutes. So it is going to be a bit of a delay between now and our next game, but make sure you're just sticking around throughout the day. It is a non-profit organisation running the event here in Malmo. So much fun. You can see just one of the 4 halls from Malmo Games Week here. We've got Pokemon just behind me. We've got the Lorcana area here. There's Learn to Play for all sorts of games. We've got Retro, Arcade, all sorts of cool stuff. Lots of great people. It's just great. There's loads of kids. Really, really cheap and affordable for families. And yeah, really, really awesome event. So really happy to be here. And really glad that you're here with us as well. Do we know the top 16 decks? We do. I have lots of them in front of me, paper copies. I can kind of read you through some of the general lists. And then I'll try and pull up some of the decks as we go before each game. We've got a Ruby Sapphire deck. We've got Amber, Amethyst, Agro. We've got Lemon and Lime. We've got Sapphire Steel, another Ruby Sapphire, Steel Songs, Lemon and Lime, Steel Songs, Ruby Amethyst, Ruby Sapphire, Ruby Amethyst, Steel Songs, 2 Emerald Amethyst. Thank you, mate.
What do you want first?
I don't mind. Yeah. Hey Daniel,
Hello.
unlucky?
Yeah.
Didn't find much ramp?
No, and the ramp I found was old songs. And
Yeah.
The Green Ursula played
Yeah.
like 4 times or something like that.
Yeah, absolutely. How did you get on in day 1? What was your final seeding?
I ended 4th.
So 4th from day 1, but
Yeah. And it's quite unfortunate. There was a bit wrong with the standings after day 1.
Right.
So they were adjusted after. And the purple green deck is like the absolute worst matchup for
Yeah.
Ruby Sapphire. And I thought I was going to play against a Ruby Sapphire mirror matchup, what I was looking at all night last night. And then when I went to bed, I checked again.
Oh, that's
and
a real
it was
shame.
Another deck I was going to play against.
yeah.
And yeah, none of my friends had played against him, so I couldn't find out what he was playing.
Right.
So I went into it blind until like 20 minutes before the
Yeah.
match.
Yeah. So is it a matchup that you've had much experience with in the past?
Not playing with Ruby Sapphire. I play in the same local as all the Questing Viking guys.
Yep.
Meaning Sander, who was on stream several times
Yep.
yesterday. He's played a bit, but when I played against him with that deck, I was playing a Ruby Amethyst meme deck with the Imperial Proclamation.
Oh,
Dr.
amazing.
Fechelier,
Yeah, okay, awesome.
Infinite Loop.
How is that? Is it any good?
Kinda, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, I play second in our local.
No way.
but,
I need to try it still.
Yeah, there's a bit like the when I made it first, I had an issue. If your opponent doesn't quest or tap anything, you just can't do anything.
Mm-hmm.
So I haven't tried it, but I've made some adjustments, meaning playing some of the new characters that can exert.
Yeah, maybe
your
like the
opponent.
Elsa.
Yeah, the Elsa.
Elsa's been really good this weekend, actually. I've been
Yeah.
really impressed by it.
Yeah, it's such a great card.
Yeah.
I bought the rest or store had
Nice.
Friday.
Awesome.
And then you also need in that deck, if people don't play any characters, you need some aggro potential as well. So the Maleficent biding her time, I
Yep.
think will be great.
Yeah, so if chat's also got any questions they'd like to ask, feel free to go. So, any other plans for Lorcana tournaments for the rest of the year? Are you gonna?
Yeah, I'm going to Birmingham.
Okay, so you're playing in Birmingham in a few
3
weeks.
weeks.
Yeah, amazing.
Yeah.
Do you know what deck you're playing there yet? You can keep it quiet.
I'm not entirely sure. I've been testing with. Actually, going into this event, I had 3 deck lists prepared with a total of 6 different colors.
Yeah.
So
That's amazing.
yeah, but I've been playing Ruby Sapphire by far the most.
Awesome. Do you think after this weekend it's like good practice? Do you think there's many changes you would make, were you really happy with your list overall?
And there's definitely some changes I would make. I've been playing with the Mufasa in Ruby Sapphire Active, which has been working great, but I haven't. One of my friends is lending him this week.
Ruby, Sapphire, Mufasa.
Yeah.
The blue one. Yeah.
Yeah, the blue
Yeah.
Mufasa. There's
I was thinking of like the Ruby Scar, which is like banishing Mufasa. Yeah, that makes more sense.
No, one of my mates actually is playing that in his deck. My roommate,
Yeah.
specifically to
wind you up.
banish my
Yeah,
Mufasa.
brilliant. Well, unlucky Daniel. Congratulations though on top 16, 8 packs. Hopefully
Yeah.
you get something good in them.
Yeah, and also won the raffle for the first chapter display
No way.
yesterday.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Well, that's
so,
a
so
that's a
I
result.
don't mind, and I won my ticket here. So
Okay.
yeah.
Can't complain then. All right. Well,
No.
nice to meet you and see you in
Yeah.
Birmingham. Good luck.
Yeah.
Thanks, mate. Oh yeah, good idea. Hello, sir.
Hello.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Very nice deck.
Yeah, it is really good.
Were you feeling confident going into it? Obviously, you were going second, but you managed to win both times going second.
Yeah, it worked very well.
Yep.
Because the deck is super strong because you have like removal for most of the cards. You have like items, remove that too. Because I don't want to have Tomato and any quest for higher.
Yep. Yeah, you had the Clarabelle come through towards the end, but the Ursula Deceiver, you bounced that back 3 or 4 times.
Yeah, I needed to because I saw his hand. He
Yeah.
has spells.
Yeah.
I want to remove them. But I did misplay when I played the Fox and took Elsa back instead of Ursula.
Okay,
To play Ursula to remove more spells.
I see. There was actually a really interesting play you made in game 1 where you played Queen's Castle quite early.
Yeah.
I think that there was a chance they could have drawn into a Maui.
Yeah,
was that
exactly.
something that you were worried about but decided like it was a calculated risk? You'd seen the card, like the hand 2 turns before?
I wanted to try because
Yeah.
he did not have so much board state.
Yep.
And I did not think about Maui, but Maui was exactly the answer he did.
Yep.
And I removed it after.
Yeah, no, perfect. So you're now into the top 8.
Yeah.
So you've secured yourself a booster box
Yes.
of, I think, Shimmering Skies.
Shimmer Skies.
But are you gunning for the first place? Are you hoping to get?
I want to try.
Yeah.
But it depends on the matchup.
Uh-huh.
Really matchup.
What seeding are you? Are you like 12th seed or something like this?
I was 13.
13th.
Yeah.
So most likely you're going to be going second today.
Yeah,
Which
most.
is? Do you think your deck is still good going second, or do you really need to go first with it? Because it seemed quite impressive there going second.
Yeah, it's worked very well. Because when you go second, you get a draw card.
Yeah.
You can have an answer for that. But I did draw a Clarabelle, the big one.
Yep.
But I just think it. But yeah.
Is there any matchups that you really are worried about for your deck?
Song Steel.
Okay.
But I think I can win against that.
Yeah, awesome.
Because I got Lila, I just remove characters all the time and
Yep.
he lose lore.
Yep. One thing that was really impressive in your deck actually was this the hyena Banzai.
Yeah, Banzai is really good because they're free too.
Yeah.
You cannot brawl it.
Yep.
But you can sing Let the Storm Rage On to remove it. But it's a strong card.
Yeah.
Because it was for 2.
Kind of like a Smee in Emerald, right? It's uninkable,
Yeah.
but we know how good Mr. Smee is, right?
Smee is really good.
Yeah.
Because 3/3 for it too.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's really good.
All right, well, I'll let you crack on and best of luck with your next
Yeah,
game.
thank
Thanks so
you.
much for coming.
Thank you.
Take care. All right, guys. So it's probably going to be a little bit of a while into our next game. I might go wander down and see if we can sneak some people maybe onto the show table or something. Welcome back, Magnus.
Thank you.
I have a feeling we might just head to a bit of a break because the next round's probably a little while off.
Yeah, it should. Yeah.
There's a chance we could maybe see if we could sneak people onto the table for like a boat, we'll see. I'm going to go and see if we can basically get someone onto the table that's currently playing in the tournament.
Mm-hmm.
But we'll have a bit of a short break. When we're back, we'll have more Disney Lorcana action.
Awesome.
It's going to be a long day, so don't go anywhere.
See
See
you
you soon.
later. exakt. Nu har vi haft åttondelsfinalen och kvartsfinalen skulle börja på en halvtimme. Eller något sånt. Vad sa du på andra sidan? Jaha, ja. Jaha, just det, vi kom in där. Ja, jag förstår. Men vi sitter på helt andra sidan där det var streams. Ja. Jaha, okej. Ja. Ja, men vad härligt. Men jag ska väl in i streamen. Ja, vi hörs säkert sen. Ja. Hej då.
Guys, we got one game still ongoing, so it'll probably be like 10-15 minutes.
going into top 8. We will be arranging the table a bit. We give it all information about the stream table and how to make decisions. And we have 8 players who are serving on 8 booster boxes. I'm sorry, this is as far as you go, but very well played. We get Frederick, Max, Daniel, Shadi, Rasmus, Dojan, Johannes, and Christopher up.
Chat. Good news. The game is coming very soon. And also good news, I've made a master plan that when this one ends, we're going to get another table to come on the stream table. So I'm going to go give him my phone for the law. And then we're going to be starting.
Hello, everyone.
Hello, welcome back. Apologies for the delay. That is the nature of these tournaments. The plan is, however, that once this one is finished, we're going to actually try and pull up another game from the top 8. This is now top 8.
Yeah.
How do I...
Everyone has secured one booster box each, so I guess they are all really happy.
Yeah, one booster box is not bad effort at all.
It's a great price for top 8.
Yeah, and we've got Simon, who is actually the top seed from Swiss yesterday, who I was chatting to quite a lot last night, up against Asgar, who we did see on stream quite a few times. We saw Simon once, and I think this is Asgar's third time on stream, actually. So both players in the top 8. Simon, the first seed. I'm not sure what seeding Asgard was exactly, but obviously Simon being the top seed means they'll be going first in game number 1 here. And Simon's playing a very unorthodox list because it is Amber and Emeralds, but not how you might expect it. There's definitely a lot of surprises in there, but Asgard is going to be fully prepared and ready because it is open deck lists. So Simon on a kind of aggro build of Amber Emerald with cards like Lilo, and then Asgard is on a Ruby and Sapphire deck, but with lots of items similar to the kind of list we saw Eli win with in Bologna.
Yeah, and of course playing those CISO and together with the ice blocks, try to remove a lot of the aggro cards from Simon here.
Yeah, it's going to be really, really interesting to see how the Ruby Sapphire control player manages to deal with the early aggression from Simon's deck. So to give you kind of some of the card counts on Simon's list, unfortunately I didn't manage to make it on Dreamborn in time. There's Daisy Ducks, there's Lilos, I think there's one Cursed Merfolk, which is quite funny. Then there's a couple of copies of Chernobogs, which is definitely a risk that could brick. That's something to bear in mind. So going to be checking opponent's deck list. We might just be able to crack on straight away. We'll have a wait and see. I think both players have already looked at each other's deck lists and they're kind of ready to go, but we might just have a little bit more of a delay. While we're waiting, what I'll do is I'm going to quickly make Simon's list on Dreamborn so I can pull it up for you guys to see. As I mentioned, Daisy Ducks in there, Lilo. Very interesting build. I was talking with him quite a lot last night about it. Definitely one of the key things though for Asgard is Asgard does have access to the human Sisu, which is going to be a really good way to try and slow down the questing power potentially of Simon's deck. So yeah, it's just going to be looking like a little bit more of a delay before we get started. Apologies for that. But of course, more than just the one stream game here, there's all sorts of other games going on. Players making sure they have enough time to study the deck list is really important. I'm making the deck list now for you guys as well. Yeah, and of course we've got Birmingham in just a few weeks, Magnus.
Yeah.
What deck do you reckon's going to win Birmingham if you had to make a prediction?
Wow.
Tough question, isn't it?
It is, yeah. Well, I'm hoping for a Blurper.
Okay.
So yeah, a Sapphire Amethyst would be really fun to see it thrive. Could be that it's maybe too early for that deck, but it would be interesting to see it go all the way. But still, yeah, I don't think Emerald and Amber will do a bad job. So I guess that is one of the decks that we can see in the top in Birmingham.
Yeah, we did see a Sapphire Amethyst deck yesterday. In fact, it was such a good match. I'm almost certainly going to post a full video on that match we saw. It was the highlight of the day yesterday for me. The
It was amazing, yeah.
Sapphire Amethyst versus Amber Steel was so fun to watch. Unfortunately, the deck didn't quite make the top 16. I think it was just short. Almost got the list here.
Yeah, but we have a lot of different decks on top 8 now.
Yep.
We have 2 Ruby Bounce, Ruby Amethyst. We have a Ruby Sapphire. We have a Steel Song, Emerald Amethyst. And then we have 2 Sapphire Ruby and this Lemon Lime.
Yep.
So quite a spread of decks actually.
Yeah, really nice to see. Very much a wide open meta. I'm missing one card from this deck list I've put together. Oh, I got it. All right, I pulled up the deck list. Let me see if I can get it into OBS before they start so you guys can see it.
Name.
Of the rest. Here he comes, here he comes.
Yeah, big shout out here to Malmo Games Week for hosting this amazing event for the community. Ravensburger also have helped out by sponsoring the event with some prizes. Big shout out to Card Market for sponsoring the channel. Here is the list that we can see from Simon, who is the top seed from Swiss. Very unorthodox with the color combination of Amber and Emerald, but going for a more aggressive build. Now, I was just chatting with Bjornfoot, who is also a member of the Swedish community, and he mentioned to me that Simon did manage to avoid steal the whole of the Swiss rounds. There was 6 rounds of Swiss, but Simon did not find steal a single time. What's really interesting about this build is it's got the aggressive, traditional kind of game plan, but then it has the opportunity to refill the hand with either Rapunzel or Clarabelle. Shifting on Clarabelle on turn 5, if you have no cards left in hand, can suddenly really replenish your hand very quickly indeed.
Interesting to see also that he plays with 19 one-drops.
Yeah, that's a lot of one drops. Wow. That is a lot. I am a big fan of playing a lot of one drops, honestly. I think especially in these aggro decks, I was actually speaking with Simon a lot last night, and he's also a huge fan of on turn 2 playing multiple one drops. So that's a big reason why is what I call the Shin Miri line, and it's named after a friend of mine that's a Gwent streamer. And Simon was saying to me, he was telling someone about the Shin Miri line. It's like, why is it called the Shin Miri line? Who is Shin Miri? He's like, I don't know. It just is.
It just is.
Yeah, which I absolutely love. Shin Miri, good friend of mine from Gwent community, really awesome streamer. And he was just like, he was watching me play and he was like, oh, so your best line is Lilo on turn 1 and on turn 2, 2 more Lilos.
2 more Lilos.
And that's the Shin Miri line.
Shin Miri line.
So see if Simon can pull that off. Simon is the highest seed, which means that they're going to be able to go first twice. Also worth looking out for the Pegasus shift. Pegasus, if it's shifted in, is going to turn all of your characters evasive, which if you go for a Pegasus shift on turn 3, turning your Lilos and your Daisy Ducks evasive can be absolutely incredible.
Yeah, that's going to be a master play. And like you said, Simon is the highest seed. He's going to start 2 times. It's going to be really important for this aggro player.
Yeah. And on the other side, we've got Asgar, who is playing lots of the items. I think the players are just waiting for the call from the judge because it's still the time to study deck lists. I think most people are pretty much ready to go, but it seems like there might be a deck check going on, which is maybe holding some things up back there. But yeah, we're chilling over here. Bit of a time maybe to talk, Magnus, about Malmo Games Week as well. Did you have a chance to check out any of the other halls yesterday? I didn't see many of the other halls yet. I need to make sure I find time today.
Yeah, hopefully we can go around a little bit today, because I think it's going to end like 6 or 7 today. So we have more time after all the matches to go around and check. And it's quite a few shops who sells a lot of interesting products.
Yeah.
A lot of customized play mats that are really interesting. And a lot of games that we like to play. Maybe I will pick up some more Lorcana as well.
Yeah, I was on the hunt for some Lorcana singles. Unfortunately, Lorcana not available in Swedish. Otherwise, I would have loved to have picked up some Swedish Lorcana cards.
No, not one of the language that are recognized yet, I guess.
Yeah, and
maybe too small venue.
You Swedes are also very good at English, which probably helps.
Yeah.
I think your English is better than mine. Here we go. Looks like we're ready to go. Simon versus Asgar. Top 8 games, quarterfinals. The prizes available include first chapter box, signed Enchanted Robin Hood. King Louis asks, will we get all top 16 lists? Yes, you will. In fact, it's possible that once the tournament finishes, I might even record a video with them. But Daisy Duck on the board for Simon to start things off. There's not many better starts in Digital Lorcana than the Daisy Duck on turn number 1.
Yeah, that's the talk of everyone's lips, and I think that's the reason why he goes with this aggro Amber deck is perfect with that Daisy start.
Yep. It's going to be the Ruby Chromicon for Asgard, not a character. but it is able to give some extra strength. It's going to be Donald Duck into the Inkwell for Simon. And oh my goodness, are we seeing the shit? Oh my goodness, it's the Shin Miri. It's all of the 1-drops in the world. It's a Pegasus though, but that opens up that potential turn 3 Pegasus shift, which could be incredible. It was Daisy Duck trigger, adding a card though into Asgar's hand. Tamatoa was drawn off of the Daisy, and then it's going to be a card drawn for turn afterwards. Everything good. It's great that we've got a table judge though, just making sure all the rules are followed. I know there was a few mistakes that happened on our stream table yesterday, and we wanted to make sure that for the top 16, everything is going to plan.
Yep.
Asgar, with his very stylish hat, is going to ink the Queen. Really would hope to find a character, I think, here. Oh, and look at that. It's the Queen of Hearts. In combination with the Ruby Chromicon, is going to be dealing 3 damage to the Daisy Duck and only taking 1 damage back. That's a pretty powerful opening there for Asgar with the rush. Really trying to slow down the power of the Daisy, but that's how good Daisy Duck is, that it still remains on the board. Now, are we going to see this turn 3 Pegasus shift? Because that would be absolutely incredible. Let's have a look. Of course, Simon, yet to ink this turn, is going to ink Piglet Poo Pirate Captain. Oh my goodness,
3.
is it happening? Oh, the Pegasus! Every card on Simon's side of the board is evasive, but a Sisu enters the hand from the Daisy Duck trigger. Fishbone Quill onto the bottom. So these evasive Daisy Ducks, you thought Daisy Duck wasn't strong enough? Well, how about some evasive Daisy Ducks? Just for good measure. What an opening from Simon. It doesn't get much better than that.
They haven't taken the lore there on the phone, but they also write down the lore on the side. So I think they know what
Yeah.
what number they have there.
Yeah, that's a good point. Second time the Daisy Duck has quested, so it should be
8 now.
Yep. Yeah, hopefully we'll just get that adjusted. Again, it is written down on paper, so that will get, as Magnus mentioned, that will get fixed. Now, of course, this Queen of Hearts would love to challenge the Daisy, but the Daisies are all evasive. But does Asgar remember that? They're going to give extra strength to the Queen. It's very easy to forget about that evasive Pegasus.
Simon just told him he can't use.
It's going to be 3 ink spent on a brawl. Now that is one way to deal with an evasive Daisy Duck. Just brawl it. Queen is going to try and challenge Daisy, but it's not going to happen because of the Pegasus shift. And there it is. So it's going to be allowed to be taken back, but it's going to quest for 1 instead. Of course, no challengeable target. And yeah, they're just updating that lore counter from the previous. As mentioned, both players writing it down on paper. It's going to be Simon now with 3 ink. Is going to go for the Clarabelle, and it's going to allow them to draw a card because they have less cards in hand currently than Asgar. Pegasus getting inked. Could have shifted Pegasus onto Pegasus down the line there. Could have been an idea, but goes into the Inkwell instead. And it looks like Pegasus and Daisy are going to quest for 4 up to 12, which means that Daisy is also going to trigger, revealing the top card of Asgard's deck.
Did he forget it?
Yeah, I think that the trigger didn't quite go through there, unfortunately. Scuttle's going to get inked.
Will we see that Hiram perhaps? No?
There is an Ice Block. Ice Block can definitely help lower the strength down of this Pegasus, putting it into brawl range, maybe putting it into the range of Sisu. This is where the human Sisu would be great, and it does clean up that Daisy Duck. It was damaged. Sisu does deal with it swiftly, however. And it looks like we're just checking the Daisy Duck trigger situation that didn't go through. So we'll just let the players resolve exactly what happened there. And the judge is on hand to make sure we get a resolution.
Questing for 1. So it should be 12-2 at the moment.
It's going to be the Queen into the Inkwell. 5 ink available, and in comes the Clarabelle shift. questing for a total of 4 up to 16 as well. And
What
this
a
is
play.
the real power. When Simon ends the turn here, is going to be able to draw up to the amount of cards available in hand for Asgard as well. So lots of cards drawn by Clarabelle. That is what the deck's looking to do. Be very aggressive in the early game, dump the hand, shifting Clarabelle on turn 5, and then refill the hand and ready to go again. Yeah, the Clarabelle shift could have been slowed down or prevented with the Ice Block and the Sisu. Definitely, it was an option. But of course, the threat of Daisy Duck was very much there as well. Pegasus is evasive, of course, so can only be challenged by evasive characters.
Yeah.
The Sisu is evasive, but it only has 1 strength. Even with that Ruby Chromicon, it would only be getting up to 2 strength. A second Ruby Chromicon, though, for Asgard would allow them to remove the Pegasus from the board.
Yeah, that would be something good for them. Or maybe an Ice Block and another Sisu. Oh, we're going to
It's a
game
scoop.
2.
And it looks like Asgard's had enough. It is going to be game 1 to Simon, kind of as expected. Now, if you're worrying, like, Spessy, why are we watching this game? It's going to be over so quickly. Well, the good news is, guys, we're going to be pulling on another game if this one does end quickly, as we might anticipate. There's quite a lot of pretty quick decks, actually, that have made the top 8.
Yeah, for sure, yeah.
So we are, if this ends as a 2-0, for example, we are then going to be pulling on some of the players from another table. So yeah, there was definitely some interesting lines, maybe trying to remove the Clarabelle, but honestly, like the Daisy Duck opening,
Yeah, that was
there's not many
really
decks
quick.
in the game that would be able to stop that, right? Like you go for the Daisy on 1, the Daisy on 2, the Pegasus on 2, and then shift Pegasus 3.
hard to
so
handle.
strong.
Yeah.
So strong.
But this time Asker is going to start, and that of course is going to be something that is harder for Simon to handle.
Absolutely. Yeah, and Simon really being rewarded for their really strong showing in Swiss by getting that higher seed. Yeah, this is a best of 3. Looks like my Malmo command isn't working, but it's just that. Malmo Games Week. Really cool non-profit event here with lots of card games, board games, all sorts of stuff going on. Cosplay,
Video games, computer games.
really fun. We went to a bar. I went to a bar last night called Kappa.
Kappa?
Yeah.
Kappa bar?
Yeah, it was so cool.
Like
It was-
a video game store?
Yeah, it was like a
bar,
video
yeah.
game bar. There was like Apex Legends being broadcast on the TV screens.
Cool.
It was great.
Yeah.
Played some board games. Cheaper to fly to Sweden than get a train from Manchester to London. Yep, relatable.
You're welcome.
Right, so Asgard is going to be going first as they lost the previous game. You can just see the power of Daisy Duck. Like Asgard had Chromicon on 1 and Queen on 2, and they still couldn't stop the Daisies. Queen into the Inkwell, and it's going to be a Portsicle to start for Asgard as play then passes back on over to Simon with that beautiful Bell playmat.
Yeah, and just like yesterday, Oscar is still just inking the queen, and we haven't seen her play yet.
So turn 1 for Simon. You would imagine with their 19 1-drops, they're going to find something. It's going to be Pegasus into the Inkwell, and it's going to be Clarabelle as the turn 1 play. Not the most impressive
No,
of the turn 1
not the
plays
best.
for Simon. When they've got things like Daisy, Lilo's, kind of surprised to see that it's even Pegasus, that it's Clarabelle on 1. Ice Block played for Asgard, which can be nice to set up that brawl down the line, set up that human Sisu. It's going to be Donald into the Inkwell. Are we going to see a Shinmiri again? It's going to be Piglet, Pooh Pirate Captain, and I don't think Simon's too happy about the opening here. Definitely looking like a better start for Asgard. Thank you very much, Ring Lumped, for the Prime sub. You're too kind. Well, not the Prime sub, just a normal sub. So this piglet is questing for 3 if Simon can get 3 characters down. Currently just going to be questing for 1, but it is of course now Simon's turn. Ice block ready to go, maybe with a human Sisu. Would have to ink to be able to do that first though. It's going to be brawl into the inkwell. And then 3 ink is going to be exerted for is it going to be the fishbone? It is.
Oh.
So Simon taking, with Simon's slower start, Asgard's able to be a little bit more greedy and go for this fishbone. Rather than trying to remove threats right now, it's going to try and ramp up to remove multiple threats at once, so something like a Be Prepared or a Giant Sisu. Of course, Simon does have access to Ursula Deceiver in Emerald, which can discard Be Prepared, but it can't discard that Giant Sisu. Piglet into the ink, and it's going to be a Clarabelle, which is costing 1, but 2 extra ink spent to banish the fishbone quill. Really slowing down that quick ramping potential there for Asgard. And Piglet Pooh Pirate Captain quest for 3, putting Simon up to 5. Imagine this Clarabelle was a Lilo though, Magnus.
Yeah.
It would be 2 extra lore already by this point. It would mean Simon would be at 7. 5 lore this early on is not bad at all though. Going to be Ruby Chromicon inked for Asgard, and for 4 is it going to be the Flavisham man?
It could be something, but he still have to do something about his table.
Yep. Ice block onto Piglet.
Caesar perhaps.
And now Asgard decides it's time to start removing some of the threats, combining that Ice block with Sisu. Definitely the best tool that this Ruby Sapphire deck has to deal with aggro in the early game, especially because you potentially open up the potential of shifting in that legendary Sisu to clear all characters with 2 strength or less. 1 Ice block on the board as well means you could even remove a character with 3 strength. Baloo almost came down there for Simon, and it does. It's going to be Baloo as a bodyguard for 3. Both Clarabelle's quests bringing Simon up to 7 lore. Whenever Baloo is banished, he gains 2 lore. Well, he might be banished pretty soon if there's a Giant Sisu, but it's not forthcoming just yet. It's going to be the Flavisham banishing Porpsicle. Maui and Ice Block have been drawn.
Yeah, Simon definitely have to be careful here because that Caesar can come out anytime and clear his board. So he can't overdo and play everything he has in his hand.
Basil's Magnifying Glass into the inkwell. It's going to be a second Ice block. Sisu going to quest for 1. 1 point on the board for Asgard. We do know these Ruby Sapphire decks can really start racking up the lore very, very quickly indeed. Simon's going to ready. Going to be Piglet for 2. Simon having to be scared of that Be Prepared and that Sisu. Do they have an Ursula Deceiver perhaps to try and snipe that Be Prepared out of the hand? It's just going to be a quest and not even spending that last ink, just staying at 3 ink. Really interesting Simon's not inking with so many cards in hand. Really valuing holding on to as many cards as possible in hand, anticipated perhaps a board clear. The Flavisham is banishing an Ice block, maybe looking for something like a Giant Sisu, looking for a Be Prepared.
I think we'll see it now.
Is it about to come?
Yeah, I see a Be Prepared in hand there for Asgard.
It's going to be Fishbone into
And
the
that's
inkwell.
7.
Bam! The first Be Prepared of the day. And the board is cleared. And I think Simon did a really good job of kind of nullifying the value of that Be Prepared a little bit. I'm really, really loving the fact that they have just stayed at 3 ink. Of course, that 2 lore gained by Baloo. I think a lot of people would have inked. Here we go, double Daisy. A third? Maybe. Simon, again, just wanting to be careful of not overplaying into a board clear.
Yeah, Asker sitting with 3 big CISOs and 2 be prepared, so you need to be a bit careful here.
And we do see the 4th card being inked there by Simon. It is a Clarabelle, of course. It's a 7-cost character, so not going to be able to be played anytime soon. In comes the Queen for Asgard and a Brawl on a Daisy, but one Daisy lives to tell the tale. Four ink available for Simon. Daisy Duck ready to quest gets them up to 14. And of course, when you've got cards like Baloo, you can guarantee yourself getting to 20 pretty quickly. It's going to be a Donald.
Wow.
Donald and Daisy. Look at the power. Daisy Donald's date. Donald is here, ready for the date. The Musketeer Donald. She's swooning over him, and it's giving her that 1 extra lore, up to 15 now.
And it was no hit there for Oscar as well, so he didn't get any extra cards.
The lore did get added for that Baloo as well. It did. The Queen's going to use its ability to look at the top 4 cards, and you can add an item card from that onto the board exerted. It's going to be the Porpsicle, which allows Asgard to draw a card, of course. Really, really powerful Donald and Daisy. Interesting as well that that Simon leaves the Donald readied. It could have come in, exerted it as a bodyguard to protect Daisy, but instead, Simon just really valuing leaving that Donald readied because it can gain 1 lore perhaps. Whereas if it's a bodyguard, it's quite possible it just gets removed. And it is going to be Daisy who is removed, but Donald is still ready and waiting to go again. Every lore at this point matters for Simon, so this Donald being able to quest for 1 is a really big deal. Simon, of course, already won game 1. So Simon looking to complete the 2-0 victory. Asgard is clawing their way back into it, but let's see, it's a Clarabelle. Clarabelle can draw Simon a card if he has less cards in hand than his opponent, but it doesn't seem like that is the case. No card drawn. Donald will quest for 1, however. Clarabelle only able to quest for 1. But it's going to be now Asgard's turn as they ready. This Queen on the board as well, a really powerful engine. Potentially Magnus. You've been wanting to see this card all weekend. Well, it's finally happening, right?
Well, it's amazing. Hoping to hit a Fishbone or a Maurice Workshop.
Yep.
Only in this case, playing a Popsicle to draw more cards.
Yeah. So the Popsicle comes in exerted, but you still are able to draw a card from it. And of course, big synergy down the line potentially with things like Tamatoa Lucky Dime, meaning Tamatoa can often quest for 10 in a single swoop.
Yep.
It's going to be Brawl Inked, which is definitely a risk. With Simon being at 20, every bit of removal matters, but that is a big bit of removal. The giant Sisu comes through and clears out all of Simon's cards. Simon's still 4 lore away.
Yeah, this is where the tables have turned, I think. So Asgard have the table, and he's gonna quest for a lot for the next time.
Yep, Simon inking another Clarabelle. 5 ink spent on the Queen. Only a card which quests for 2. Really, the Queen, a lot of the value comes when you can shift it in, but we're really seeing on the other side the legendary Queen from Sapphire being the star of the show. But Maui now loves a little bit of a sing-song. Maui singing Let It Go. I'm not sure that's how it went in Frozen. I don't think it was Maui singing it, but today it is. And the Queen going into Simon's Inkwell. It looks like Asgard's just been able to stabilize enough here and claw their way back into this one.
Yeah, with that Lucky Dime, he's gonna quest for 6. 3 for Lucky Diamond, 3 for Sisu.
Yes, so many items now available for Asgard as they just update their lore. They're up to 9, just 11 away. Simon with something like a Baloo could be nice. It's a Lilo and it is a Pegasus. Now, a Donald Duck off the top here for Simon, if none of their cards are removed, would allow them to get to 20 next turn. So Asgard does need to be careful still in this position. They're going to go for the Queen ability again. It's hit every time so far, and it continues to hit. The Maurice's Workshop entering the board exerted. This is an item which whenever you play an item, you may pay 1 ink to draw a card. Scrooge McDuck's top hat is exerted. This allows you to pay 1 ink less for the next item. So Porpsicle costs nothing. Then 1 ink spent for the Maurice's Workshop. So 1 ink spent total to draw 2 cards. Really, really strong synergies. An Ice Block comes in for 1. 1 more ink spent to draw off the Workshop again. You can really see the item deck coming together very quickly. Yeah, there's a couple of cards off the top here, though, for Simon. The Shift Pegasus, but there's the Sisu removing the Lilo, and suddenly it looks like there just might not be enough in it for Simon. And it looks like Asgard might have managed to clear this one out. So many items. I'm quite impressed by how neatly they've organised them, though, Magnus. Mine would be a complete mess.
Yeah, and there's a lot. It's 9 items out on the board.
Yeah, the Lucky Dime also coming through on Sisu for 3 lore. So Asgard not quite there, but certainly threatening to win next turn. They're up to 15, and Simon in top deck mode needs a miracle. Well, it's a Clarabelle. It's going to draw them a card. As things go, it's pretty good, but they're not going to have enough. It's going to be Asgard's game, and we do go to game number 3.
Yeah, definitely harder for Simon to be the second player to start. So not finding that aggro, and Asgard just playing everything to remove his good questing cards.
Yeah. No, it was really, really impressive. I think you see the difference as well going first and second. Simon missing that Lilo, missing that Daisy Duck on turn 1. Clarabelle as the turn 1 play, not quite as impressive. So we're going to be looking out for Simon to see if they can pull off the legendary Shin Miri line in the third game, that triple Daisy. But honestly, the line that they pulled off in game 1, I think, might have been the best line possible. Daisy on 1, Daisy and Pegasus on 2, Shift Pegasus on 3 for that full evasive board. I think that is the best line they've got available to them. Yeah, so we are here at Malmo Games Week in Sweden. This is the top 8. Lots of cool prizes the players are playing for. As you can see, both players have already secured 1 display. But if they win this, they get into the top 4 and the chance to win a bunch of trophies for each place, but also the top 2 getting an enchanted card, the first place player with a signed enchanted Robin Hood card and a first chapter display. Really awesome prizes. Big shout out to Ravensburger as well, who have helped contribute to the prize pool with some cool promos, with the anniversary pins and all these kinds of things. Really great event. But here we go, game number 3 of the top 8 at Malmo Games Week, day 2. Simon, the top seed from Swiss, looking to book their place into the semi-final, but Asgard looking to cause a bit of an upset with their Ruby Sapphire control deck.
And Asgard only keeping 2 there. I think Asgard got a lot of uninkables there. 2 big Caesars, I think, and a Lucky Dime. So it can be a hard start here for Asgard.
Yep. All eyes on Simon, but look at the facial expression. I'm not thinking they're as happy as could be. 19 1-drops it was for Simon, so you would imagine it's almost impossible to miss a 1-drop. Going for the mulligan, it's going to be 2 cards kept. That's very aggressive. Simon is definitely looking for that Shin Miri line, looking for the 1-drops galore. Yeah, as I say, I was out and about in Malmo City last night with Simon, and he was talking to me a lot about Lorcana, and he's a very big fan of that turn 2 play, going for 2 1-drops on turn 2. So definitely something when you're going first against Ruby Sapphire you're looking to pull off. So if you're Asgard, you've got a couple of different lines. You can try and play that human Sisu on turn 3 perhaps, and then try and shift maybe the giant Sisu, maybe on turn 6 or turn 5 possibly, if you can get some ramp going. Probably going to be their best bet. We did see them in game 1 going Ruby Chromicon on 1, Queen on turn 2, but that wasn't enough to really stem the aggression. Here we go, game 3 from the top 8 at Malmo Games Week. Simon versus Asgard. Let's have it. We're going to start off with a Hey Bumbling Rooster into the Inkwell. And is it going to be a Daisy Duck? It's going to be a Pegasus. Not the worst, but certainly not a Daisy Duck.
No, only questing once, so it's going to be a bit of a slower start here for Simon.
It's going to be the Ruby Chromacon into the Inkwell for Asgard, and no turn 1 play. It's going to be the Piglet into the Inkwell, and it's going to be Piglet onto the board. 1 lore for Pegasus. A much, much slower start. No Shinmiri line. Listen, Pegasus on 1, Piglet on 2 is not bad by any stretch, but it's not as good as it could be.
But only an ice block there for Asgard, so it's quite a bit of a slow start for Asgard.
Yep. Maybe Asgard looking to set up that ice block Sisu though to deal with Piglet the next turn. It's going to be the Queen into the Inkwell for Simon. Great to see Combat Glue in the chat. It's going to be Clarabelle coming through. Simon currently has less cards in hand, which is going to allow them to draw a card with Clarabelle. And Piglet quest for 3. Simon is a quarter of the way there. 5 lore already, 15 more to go. But can Asgard slow down the questing power? It's going to be a Maurice's Workshop. No human Sisu. No ramp for Simon. No ramp for Asgard. Simon going to be really happy to see that.
Yeah, and Simon ready to quest for 5 here. Going up to that 10.
Yeah, and also maybe that Shift Pegasus could come through. It's going to be a Piglet for 2. 2 ink still available. And it's going to be another Pegasus for 1. And another 1 drop. It's the Lilo. Well, we've heard about the Shinmiri line. Well, this maybe is the Simon line with an incredibly wide board, threatening to get to 20 lore next turn.
Yeah, you have 11 on board now.
I think 1 card in hand for Simon. Potentially as well could ink next turn, play the Clarabelle as well to really draw up. And Asgard revealing the hand. It's fully uninkable. There's no ramp, and that is GG. That is the power of the aggro deck. Simon with that higher seed takes down Asgard, who absolutely bricked. They took an aggressive mulligan. They had to do it, but it didn't quite work out for them on this occasion.
Yeah, that was like the fastest game I've ever seen.
Yeah, it really was very quick. What we're going to try and do now, everybody, is we're going to try and pull up another game from the top 8, which is still ongoing. So we'll try and get an interview. Thanks, Magnus. Magnus is going to go try and grab an interview with both players, ideally. Okay. And then we'll try and just grab a game from the top 8. We'll probably be jumping into one of the top 8 games in game number 3. So we're going to have a quick interview. You can see Magnus there is the man on the mission. Look at that. He's walking very briskly. It's very impressive. He's getting there very quick. It's a long way away. But yeah, big congratulations to Simon. We're going to get both of the players on stream to have a little bit of a chat with us. And then we're going to try and nab one of the tables here. You can see in the middle here, just here, this table is some of our top 8 and this table is some of our top 8. So if one of those games goes to a game 3, we can probably nab them and try and get them onto the top tables. And I think it made sense, though, that there was that heavy of a break. You kind of needed the perfect hand there, Asgard. So I think taking a really aggressive mulligan was the right call. It didn't work out for them.
We're actually going to go to game 3 for
awesome.
One of the plays, so we can get the interviews later from
Yeah,
Simon, perhaps.
that's so good. I mean, it's possible we could even squeeze in an interview while they're setting up on the top table. Yeah, if Simon wants to come and chat, we might be able to squeeze both in. We'll see. It looks like we're ready to go pretty soon, so going to be going to a game 3. Very exciting. Poor Magnus. Magnus went. Magnus is back. I feel bad. He's wandering over there all the time. I was like, maybe we could get, and they're already sat down. Look at that. Big shout out to the table judge who sorted that out for us. So we got Joachim, who we watched in the previous round. We know is on Amethyst Emerald. Not sure the name of the opponent or what they're playing, but it has gone to game 3, according to Magnus. We'll find out a little bit more for you. Oh yeah, we could squeeze him in. Simon,
hey man,
congratulations.
Yeah, thanks man, thanks. I was a nail biter.
Yeah.
To be honest, I was so favored in that matchup.
Yes.
Like 65-35 at least.
Higher seeding helped, right?
Yeah, I mean, I went for that, you know. Mm-hmm. So it was, he's a really nice guy. I actually met him, played him in the Swiss.
Yep.
It was really sportsman-like.
Yep.
He made a mistake. He said like, can I take it back? I'm okay if you say no. And I said like, yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't even. If you just play that, oh sorry, I just gonna take this target instead. I would have,
Yeah.
slide it through. And it was game losing for him to
Okay.
say that. So it's a
Very fair play to
very
him.
very fair player.
We were talking quite a lot last night about your deck.
Yeah.
And that game
you like-
1
Yeah.
was very impressive.
Yeah, and you saw when it goes, it just goes,
Yep.
And even the third game, it was insane.
Yeah.
I'm mulliganing five
cards, yeah.
Insane. It's so consistent.
19 1-drops is it, I think?
Yeah,
Around
19,
that mark?
exactly. Yeah,
It's a lot.
It's a lot, but you have to go. It's like turn 1 drop, turn 2. Yeah,
2 1-drops.
yeah. Exactly.
What's it called?
It's called the Chimera.
Yes, it is. That's what we like to
or
hear.
the special. So and turn 3. Sometimes you can go for the 2 drop. I mean, piglets to a 1 drop,
Yep.
and it's like sometimes it's game over for the
Yep.
opponent.
And yeah, that Pegasus shift as well was so good, right? On 3.
Yeah, he was super unfortunate because he didn't know how the Pegasus shift
Yeah.
worked.
I don't think there was much they could have done anyway, honestly, against
Maybe.
that.
Yeah, the thing is, he could have actually ice blocked Sisu my Clarabelle, so I couldn't shift it.
Right, yeah.
It was actually game losing for him.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, because it looked like super one-sided, but if he did that play.
Yeah, the chat actually pointed that out, that maybe denied
Yeah,
the Clarabelle shift.
Exactly, but he didn't know that. He thought Daisy was evasive,
Yep.
still evasive.
Yeah.
And I pointed out the first round that it's evasive now. It's evasive.
First
You
round.
can't attack here. But he mistook it as if it's evasive.
It's really interesting.
Permanently evasive.
Yeah. Well, it's
So-
definitely a good lesson to learn as well.
Super good lesson
And
for
maybe
him.
also like on these kind of untimed, well, it's time. It's like 70 minutes.
Yeah,
so
it's-
maybe even just slowing down and,
Exactly.
and
I mean,
taking a bit more time.
we both played super fast. We couldn't even take the directions.
Yeah.
You have to show the ink for the whole turn.
Yeah.
Do not flip it. Do not flip it. He said like 5 times.
Yeah.
It sticks.
Yeah.
It doesn't stick, rather. But
Well-
it's super.
Are you feeling confident going into the top 4?
Yeah,
Do you think?
I'm top seed, so
Yeah.
I should. And my friend, I thought I'm facing Lemon Lime
Yep.
or Ruby Amethyst.
Okay.
I'm really confident into Ruby Amethyst, but I've never played the Lemon Lime deck.
Yep.
But I look at the deck and I see like it's too slow.
Mm-hmm.
It's too slow for. They just lose like turn 5 and they have no answers.
Yep.
I mean, Muse is on 4. It's too slow.
Yep.
And if they play aerial, I just kit it and it's game over for them.
Yeah,
So,
Kit is very, very strong.
super good. But when I teched for the deck, it was like, how can even Lemon Line win? I mean, Muses, I just kit it and like, it has ward.
Yeah.
So that's
True.
a huge mistake.
That's
if you're
interesting.
If you don't know.
Well, I think our game
They're
is going to be
gonna
starting kind of
Super.
soon. So, Simon,
Nice
thank you so
meeting you.
much.
Thank
Best
you.
of luck with your semi-final.
Yeah, thank you.
Magnus is back.
Yeah.
Matt, you've been doing so many steps up and down those steps, Magnus.
Yeah, well, I need it.
Gonna sleep well this weekend on Sunday night, I think.
Yeah, so let's see who we are hitting here. I think Simon is on the right there, and we have.
It's Joachim on the right, who we saw in the previous round with this Emerald Amethyst. Is this game 3? Do you think?
I think this is game 1 actually. Let's see who we are having here. We have Mehdi on the left. He's playing a Ruby Bounce deck,
Uh-huh.
and then
Okay, so we've got Ruby Amethyst for the first time today.
yes,
Haven't seen that
for the
yet.
whole tournament.
And Joachim is going to be on this Emerald and Amethyst deck, which we saw them play. Yeah, this is a top 8 game. Not sure what the score is in the series. I would imagine that this is game 2 or game 3, because I have to imagine they've not been sat waiting to start.
Yeah, but I give them thumbs up to start.
Yep.
I can double check because he said Simon was one, but I think it's Daniel on the right and Mehdi on the
No,
left.
it's Joachim on the right.
Joachim.
Yeah.
Where do we have Joachim?
So both players ready and waiting to go. If you're watching on YouTube, don't forget to give the stream a like. It does help out a bunch. Good to see Mage Armor in the chat. Hey Wet, hey Indifferent. Welcome in everybody. Great to have you all. Hope you're enjoying the action here. Big shout out to all the people on YouTube. We've got Enoch, we've got Soup. I've just realised my restream bot isn't working, so let me just try and fix that.
I'm gonna double check the score.
Cool, thank you, Magnus. Okay, here we go. Ruby Amethyst versus Emerald Amethyst. I think this is going to be a really fascinating matchup, actually, particularly interesting because both players are playing Amethyst. It's going to be a real skill-intensive match. I would wager Emerald maybe has a slight edge because of like Ursula Deceiver being able to discard, be prepared, and these kinds of things. But then also Maui is going to be a real strength for Ruby. So Emerald may be like the better early game, but Ruby certainly the better late game with cards like Maui. So it's going to be Clarabelle on turn 1 for Joachim, and then an Ursula Deceiver on turn 2, which is going to look at the hand. You can see that giant Sisu, but no song card at all. Really, really well prepared here by a Ruby Amethyst player. And I think that's just Magnus there having a chat with them to work out what the score is, what the situation is. Clarabelle's going to quest for 1. First point on the board. Right, it looks like my restream bot's working now. Sorry, YouTube chat. I've not been seeing you this whole time because my bot wasn't working. Hello, everyone in the YouTube chat. Great to see you.
Some more steps for Magnus, but
Yeah.
yeah, Joachim is actually leading by 1-0.
Okay.
So this is game 2.
Awesome. So Joachim 1-0 up. Joachim, the Emerald Amethyst player. Which does mean then, is it Mehdi? Mehdi is going to be going first in this game. They have that Sisu on turn 3 as their first card down on the board. Joachim at 2 ink currently, but of course can ink, and inks the Ursula Deceiver to go to 3 ink. We did see them bouncing back this Ursula Deceiver many times in their previous round. Clarabelle quest for 1. Can be challenged now, of course, by this Sisu potentially. And in comes the Fox, bouncing the Clarabelle back to hand. Maybe just bouncing it back to hand as an inkable card and choosing not to quest with Ursula, not wanting that Sisu to be able to remove it from the board.
Yeah, so I saw we played Ursula before. Did he hit anything? No, nothing in the discard pile I can see.
Yeah, nothing hit at all, but did see like a giant legendary Sisu. So definitely got a lot of information. It's going to be a magic broom for 1 for Mehdi.
Yeah, awesome card.
2 ink still to go, and it's going to be a snake just bouncing that broom back. Pretty slow start here for Maddie. It's going to be crab into the inkwell. We're going to see the broom come back into the building. We certainly are. The Sisu could quest for 2. Sisu, of course, gaining strength for every card in opponent's hand. And they do have pen and paper, which they're recording their lore on, and I'm sure that lore counter in the middle is going to get updated accordingly as well. Maddie on 2 lore currently, despite it saying 0. The one that matters is, of course, the one on the paper. This one in the middle is just for us on the stream. Yeah, there we go. Oh, -2, -4. It's always fun seeing people struggle to work it out for the first time. There we go.
Yeah, so 2-2, we have a crab.
Crab and Ursula combo, removing the Sisu. Ursula also getting banished, but denying that Sisu shift, of course. It's a shift 6. And Joachim knows that it is in the hand there of Maddie. So good to remove. Are we going to see the Fox singing Friends? It's Joachim's special. They did it about 7 times in the last time, and we're seeing it again. 2 cards drawn. 1 ink still to play with after this crab came down this turn. But it's going to be not spent, and it's back on over to Maddie, who's currently at 4 ink. Of course, can go to 5. 2 lore apiece as it stands. Well, that's going to change quickly because the broom questing for 1. And of course now, when a character is played, the broom could be banished to draw a card. So the rabbit draws a card, the broom's banished to draw a card. It's what Amethyst likes to do. And of course, a card yet to be inked this turn for Maddie as well. Could we see another broom or a Churnabogs? Would be a great way to spend that last ink. It's going to be Snake trading for Fox, denying any more singing, but that last ink not being spent. That's an example there of that 1 ink why I love Churnabogs and Broom so much. You've got that 1 ink,
Yeah.
you just play a card, gain a lore, replace it after a turn. It could be really powerful. In comes another Ursula, and it's going to hit the Be Prepared. Maui, Sisu, and Fox available. Pretty strong. And of course, with that Fox and a Rabbit on the board, Mandy's going to be able to start drawing cards pretty swiftly.
Yeah, let's see what Joachim goes for here. Still hasn't inked for the turn. So it will be 3 ink available for Joachim here. Well, I'm guessing he's a little bit afraid of questing because of that Maui.
Yeah. Yeah, Cogsworth into the Inkwell. It's going to be the Hyena back again. Of course, it is an uninkable card, so it can't be placed into the Inkwell. It has to come down on the board at some point. This Banzai card is a 3/2 character which can quest for 2. Kind of similar to a Mr. Smee from Steel. This is the stage in the game where Ruby can start to be a little bit more strong. This is one of the quarterfinals yet. We just watched one of the quarterfinals, which was a pretty dominant win for Hyper Agro. This is going to be, currently it's 1-0 to Joachim in the series here, so this is game number 2. It is a best of 3. It's going to be Fox into the Inkwell. 2 ink remaining. Not going to be spending it though. Rabbit not questing either there. Joachim, definitely the longer the game goes on, the more you're going to start favouring the Ruby player potentially with lots of control tools like Maui.
Yeah.
But Joachim doing well to disrupt the Ruby cards so far, and it can really be a bit of a battle for card draw. And the bad news is for Joachim is they haven't found a rabbit yet, whereas on the other side, Manny's got 2 rabbits down on the board already, and those rabbits can be really good for card draw. Well, there's a rabbit of Joachim's own. So the rabbit battle starts to even up a little bit. This game is probably going to go on for a long time, so both players need to balance the resources, not only on the board, but also in their hand. Mother Gothel into the Inkwell.
Yeah, this is usually how it goes when you have 2 Amethyst players playing each other. It's not the battle of the lore, it's battle of the cards.
Yeah, absolutely. No questing is really, really curious as well. Still knowing about that Maui. Also not fearing Be Prepared, seeing as it was just discarded the previous turn. That giant Sisu costs 8. It's a third rabbit. It's a rabbit party from Addy. There's 4 rabbits on the board right now. The rabbits have taken over Malmo, Magnus.
I usually have. They reproduce a lot.
It's going to be the Maui into the Inkwell. And it's going to be the small human Sisu cleaning up the Ursula. And Evil Panda in the chat says, we call that a hat trick. Very nicely done. Very nicely done indeed. And now with this human Sisu on the board, that legendary Sisu in hand, the opportunity to shift in Sisu for just 6 ink is a real possibility. And Joachim is fully well aware of that possibility because they know that that Sisu is in hand thanks to that Ursula which was played earlier on.
Yeah, we know that Medi has a Maui and a Sisu on hand, so you have to be a little bit careful what he plays or quest here. As for the moment with the big Sisu, the only thing that Medi will remove is that rabbit.
Three rabbits and a Sisu down on the board for Medi. On the other side, it's a crab, a hyena, and a rabbit. It's going to be Clarabelle into the Inkwell. Lots of ink being spent here. Is it the Ursula? It's the enchanted Ursula, Sea Witch Queen. Really awesome to see someone playing with this promo card, the Set 4 Championships promo. This is a 4/7 card which quests for 3, and it also stops other characters being able to exert to sing songs. The hyena questing for 2. And Joachim needs to be very careful about this Sisu coming in the next turn. So you would imagine there's not much reason to not quest with the rabbit because it's surely getting removed next turn. And It does in fact quest for 1. And Play passes back on over to Medi. They're going to draw to start their turn, of course. Looks like 3 or 4 cards in hand. There's a Sisu in there, there's a Fox in there.
I don't think the Mao has been inked yet, so perhaps the Mao as well.
Of course, no characters can exert to sing songs except the Ursula Sea Witch Queen. Ursula as well, when it quests, can exert an opposing character. So a very strong card, which quests for 3. Really finding a home in these Amethyst Emerald decks because of the shift target Ursula Deceiver. Rabbit quest for 1, Maddie up to 4 lore. 20% of the way there. It's going to be a Fox onto the Rabbit. Rabbit back into the hand. And the Fox, of course, with Rush, could remove the Banzai, but it is going to be removed itself with the 3 strength. Instead going for the Rabbit, so it remains on the board, but it's a card drawn as the Rabbit leaves play. And there the Rabbit trading for the Hyena.
Four ink left, so perhaps the Rabbit will come back again.
Yeah, many wanting to hold on to that giant Sisu. Maybe it's just a threat and ensuring that Joachim isn't able to go really wide with the board and play lots of threats down at once. Not wanting to spend it too early, it seems. In comes the Rabbit, just as he predicted, another card drawn. 1 ink left. This is one of those moments a Chernobog's or a Magic Room would be just delightful. The Sisu's going to quest for 1. And it's 5 lore apiece as play passes back on over to Joachim. This Ursula, of course, can quest for 3. The Crab for 1. Gets them up to 9. So they're starting to creep up towards it.
Yep.
But Emerald just doesn't. This is where the Ruby player is going to feel a little bit stronger in the late game. Emerald just doesn't have access to that kind of control that Ruby offers. It's very, very hard to win back the board in a situation like this as Emerald Amethyst. But Lyle is a great tool to slow down Ruby Amethyst. Lyle is going to be giving a character Reckless next turn, which means they can't quest and must challenge a Fable. And it's going to be the Rabbit which is selected here. But moreover, whenever one of the Emerald Amethyst cards is banished, not including Lyle, your opponent loses a lore. So if the Crab is banished, the Ruby Amethyst player loses 1 lore. And that can be a really, really good tool in a long, drawn-out match here.
Yeah, and I think hopefully Maddie have another Brawl in hand so we can get rid of that Lyle, but the problem is that he inked 1, I think it was last turn.
Yep. Yeah, of course, Crab not able to challenge Sisu. That Sisu is evasive. That was what Joachim was hoping to do. And now, of course, this Lyle is very much within Sisu range. And Joachim knows that that Sisu is in hand as well. Or at least they have that information and they should remember that Sisu's in hand. They saw it many, many turns ago. And yeah, if Lyle is banished itself, no lore is lost. It's only the other characters where your opponent loses lore when they're banished, not Lyle itself.
If you're Joachim here, will you quest with Ursula or will you not? Because you know that Medi could be possible play with a Crab in hand here, and a Crab with a Fox will take out Ursula.
Yeah, it's a really good question. Maybe it's just worth trading Crab for Fox in that case as well. I think that Joachim just has to keep questing as much as possible. It's going to be an Elsa which comes through, and it's going to exert a Rabbit when it enters play.
It's not going to exert the Reckless one.
But there, the Elsa, also with Rush and Evasive, can deal with the Sisu. And yeah, the Reckless Rabbit still is readied. The Crab can challenge, and it does trade with the Fox. Challenger given to Lyle, I think. And then 1 lore lost for Medi with the Lyle ability. And Ursula will quest now for 3. When it quests, it's going to exert an opposing character as well, which isn't going to matter here. Yep, so it's going to exert the Rabbit. I guess I don't think it's going to matter, but you never know. But now it's back on over to Medi. But the concern is this giant Sisu There is 8 ink available, and it's going to clean up the Lyle. It's going to clean up the Elsa as well.
All right.
But this Ursula will be safe from the Sisu with its 4 strength. Sisu, of course, clearing out any character with 2 strength or less.
We see 8 peaks sorted, so
There it
there's
is.
the Sisu.
The legendary foil Sisu, I do add. It's going to be 1 law lost thanks to the Elsa being removed and triggering the Lyle ability. It's going to be a rabbit trading or challenging the Ursula. The sacrificial rabbit does allow Medi to draw an extra card. Now the Sisu into the Inkwell. And there's that 1 extra ink being spent on the Chernobyls. Of course, this rabbit which challenged the Ursula, it had to because it was given reckless by
All
Lyle.
right. Yeah.
So it's not something that Medi necessarily wanted to do there, but was forced to due to the reckless tag given to it by Lyle. Ursula is going to quest for 3. This is the power of Ursula. Really, really good questing power and able to exert Sisu. Now a Fox could be great here to remove that Sisu from the board quite cleanly. It's going to be a Fox on the Ursula and it's going to be trading. Sisu has been banished and it's back on over to Medi. A really exciting game number 2 here. Currently Joachim 1-0 up in the series and it's Queen's Castle time.
Double!
Not just 1 but 2, and that is not going to be easy for Joachim to contend with. And the rabbit is now the queen of the castle. And the Chernobyls is going to quest for 1, banish to draw a card.
And Medi draw be prepared, I saw, so that can keep Joachim from taking out those castle.
Mm-hmm. The rabbit will quest for 1. And Joachim's going to draw, but these 2 Queen's Castles staring him down in the face. The rabbit is in the Queen's Castle to the right as well. So it would be nice for Joachim to try and remove this rabbit, but they need to win quite quickly. In comes Ursula again, but it costs 7 ink to play. Not cheap at all. And it's
And
back
passes.
on over. So Queen's Castle going to gain 4 lore. Going to draw a card for the rabbit as well. So 2 cards drawn at the start of the turn and 4 lore gained at the start as well. Well, Rabbit's going to try and sing. Be King Undisputed. It can't exert to sing though, can it?
No,
So-
it can't.
Okay, the Ursula Sea Witch Queen absolutely popping off. Other characters can't exert to sing songs. No Be King Undisputed for you. At least not with the rabbit. However, bad news. You can still play songs.
You can still play it, yeah.
So you could still pay 4 to deal with the Ursula instead.
That's exactly what she's gonna do here.
Yep. So Ursula denies the sing song, but the Bee King cannot be stopped entirely. And it's going to be a Chernobyls for 1. Chernobyls for another 1 is going to move into the Queen's Castle, the other 1 to the rabbit. And it's now back on over to Joachim, who is 9 lore away, but these Queen's Castles are going to be gaining lore very quickly. It's a rabbit for Joachim. Another rabbit has been found, but is it too little too late?
Yeah, he has 6 lore on the table, so it's gonna go up to 16. Or, well, now 15.
In comes the Kit Cloud Kicker. This is a card I really love the look of in these Emerald Amethyst decks. Really, really strong when you can bounce it back multiple times. It can also sing Friends on the other side. We haven't seen it too much yet today, but it's a card that I've really got my eye on in this color combination.
Yeah.
Queen's Castle is gaining 4 more lore, drawing another card for the rabbit in there as well. The rabbit goes on a quest, 5 lore more needed for Medi to force a game 3. It's going to be
That's
a
a
be
be
prepared. Clears out both rabbits. It clears out the Kit Cloud Kicker, but the Queen's Castles remain intact.
It's gonna be a hard comeback here for Joachim with those 2 Queen's Castle.
And 2 more Chernobyls followers, moving 1 into the castle as well. 5 law more needed. And Joachim scoops. He says, I've had enough. I have had enough. And we're going to be going to game number 3, Magnus.
Yeah.
Ruby Amethyst, Emerald Amethyst. Joachim losing this one means they will be going first in this game 3.
Yeah.
It was Medi who went first here. And I think Joachim going to be happy to be going first with their Emerald deck.
Of course, yeah. It's going to be a great power to use that Ursula, perhaps to take away our friends who maybe want to play on turn 3.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you're looking for that Ursula on turn 2 potentially. In a similar way, though, Medi could maybe try and mulligan accordingly to try and mulligan away the songs.
Yep.
But of course, it's very easy to draw into a Be Prepared, and you can't ink Be Prepared, and you might just get stuck. It's going to be interesting to see how aggressive Joachim is able to go as the player going first. They don't play things like Curse Merfolk, but they do have, of course, that Banzai on turn 2 as a good option.
Yeah.
They also have 1 copy of an Emerald Chromacon, which would be really amazing to see in the game as well.
A little bit interesting as well to see Medi. He's not playing with any set 5 cards.
Yeah, wow. It's actually something I've been seeing quite a bit with Ruby Amethyst players,
Yep.
not playing any set 5 cards. I have to say, I really like the look of the library, and I really like the look of Elsa, the 5th Spirit. I've been really impressed with both of those cards this weekend. I think Elsa especially, actually,
Yeah, she was
has
a
kind of been
powerhouse.
kind of been my MVP for the weekend. Card I've been most impressed by.
Yep.
We've seen people like bouncing it back multiple times. It was particularly looking strong in Sapphire Amethyst, in fairness, but definitely putting in work as well for Joachim in was it Joachim? No, it was in the previous game we saw Asgar using it to take out a Sisu. which
Oh,
was quite
right, yeah.
strong.
Yeah,
Yep.
well, I'm also a Ruby bounce player, and the only 2 cards I put into from set 5 is actually 2 of those Elsa.
Yep.
So it's a great addition to the Ruby bounce deck.
Yeah, so it is going to be Joachim going first, as they lost the previous game. It's their choice. This is a top 8 game. Player that loses this will be going home with a booster box of Shimmering Skies, I believe. Maybe there's even a choice of some other, but I imagine most players will be picking Shimmering Skies. But the player winning it will be booking their place in the semi-final and giving themselves a real chance to win a trophy, a signed Robin Hood Enchanted card, and a booster box from the first chapter. It's actually 1-1, guys. We missed the first game from the
Yeah.
series while the other game was going on. This is like the second game we're seeing from the top 8. So it is 1-1. This is the 3rd and final game. This is game 3.
Yeah, we saw an Agro deck take on in the first best out of 3, and was 3 games, and they did 3 games as these 2 guys did 1 game.
Yes, absolutely. It makes sense that the Amethyst kind of mirrors are a bit longer, and those aggro games were so quick.
Yeah, for sure.
Especially game 1 and game 3 where the aggro player went first. Yeah, this is basically like a bonus game, right? Rather than us just having a be right back screen, the judges were kind enough to sort out pulling on some other players onto the main table for us. There's quite a lot of aggro decks left in it, and we wanted to watch the top seed Simon, but the concern is that his game was going to be over quickly.
Yeah, for sure.
So we arranged to watch Simon's game first and then get on some other players as well. So this is the 3rd and final game. Emerald Amethyst versus Ruby Amethyst. And it's a goat into the inkwell, and it's a Rafiki Mystical Fighter to start things off here in the 3rd and final game.
Yeah, actually both players are playing with 2 Rafikis in their decks.
Yeah, amazing.
Medi only inking and doesn't play a 1-drop. I think he has like 9 1-drops in his deck.
Mm-hmm.
So if he misses out on that, that's definitely a bad thing.
Yeah. It's going to be Cogsworth inked, and for 2, it's going to be that Hyena Banzai. The Rafiki is going to quest for 1.
I like to see that Rafiki and the Banzai together there.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, that's so true, right? Yeah, Rafiki versus the hyenas. Rafiki has like an ability which does something about hyenas. What is it, chat, exactly?
Take
Rafiki
no
does?
damage, isn't it?
Yeah, I think you might be right. Takes no damage when challenging hyenas, which is not something we've ever seen be relevant, but maybe now with Banzai in the game,
Yeah,
it
for
actually
sure,
could start
yeah.
to be.
Medi just plays 1 drop and then passes. So kind of a slow start here from Medi. But I see a Fox in hand, so perhaps on turn 3 Medi will try to bounce the Shona box followers to play the Fox.
All right, I have a question about Sweden, Magnus.
Of course.
Why are your keyboards the way that they are? They're so confusing.
What do you mean? Well, I don't know how yours are.
Most of it's like the same as mine. It's like the @ symbol is like in a weird spot. I guess you guys have like some extra letters, right? With
Well,
accents.
that's really correct actually.
Yeah.
We have 3 more letters.
Okay.
O,
Oh,
yeah. Like on this
Yeah.
3. Yeah.
All right, so we see Madam and Fox on the board now for Joachim with that Rafiki as well, bouncing the hyena back, which can then come back down later and quest again for 2.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we are probably, Magnus, the plan is, during the lunch break, we're going to have a bit of a show match. I'm actually going to play the show match this time.
Okay.
I'm going to play against Janik, who played yesterday for the first time.
Wow.
But we played some games yesterday after the event, and he beat me twice.
Oh, really?
So even though he's brand new, we're going to see if he can beat me again. I'm going to give him my deck. I need to like basically find someone's deck to borrow.
I have 2 decks with me.
Bang, that could do the trick.
1 Sapphire Steel and 1 Ruby Bounce.
Okay. So should be pretty interesting. Infern says not that surprising. Brilliant, thanks.
So it's gonna be like a break after this, you think, or is it 1 more game?
I would imagine there's a break after this.
Yeah. So playing out a snake to bounce that fox.
Yeah, in comes the hyena back again, readied. Of course, it can't be challenged.
Yeah, and that Banzai has great stats just with that 3 power and can't be removed by Brawl. Medius plays the rabbit to draw a card.
Yep. Rafiki, Banzai, and Snake on the board here for Joachim. 3 law to 1 in Joachim's favour. Definitely the longer the game goes on, you've got to start favouring the Ruby player with those big powerful cards they have access to, like that Sisu. So Joachim's certainly wanting to make an early, well, get an early lead here.
Yep.
So I think that Maddie's not going to be too unhappy at the moment in time.
Oh, so Joachim inking the fox to play an Elsa. And Joachim just quests with the snake and Banzai to go up to 6. Thinking the Medi had a Maui in hand, so quite a big chance that we'll play it this time.
Fox into the Inkwell. And it is a nice, healthy lead here for Joachim. 5 lore ahead as it stands. That Elsa is on the board as well. Elsa, Snake, Banzai, and Rafiki. With just that rabbit and snake on the board here for Medi, but has 5 ink to play with, and of course 5 ink could be Maui time. And it's Snake trading Snake. And then it's going to be Maui onto the hyena. The power of Maui, but 3 damage back into Maui is pretty strong. You can really see the hyena's value. If this was a fox or a snake, it would have been removed. Often you see like a fox or a snake able to remove a questing character and stay on the board.
Yep.
But here, not the case. And Rafiki removes the Maui. Elsa is evasive, of course, so it's pretty difficult for Medi to deal with potentially. But only quest for 1. It's going to be 4 ink spent to play a rabbit. And it is a bit of a battle for the rabbits in matches like this often. So 1 rabbit apiece as it stands. It's going to be Friends on the other side, sang by Elsa. She's a 5-cost character, but she only quests for 1. So Joachim doing a really good job here of kind of winning the card draw battle.
Yeah, and he drew another Friends and another Elsa.
Yeah. But one thing that Joachim needs to be really aware of is that Medi's getting close to that 7 ink mark. They're currently at 5. So in 2 turns' time, as they ink Friends now, I wonder if that is going to be something they live to regret. Friends is so good in this matchup that I'm surprised by that decision to ink Friends.
Yep.
While it's important to ink each turn, I think Friends has so much value in this matchup that it might have been more wise to just try and hold on to the Friends for an extra turn, sing it with the rabbit maybe next turn.
Yeah.
But we'll see. Joachim clearly has a plan up their sleeve, wanting to hold on to that Elsa. It's go into the inkwell, 6 ink available, and it's going to be a Madame Medusa removing the rabbit, denying any bounce shenanigans. Now, Emerald Chromicon, I do believe, was drawn here for Joachim, which is interesting, but this is the turn, really, where Joachim needs to start being very careful about playing too heavily into Be Prepared. So finding an Ursula Deceiver could be an option, but also they don't really have a wide board, so the Be Prepared wouldn't be that big of a deal right now.
Yeah, both players having, is it like 4 or 5 cards in Joachim's hand? Definitely have a lot of choices.
Yeah, I think Joachim with like 5 cards, Medi with around 3, so Joachim definitely winning the card draw battle as it stands. Cogsworth into the ink, and it's going to be an expensive card. It looks like it's 7. Is it the Sea Witch Queen? Of course, it is.
It is.
It's that Sea Witch Queen, but now the concern has got to be for Joachim. Well, Medi suddenly going to be kind of interested in taking that Be Prepared if it's available, and it certainly is, as long as there's ink available.
Yep.
Of course, you'd have to sacrifice your Medusa and your rabbit, but you could quest with them first. It could be a pivotal moment in this game here. I'm sure, interestingly as well, if Joachim had access to that Ursula Deceiver, they could have spent 2 on Ursula, shift 5 on Ursula Sea Witch Queen to get the Sea Witch Queen down, still for 7, but with the discard. And there it is, the Be Prepared. Joachim saw it coming before it was even played. That rabbit also going to allow Medi to draw a card when it's banished. And it is going to pass back on over to Joachim. 3 lore to 7 in Joachim's favour. They do have that early lead we talked about, but now Ruby starting to claw their way back into it. But there's a Queen's Castle on the reset. That is a really strong response to the Be Prepared. Very difficult to deal with. Of course, Maui can deal 6 damage, but not 7. And are we going to see that Emerald Chromicon? We certainly are. 1 copy of it in Joachim's deck. Whenever one of their characters is banished, you can bounce a card of your choice back to that player's hands. That includes your own. So you can bounce back goats, you can bounce back rabbits, crabs, all sorts. This is the the quarterfinals, Care Bear, the top 8, game number 3. So the winner of this will be booking their place into the semi-finals. Going to be Fox into the inkwell. There's a big Sisu, but there's no cards to remove. But it is going to be the Sisu which enters the board, and it's going to pass back on over to Joachim. Now it's a good try and well, now it's a good time to gain lore for the Queen's Castle. Good job, table judge. Shout out to the judge.
And I guess Joachim wants to try to get away. That's Sisu.
Yeah, Elsa is going to be rushing in, and it's going to be given extra strength by the crab. It exerts the Sisu. It removes the Sisu. What a play.
Beautiful play.
That's one of my favorite plays of the day. And that Sisu, it just came down. It removed nothing. Medi was really hoping to quest with it or challenge the castle, but no, but there's another one where that came from. But again, the Sisu not removing anything from the board. That crab with 3 strength. Queen's Castle putting Joachim up to 11. And it looks like, Mangia, that fox was inked in order to start developing the Sisu on the board.
Oh, really?
Mother Gothel, 2 ink, it costs the player, but you can spend an extra 3 to bounce back a card to your opponent's hand. Mother Knows Best is the name of that ability. The crab's going to quest for 1, and there's a party at the Queen's Castle with a crab and a Mother Gothel.
It's going to be hard for Medi to come back from this.
Yep. You really see the power of the Queen's Castle up against Ruby Amethyst. And the Mother Gothel just so powerful here too. It's going to be a Sisu. It's going to clear the Gothel. But then the Emerald Chromacon triggers and it bounces Sisu back into hand again. What a play here from Joachim. The Emerald Chromacon, there's only 1 in the deck, but 1 is all you need at a moment like this.
I'm guessing he didn't think about that.
2 cards drawn, 1 for turn, 1 for the crab in the castle. 2 lore gained as well. Oh, you like Queen's Castle? Well, how about a library as well, just for good measure? 8 willpower and a rabbit. It looks like Joachim is running away with this one. They got the early lead, and they're really running away with it after that Be Prepared. It looked like maybe playing that Ursula into the Be Prepared was a mistake, but that Queen's Castle has just carried Joachim here to what looks like a pretty compelling 2-1 victory. But Medi going to be still trying to stay in this one. The problem is even a Be Prepared here would leave the Chromacon and both locations on the board. Mangia says that Joachim was actually prepared. I think you might be right. There it is. Joachim takes it. Well played indeed. Medi crashing out in the top 8. Still securing themselves a booster box, which is a really great effort. Of course, 64-player tournament, getting into the top 8 is a great achievement.
Absolutely.
Big congratulations to both players. And we are going to be seeing Joachim and their Emerald Amethyst deck making it into the semi-finals. Well done to both players.
I can see if any one of them may come up for a quick interview.
Yeah, that would be amazing. Thank you very much, Magnus. There is a good chance we're going to have a bit of a short lunch break. We might try and do some show matches. I'm actually going to probably play in one of the show matches later. We might even do like a show match after the finals finished, depending on what time we finish the event today. But all sorts of Lorcana going on in the building. We've of course got the main event with just 4 players left after this round. But you can also see more Lorcana going on just here. There's some side events. There's Pack Rush. There is some draft going on. Huge shout outs to the organisers here at Malmo Games Week. It's a non-profit organisation running it. Here are the prizes. We've got the top 4, the top 8 getting a display, the top 3 getting a trophy, and also the top 2 players getting an enchanted card, with the first place player getting a signed enchanted Robin Hood and a first chapter display, which is an absolutely brilliant prize. I'm sure you can all agree. We can actually take a quick look at the deck list there from our Emerald Amethyst player Joachim, which is looking like this. Banzai's in there popping off. There's also a couple Lyles. Only 1 Kit Cloud Kicker. I have to say I would like to see more copies of Kit. I think Kit is an absolute wizard in this deck. So powerful in combination with the bounce package and with being able to sing things like Friends on the Other Side. But a lot of new set 5 cards, which is really very exciting to see. I'm sure you can all agree. If you guys have got any questions for our players, type them in chat because I can ask them, because they're going to be coming up for an interview in just a moment. I haven't actually played any Emerald Amethyst yet myself, but I'm really excited to. I think it's a deck I think has a lot of potential, and really excited to see the Hyena in there as well. I think Banzai is a really, really cool card in particular. But yeah, big shout out to all the organisers. 64 players there was in total for decks. It's the biggest tournament there has been for Disney Lorcana in Sweden. We've got players coming from all over Sweden, but also lots of players from Denmark attending as well. And yeah, here at Malmo Games Week, all sorts of other cool stuff going on. We've got Pokemon, Yu-Gi-Oh, Magic, Learn to Play, One Piece, all sorts of cool stuff.
They were actually going on a lunch break, so they
Okay.
didn't have the time.
Cool.
Yeah.
No worries.
So here's your phone.
No. Oh, thanks, man. Yeah.
It's actually a break for an hour now.
Okay, so we're gonna have an hour break. We're gonna try and get a little show match going. Magnus, do you fancy a game, me versus you?
Yeah, sure.
We'll just find someone to cast it, maybe.
All right.
And have you got a deck with you?
Yeah.
All right, so it's going to be
Two.
me versus Magnus. And then after that, I'm also going to be playing against another streamer who learned to play yesterday,
Okay.
but who beat me twice.
Wow.
Well, actually, they only beat me once. I milled them in game 2, but it was
Okay.
30 card decks because I just split my deck in half.
Okay.
So I don't think that counts as a win. All right, so we will find someone to come up and join you guys. We're gonna go head down to the stream table,
Sure.
and we're gonna go play. You got the ice? I've got one. I got one with me. I got mine.
Oh. You want me to play?
Whatever you want to play. Bring them both if you want. I'm just going to go to the toilet for a second. Would you mind taking that down? Okay. Yeah. All right, chat. We just went for a toilet break, but we're gonna go have a game, Magnus and I. I'll try and find you guys a someone to cast, but you might just be watching us in silence. And whoever comes on, be nice, okay, chat? Please, be nice. They're probably not used to casting, so please be nice and friendly. Don't let me down, guys. Okay?
All right. Yep. Mic's on. My name is Bjorn Foot. I'm from Labyrinth TCG. I'll be one of your hosts here,
Yeah, and
commentating.
I'm Sander, and I'm from Cresting Vikings, also one of the team playing.
Yeah.
And now we have an hour break, so Special wants to go on the stream and play.
Yeah. Let's go.
Do we have the deck list here for them? I don't think they have it.
Yeah.
I don't
Yeah.
think oh, we have
No,
it.
is it?
No, this is the last round.
Oh yeah. I mean, sure we can.
I don't think they have a deck
No.
list. No.
Well, let's see what they're.
Let's see.
What they're playing here, some kind of showcase match. I think we might see some funky brews, is my guess.
Let's hope. Because now we actually know
Yeah.
the top 4 decks for the tournament.
Yeah,
I know that it should be 2 Emerald Amethyst, of course, one of them.
yeah.
And then we have the Emerald Amber Quick that got first place in Swiss.
Yeah. So I can see Specie here is on Ruby Emerald. Big respect. Love that.
The deck he actually have played on his YouTube also.
Yeah, I would assume it's the same or similar list to that, for sure.
And you see the enchantment where you're welcome there.
Oh, yeah. I can't understand people who play with such expensive cards.
I think I play 3 or 4 in my deck.
Oh. Right, so I guess they're waiting for the start signal.
It looks like that Specia is just trying to turn his cards upside down.
Oh right, yeah, he did the classic mistake of not making sure that his cards are in the right orientation before putting them back in the deck. I'm sure we've all done that before.
Yeah. And that's the one thing I remember from my match earlier yesterday, that the trackers, so they can see what the laws are, we forgot to put it in.
Oh.
So when me and Esker, people were just spamming the comments about they don't know, because we had it on paper.
Yeah.
So usually we just got 2 or 3 laws without people knowing why.
Well, let's hope that doesn't. Oh, well, they are cutting each other's decks, so
Now it's time to start.
absolutely they're taking their starting hands.
And it looked like it's the
Ruby
Amethyst.
Yes, Ruby Amethyst against Ruby Emerald. Which one is the strongest?
I do believe that if Magnus is on the library package, it maybe seems like when you have magic rooms. I think he has a lot of early, but the problem is that especially when you go a little bit into the later, I think he can come back quickly. So I think it's a little bit harder for Magnus to get the draw power, because a lot of it trades.
I think if Specie can get off some early discard, it might be a problem for Magnus.
I agree.
Like it looked like did he keep that Prince John?
I would assume he kept the Prince John.
Yeah, and also, I think an early Diablo without a brawl to answer it could also spell trouble. Again, the same.
Oh, it seems like you have both Cursed Merfolk and Flynn Rider at the last.
So it doesn't look like Specie is running a lot of evasives. Most Ruby Emerald seems to run a lot, but I don't see many here except for Diablo. So it's a.
I don't believe he actually is playing any evasive besides the Diablo. But the thing is actually, if he is actually playing Diablo, I'm not quite sure on that. I do actually believe he's playing without Diablo in this version.
Do you think so?
Yeah, because he has a lot of 3-drops. Beside that, if he plays with Ursula Deceiver of all.
Yeah. Oh, we see the Flynn. The Flynn Rider coming out from Magnus. That's going to spell trouble for Specie. Specie's shaking his head. He knows he's in trouble for at least a few turns before he can get the Maui down, right?
Because both Flynn Rider and Ursula and Prince John is not a good answer either. So that's the next 2 turns. That potentially is 6 law game.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously the broom is probably going to get bounced up and a fox play down. It becomes even harder to contest the Flynn Rider, I would assume. But Spessy says, okay, well, let me just get my questers out, right?
And I like that he chose not to quest with the Cursed Merfolk, just to make sure that he don't do a cheap way to get rid of it. He wants to have the Prince John, but you see the shaking on the head.
He does not feel confident here at all.
And sadly, there's a long time for that Maui to be played.
Yeah, no, yes, Spessy needs a brawl for sure.
Yeah,
He needs a brawl. Is it in the list? I don't
It should be.
I don't remember his list.
it should be.
Yeah.
I have a good idea of the list.
Right. That's definitely what you need against Ruby Amethyst, especially when they're on the play, right? Because that Flynn Rider is coming down turn 2. You just know it.
Yeah.
Followed by perhaps a Sisu or a Fox bouncing the 1-drop and just establishing that 4. No.
Oh, that's a big
goodness. Oh my goodness.
play. I do not believe I actually would have used Magic Boom there. I think I would have kept it just to quest with, because he couldn't take it out, and that's a lot more. I don't think he needs the draw right now.
I mean, I can't see his hand very clearly. Maybe he felt like he needed to.
Maybe.
But yeah, otherwise, the broom questing every turn and also being able to take out Merfolk, for example.
And we see the strong Prince John play, but sadly in this scenario that means a lot of law gain.
Up to 11 already. Looks like Ruby Amethyst is an aggro deck, the way this is going.
Now it's time to see, and he's on 3 and can up of 4. And now would have been a great time to have the Magic Broom if you have, of course, a Fox on the field. But I do believe that I saw a 3-drop Sisu in his hand, and if that's right, I have a Merlin Goat also. That it seems like he needs to think about if it's going to be the Sisu or the Merlin Goat. I think I would prefer the Merlin Goat in this scenario, because then you can actually just keep the both the flints ready.
Yeah,
he's doing
absolutely.
That, yes.
Absolutely agree with that. Now,
so potentially we can actually see a win here where Magnus is only questing with 1 character, and that's Magic Broom.
yeah, I mean, Spessy needs... No, he didn't... he had nothing with... Of course, I mean, the goat coming down 4 strength is very hard to match for Spessy's deck, right? Unless he gets to 5 and can play the Maui.
But now things is changing a lot, because now Spessy is starting, and that makes a big difference in this matchup, I think. Because now, when you get to Prince John and things like that, you can actually take out his hand. And this situation where he goes second in this matchup, he's already behind a lot because of the strong characters that the Ruby Amethyst will pull in the board later.
Yeah.
So it's very hard for that deck to get control of the match. But I think that Ruby Amethyst is kind of phasing out of the format a little bit.
Oh yeah, I mean, Ruby Amethyst beats a lot of decks that aren't going to be that common, right? And I think Daisy Duck Hyper Aggro is going to be more and more common as the meta progresses, and therefore is going to push out Ruby Amethyst, right? If you want to play a control deck, I think Ruby Sapphire is a lot safer because it doesn't lose to aggro decks when it can do a very early Sisu shift or be prepared.
But that's the problem. We also said that when set 4 came out, we also said Ruby Amethyst is not going to follow, and then they just came out. It seems like in the first week or 2 of a format, Ruby Amethyst is going a little bit out, and then when the format settles, it comes back in again, because then it can makes the small changes to justify it.
Yeah, maybe, but I think the reason why Ruby Amethyst came back is because of Flynn, Ryder, and all the Sisus. And we underestimated them. This set, there's nothing to underestimate because there's nothing here. No. There's nothing new, right? Except maybe the library.
Yeah.
I mean, the 5-cost Elsa is very clutch against evasive decks or decks that just refuses to quest, I suppose.
It just doesn't help the strategy. They already have a lot.
So wait.
A Pirate's Life, I think it's called.
Light, yeah. Ink that. Yeah, not good in this matchup for sure. No turn
No
one
one
play.
drop. That's
Very interesting.
it's
Unlucky
interesting.
mulligan.
I think he only mulliganed 4 cards, so that's quite interesting.
I mean, I assume that with his list, mulligan 4 would mean that he is, has a very good chance of getting
and
one.
Of course, he draws the 1 drop the turn after.
Yeah, I mean, that's a small Diablo. So
He
playing
is
the
playing the
biggest
Diablo,
Yeah, for sure. Flynn Rider on 2. So, since Rebemphis is going second here, I don't think we see a Flynn Rider coming out. That is almost only ever played when you go first.
Oh, the Enchanter Robin Hood.
Nice. However, since Flynn Rider worked out so well last time, Magnus might still play him even though it's on the draw, right? Because there's really nothing that can contest.
And he actually
power.
does. He plays the Flynn
Yeah,
Rider.
right.
I think that Specious deck is
Yeah.
something that a lot of people are unfamiliar with. So
But
in
now-
that case, it's
Yeah,
hard
but
to
the
make
brawl
it.
is coming, of course. He has
Of
two.
course,
He has
yes.
two brawls in hand.
Finally, we see Specious
he's-
finally taking it out.
Yeah, he's suspecting the second
Yeah.
as well. And I think it's correct quest here because yes, Magnus might have the Fox, but if he wants the Fox, at least he has to discard a card.
Yeah, and he has the big Robin Hood in his hand. He can play next turn.
Of course.
And if he tries to go for a bit more
Yeah.
control, he also have the second brawl.
Yeah, and if there is no Fox coming, that's just 2 free lore right
Exactly.
there.
He's thinking a lot of what to do.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure how I like that Robin Hood. It has a very strong effect for sure, but being a 1/4 uninkable 4 cost, it's a little bit awkward in most decks, isn't it?
I don't like that it's the turn after you play that it's first there. It's actually a good card.
Yeah, I mean, Hiram Flaversham is inkable and it lets you do the thing both when you play and when you quest.
exactly,
So
yeah.
why did they?
And I love the new Clarabelle.
Yeah.
I've used that a lot because again you draw it in the end phase, so your opponent cannot stop
Yeah.
it.
No, I think if Robin Hood activated on a play, I think he would be amazing.
I think it would be a great card. I don't think it would be exceptional over the top.
No, I mean
but I think it would be a great card.
Yeah, it wouldn't be an auto-include, mostly because he's uninkable, and Ruby has so many
Yeah.
good uninkable cards already. But we see the hand Sisu coming down.
But then the question would be, would Amethyst play it to play if it did
Yeah,
it on
and
the draw to get the friends?
The Enchanted Robin Hood for the flex, Speci coming out here and ruining his, several hundred euro card, or I don't know where Robin Hood's at, honestly, on the market.
I don't believe it right now. I think it's like 150, 180
Yeah,
euro
but
or something.
PSA, even if you triple sleeve your cards, they will get small bruises, mostly in the corners. It will happen. So it will devalue your Enchanted, but if you don't care, then, you don't care. If you're planning on keeping it instead of selling it,
That's a good thing I do. I don't pay for my Enchantress. I don't pay for the deck I'm playing. So, and then you see it's kind of sad here because especially did use all the turn just to pay a card. That was so easily taken out.
it is surely the weakness of Robin Hood. But he had to go for it, right? Because if there was no brawl there, then he would have been in an amazing position.
Exactly.
And now I assume he wants to play a Maui.
I cannot see how many cards he has in hand. Looks like especially only have 2 cards in his hand.
Yeah, so a Maui would have been really good here, right?
Oh,
The brawl works as well, right? The brawl works very well.
but again, now he only have 1 card in his hand and curse me for going to Florida. And
Wait, is he not
down to
questing?
7. I don't think he will because
Yeah,
he needs to have guys. I think he needs to top deck Prince John in this scenario or something like that. But
sure.
you are not a long way.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with waiting and then double questing the next turn, give Magnus more targets to be afraid of.
But he needed to get rid of the Queen's Castle. And he has no outs to it.
He does, if he top decks the Maui. Maui plus Flynn Rider, 7.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Of course, he can top deck that.
And that would be an incredible play. That's way better than questing with Flynn. So maybe that's also what he might be hoping for.
But again, then you just pass a turn and not really doing anything.
This is game 2. Someone in chat asked.
Oh.
It is indeed game 2. Game 1 went really fast, and Magnus won by having double Flynn Riders against Speci's 1 strength characters. And yeah, we see exactly that. The Maui Flynn Rider takes out Castle. I predicted it.
You predicted it.
I told you. Well, I felt.
I see we have some questions.
Or did you already have Maui in hand? I didn't see.
I couldn't see his hand, so I don't believe it. We have some questions here in chat. This is we have just played top 8, and now we're going into top 4, and in the top 4. But we have a 1-hour lunch break before, and Speci was like, I think you guys need something to look for that hour. So now they run down and
Yes, it's a showcase match.
yeah.
But it's a really good one, really interesting match for sure. Like game 1 was over quickly, yes. However, I think this can go either way, right?
It can. And now he's singing you welcome.
Maui sings you're welcome. How fitting, right?
And now he doesn't leave the Cursed Merfolk also, and he gets draw.
Yeah, Speci definitely needs some card draw to get back in the game here, and he does.
I think the best thing about that play is you can actually have enchanted Maui singing enchantment your welcome.
Yeah, if anyone does that, I think they need to get some kind of special award.
So,
Play the Flynn Rider and pass. Interesting.
oh, we see another Maui in there. Power's Life.
Yeah.
That's not so good right now.
No, I think. I mean, if he manages to hold on to the Power Life until the end of the game, he can definitely get a surprise victory from 18.
I think right now he needs some answers.
Of
Or
course.
some questions.
He would rather have something else, but I'm just saying, if he isn't forced to ink the Pirate's Life, it will be good at the end of the game.
But now we're beginning to see something where Magnus is actually going down in cards in his hand because he doesn't have draw power.
Yeah.
So now the Flynn Rider is actually a lot stronger.
Yeah.
Yeah,
The
it's a
Flynn-
lot stronger now.
Yeah, like he.
Because if we can force him to discard those big
Absolutely.
characters, I think there's a big Sisu here, but he's only on 6 ink.
Yeah, for sure. Like the only card draw he had was the Queen's Castle, and it got taken out by the Maui and Flynn Rider. Incredible.
As you predicted.
Yeah, I was thinking it's such a crazy play that it has to happen. So yeah, now Magnus is having a hard time. He's taking a lot of time to think. He doesn't really know what to do, but I think he just
He trades.
he trades. Yeah, because he had a castle.
But he doesn't know that Speci
He doesn't
did draw
know.
a Maui.
It's best he has the second Maui. Oh, it's so sad. I can't look. It's like a train wreck.
You can see.
Slowly. No, it was a very good play from Magnus, but unfortunately, Speci just had the correct answer again. And what can you do? If the opponent has everything. Ooh,
now-
Big Sisu is a good card, right? Because she puts the questing on, right?
But it's hard for Magnus to quest with it because Maui can just take it. But that's
Sure.
we don't talk about Bruno taking it out.
Wow. Oh no. Oh, Speci looking really good here.
I feel like Ruby Amethyst always just top the goat. That's just,
Merlin Goat. Now, Speci could play the Hypnotize
Yeah.
with no targets. He could
he
do
would
that.
play it just to get the draw. It seemed like will not
Sings
do it.
Pirate's Life? I mean, sure. I guess he.
I don't really understand that play, but
Well, he didn't. Well, he didn't really have anything else to do. I guess he didn't want to play the one-drop Diablo.
I think I would have gone for the Hypnotize. But
I suppose he can just hypnotize this turn.
yeah,
But yeah, the premature Pirate's Life, I mean, it could win him the game. But it would have been better as a surprise towards the end, I think.
and now it changes back to actually.
Oh, the top deck Robin Hood. Nice. All right, so and Robin Hood does get to quest. That is huge. That could be huge. Let's see what we get here.
Another Pirate's Life maybe to keep him going down.
Yeah, that would.
You're
Oh,
welcome.
You're welcome. It's good. Or hypnotize.
But he does have a one card in hand.
He doesn't really want to use You're Welcome, I think, because he doesn't want to get rid of his own Robin Hood. And he shows the hypnotize because he doesn't want Magnus to draw 2 cards. We've got a second Robin Hood and a Merfolk.
It's a very strong play.
Yeah, good questing. And also...
And that top deck doesn't do the biggest, because he could he could take it out before.
I mean, I think Speci's drawn a lot of actions already here, so I'm not sure if we're gonna be able to get anything from Robin Hood. I think the deck is a little bit thinned out from actions at this point.
And here it's important to quest with the Cursed Merfolk first, because if you get your welcome,
Absolutely.
and you choose to take out your own cards, that makes sense.
Might just be another Hypnotize. Yeah, it's a Hypnotize. I mean, it's a card draw. It's not bad, but you could have wished for more.
And he gets Brawl with it. That doesn't really do anything, sadly.
Brawl doesn't help him here, but you know, if a surprise Flynn Rider comes down from Magnus' side, the Brawl is very good. So he simply just plays
Maybe he's
another
looking for a
Hypnotize.
Pirate's Life right now.
Yeah, I mean, I guess he just plays down the Ursula to have another quester.
And that's the promo from the celebration, I think it's called, or something.
I do not know where she's from.
It's a box where people were standing in line in specific shops in London and in America and in France. You needed to be at those places to buy it.
Okay.
And then you got...
Yeah, I don't think we had that in
5
Sweden,
promo.
so I think I missed that.
No, you didn't have it. I really wanted one of those boxes, but sadly I didn't.
Right.
But he is sadly one off.
I mean, a Pirate's Life saves him.
Pirate's Life saves him. And actually, Magnus can only quest right now with
exactly.
2 characters.
I mean, it looks like he's a white board, but
And another Merlin Gold.
Well, Magnus does have game now. However, Speci can brawl the rabbit and make him not have game anymore.
Still doesn't have game. Next turn he can only quest for 4.
Oh right, yeah.
Without a bounce, of course.
Yeah, I was counting the bounce. Of course, though, if he has the bounce, he can both bounce and play, so that would be 2 extra lore.
Pirate's Life. Oh, Christmas.
Ooh.
But
What?
I don't really know here.
What's up? What's happening? What's he doing? What?
He's brawling his own character.
Maybe. Yeah, I was really confused.
Yeah, well,
Did he
that makes no
miscount?
sense. Yeah, that
Did he
makes no
miscount?
sense. I think he miscounted this situation. Yeah.
Yeah, we see Speci here being a real Lorcana professional.
And that's the problem when you stream all the time. You don't have the time to play as much.
Oh. Is it a bounce? Oh, the beat. Wait, no, he can't afford it. He can't afford it. Oh. And the Merfolk wins Speci the second game. Wow.
And a close game.
Yeah.
Very much back and forth.
So do we know, are they doing a best of 3?
I have no idea.
Yeah, I
but they
hope
have
so.
it now as well.
Yeah, I mean, I hope I love this matchup. This is intense. Yeah, I mean, I think Speci, he needs to be put down a few pegs. He gets a little bit full of himself sometimes, eh? So if any opportunity to roast him is a opportunity you need to take.
Prince John, he really wants the Prince John.
Yeah. No, we get it, Speci, but he did get the Prince John first game, but of course the double Flynn kind of completely invalidated the Prince John line of play.
I really think that was a lot of turns there where especially could have done a lot if he got the Prince John.
Oh, for sure, for sure.
That's one of the things I have a hard time with that deck. Is it's a completely different deck without
Yeah.
Prince John.
Oh yeah, no, that's
A lot of the
You-
lines because you cannot be as aggro
yeah.
without him.
I mean, I think there's two versions of any Emerald deck. Either you play Prince John or you play Clarabelle, right?
Yeah,
Prince
I
John
think
or
you're pretty much-
Clarabelle.
yeah.
That's the two versions. Because Emerald doesn't have a lot of card draw, and so you have to lead into either of those
Exactly.
types. Clarabelle bounce or Prince John discard, and of course, Spess is chosen the latter.
And now we see, I think it's Curse Miracle and Prince John. Mm-hmm. No 2-drop, but he has the Brawl. I think this seems like a pretty good hand.
Pretty good, yeah. I mean, two. Is it?
A 3, you're welcome. I think some of them will be in.
Yeah, 3 of them. That's a lot. I like the Super Goof. Pretty good card.
At locals this Friday, I actually lost to the most random player ever. Very casual, but he has the Dr. Facilia that says that when one of his characters dies,
Yeah.
goes back to his hand. And a red item that says that if you challenge with the character,
Yeah.
the next character you play costs 1
Cost
less.
1.
Yes.
Yes.
Then he has the Shakan, where when he challenges something,
Of course,
he
of
gains
course.
1 law. And he
And
plays
the
Cogsworth.
Cogsworth. 1 cost.
And
rush.
I had a big board, so he just kept on
So
swinging
ding,
and
ding,
gaining
ding,
1 law.
ding, ding.
He got 16 laws that way and won.
Oh yeah. No, there are definitely some insane combos that I mean, it requires a lot to set that up, right? You're not gonna get that off most games, but if you get something crazy like that off, it's always a good time, and that's why I love this game. It's
Exactly, yeah.
so much. Okay, so we're seeing that's a pretty good hand. Bounce the broom and then got the big Sisu. If that shifts on turn 6, Spess is in trouble.
Robin Hood,
You got
first
the
time we
sudden
actually
chill.
see the Diablo.
Yeah.
It seems like double Robin Hood.
Yeah, early. I mean, I guess.
I think it's very good for Specie here that he doesn't have the Flynn Rider.
So, wait, did he keep the Prince John? So, does he have both Prince John and Diablo? Because that's a little awkward.
yeah, he has both of them.
Oof, yeah, that's. Because arguably, Diablo singing Sudden Chill is pretty good, but then you, in that case, need to do it on turn 5 because turn 3 Prince John, or you do turn 3
Yeah.
Diablo, then turn 4 Prince John
Yeah.
and sing Sudden Chill. Sorry, of course. I think that's the play here. Another Diablo. I don't think that's where he wants to go with this. I mean, Diablo is a great card, but he needs Inkables.
The problem we are facing here is also now when the 3-drop Caesar's there, there's only 3 turns to the shift big Caesar that we see that must have in his hand.
And then, everything disappears.
Then everything.
He's not going to keep a single thing.
So I think the Specie needs to get rid of cards in his hand and hope for the Robin Hood to hit a brawl to get rid of the Caesar.
He does. I think he does have a brawl in hand, doesn't he?
I think he did the.
I can't
I
see.
think it's Robin Hood,
super well.
Sudden Chill, Robin Hood, Diablo.
Oh, okay. Oh yeah, no, that's a brawl. Yep. That's a lot of uninkables also in hand. Could be dangerous.
Is the Robin Hood an ink? I think Robin Hood is an
Yes,
inkable.
it is.
4 inkable.
Yeah,
cards.
that's what I'm saying. It's
So I don't think we will see the sudden chill. Actually, I think it will be.
it probably has to be inked up. Gets a draw card of Prince John, which is good.
Inkable.
Especially needs some ink.
And I.
Go.
It's an inkable.
Nice. And especially, doing the proper thing by waiting for the card to actually be discarded before he draws. However, if you should be really proper, then the card needs to be discarded before the challenge takes place.
Top deck a brawl.
That's pretty good, but I don't think he'll be... I mean, he'll be able to take out the Flynn Rider, but not the Sisu, sadly, because he won't be able to empty his
But
hand.
now he's just buying a turn for that big Caesar.
I mean, still, though, the Flynn Rider ticking for 3 lore each turn would be absolutely devastating, so he's not out of the game.
Definitely not.
He's not out of the game. He would have been if the Flynn Rider was on the board, but with him gone, he has a chance.
There's also a play where he can play. We don't talk about Bruno on the small Caesar also.
Oh, of course. There's also always. I mean, Magnus could just replay the small Caesar, right? Unless it gets discarded.
It could be.
'Cause
Or you could hit the big Caesar.
Oh yeah, for sure. You can always hope that you hit something good with We Don't Talk About Bruno. And Magnus' hand is decreasing. No, he does.
And now he see the big Caesar
Yeah.
is there.
Big Caesar is there. And was that a Flynn Rider also?
I don't believe it was Twin Rider.
What was it?
It was a brawl.
Brawl, yeah. Those,
Take 'em
those,
out.
for me, those two cards look very similar when you're watching on a. We're watching on a pretty small screen. That's why.
And we have lights shining us right
Yeah,
in the head.
exactly. so for me, like they are both like Ruby cards with like a bunch of light colors on the left hand side. You know, it looks similar to me. But yeah, the brawl, you know, I guess that's good for when Diablo comes down after the big Sisu.
Yeah.
Brawling that. But you know, he doesn't need to do the big Caesar right now because he's just winning the board anyway, right?
And he's only on 4.
But I'm talking
Yeah,
even.
I think he wants Specie to commit to the
Yeah,
board. first,
even on 6, unless Specie really commits, he's not
Yeah.
gonna want to shift. And now that Specie knows he has the big Caesar, the question is, will Specie still go wide and force the big Caesar to come out, or will he try to play around it somehow?
The big thing is here if he's going to play a Diablo or a Robin Hood.
Yeah.
But again, now
Look, I know Specie, and I think just for the sake of it, he would play the Robin Hood because that's like one of his favorite cards right now. I don't think he can resist playing down the Robin Hood, even though the Diablo might be the correct play.
But the question is, how many uninkables is he on right now?
And did he? I mean, did Specie have an action in hand that he can discard to shift Diablo? In that case, he can do both.
Don't think he actually have an action because he used the brawl on the Flynn Rider. Unless he, of course, top deck one.
He plays.
I think
The
it
Diablo-
makes sense to play it because that way he can maybe force out a little bit more the big Caesar.
I'm not sure if I agree with this though, because now Diablo is vulnerable to a B King.
Yeah, now he can brawl.
I guess it gets brawled away anyway. But I think
I agree. I wouldn't have pressed.
No, I think that's a big misplay from Specie.
And he saw him play B King
like
through the
keeping the small Diablo on the board just to make yourself safe from Lady Tremaine and B King is such an important thing to do, I think. I don't think there's any Lady Tremaines here, but we have seen B King.
Yeah.
So that's a misplay for sure. Then, for example, if a B King would come here, he wouldn't have to choose with, oh no, should I, my Quester or my Diablo? No, he can just sacrifice the small useless one.
Which of them do you hope winning this win?
Which one I hope to win?
Yeah.
Well, I don't really have a stake in this, but I for sure hope that the more fun deck wins, right? Like Ruby Amethyst, Yawn, Boring.
But I'm the brawling meta player, so I would hope that the meta deck actually is winning.
Well, I mean, we both agree that Ruby Amethyst is falling out of the meta right now, so is it really?
That's right. But again,
really?
I like the better deck. Chat.
Yeah, no, I understand. You're very fond of it because it's been in the meta for so long.
Yeah.
For me, for the exact same reason is why I despise it. It's been in the meta for so long. That's why I just have more and more contempt for it. But of course, respect the people who play it. I mean, it's a great deck and it's fun to play as well, of course.
I really like when set 5 hit because I think a lot of the meta is changing with them. Both the decks and the playing styles. Even if you see the same deck, it plays a lot different now.
Yeah, and I think of all the metas, this Shimmering Skies meta feels the most open by far, right? It's the like maybe in set 1 when nobody knew what they were doing, things were kind of open, but not really, In the end, there were 2 good decks, Steel Song and Ruby Amethyst. But yeah.
I think one of the things that I talked with my friends about was in the top 16 here, we had 2 Emerald Amber decks.
Yeah.
One of them is in top 4. But they were. Well, the one was with a Rush and Velo and Pegasus that you have seen on stream, and the other is the discard version.
Yes.
It's crazy to think with only 5 sets, we actually have 2 decks with the same color combination,
Can be
playing
played
2 different
very
entirely
differently.
decks.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
they actually are not playing that many cards that the other one are playing.
Yes. Yeah, that's my friend Simon who made Day 2. He's the one with the Agro version of Emerald. You know, got the Clarabelle for draw engine, no discard at all, and just Pegasus, shift Pegasus, and just go crazy.
He was the one that got first place in Swiss, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I faced him in Swiss.
Yeah. No, that deck
It ended in a 1-1.
Deck is crazy unless he faces steel. He has a problem against steel, I think, and he just dodged steel all day. I mean, that's how you win.
There is one Amber Steel in top 4. The good thing for him is he's not facing against it. I am.
And and even if he does, he has first seed, so he's always going to go first twice.
Yes,
So I think
that makes a big deal.
even against the steel, like just the fact that he goes first twice can still make him win.
Exactly.
Right. Like the draw is a very pretty sure on the draw is a loss, but since he's on the play both times, he's probably he can take both of those.
But one thing that I really liked is, as we tried to ask the judges, and we think that there was actually only 2 Emerald Amethyst players at the event, and both of us are in top 4.
Nice. Yeah, well, it was a good.
With the exact same deck list.
Yeah, it was a good meta qual, I think.
I think it was.
At least how things turned out today. But yeah, the Robin Hood's not surviving, is it? No, of course not. So I was thinking like questing with Sisu, yeah, because
That's
the big ones
also
come.
a problem with Robin Hood, that it also loses to Sisu, Ice Block with a small Sisu for if you play with the Ruby Sapphire deck. There's a lot of outs to it before it can quest. We're just reading the chat, and big shout out to Malmo.
Yeah, thanks, Andreas. He's. Well, you sound like someone who would live down here, so I don't know what stopped you. Anyway, Magnus is just questing away now. That Sisu doing 3 per turn. The Super Goof into the Snake, a very nice tempo play, but Sisu quest for 3, and that's a real big problem.
But again, Specie gets the too low every time he challenges.
Sure. But I think he needs to remove that. That's Sisu. He did ink the Your Welcomes. I assume he has another one in hand, because if he doesn't get rid of that, he's just it's over.
Yes,
yeah. So he has to play that for sure. But that gives Magnus 2 cards.
And you use a lot of you cannot sing it.
Yeah. I think they're applauding for the Star Wars players, I think.
Yeah.
But we see it. And now Magnus only has a Maui, so Specie could still turn it around unless Magnus draws into some good questers here. Why did he not with Diablo friends? Good question. I guess what? No, friends on the other side? What?
I don't understand the question.
No, that's not. Yeah.
But he's on 5 ink, and he did draw B patterns, big Caesar again. And the new Elsa, I think.
Yeah. He's only on 6 ink though. So
It didn't seem like it was the best of draws, actually.
Yeah, but I mean, he for sure should ink, and play big Sisu.
I think it makes more sense to have a quest
exactly. Yep, ink the Maui just to be at 7, so next turn he can be at 8. And I think that's very telegraphed. Specie should understand that, a big Sisu is coming. There would be no reason to just ink for nothing.
And sadly, he...
Pirate's Life! Oh, that's pretty good, but that doesn't put anything on the board. Especially being 5 away, that's a lot, And the big Sisu...
Yeah. Oh, he's saying that Magnus did play friends while
Because of
Spezia
Diablo.
has Diablo exerted, and he didn't draw.
Well, I mean, that's we didn't catch it either, I suppose. But I mean, that's on Speci, you know.
And they're also saying that he missed one law with Goofy. I don't think he did actually.
No, I think he took the lore with Goofy. I saw the lore counter move up.
It's only win it challenge, so when Maui took it out, he doesn't get any. But again, he maybe he forgot to draw with the friends.
But yeah, we do see the Merfolk here coming down. He's gonna quest for 2. Not enough, but it's getting there. And of course, Magnus. Oh, he sings friends instead of questing. I'm not sure I would do that. Because he needs to really.
Now he will commit to. I think I will have committed to a big Sisu here, just to try to finish the game quickly.
Yeah, because if he's not questing with Fox, then for sure he's going to play Big Sisu that's going to then quest twice and win. But if he wasn't going to play the Big
snake
Sisu,
and he wants to bounce the
Sure.
I don't believe this is the right call.
No, I think it's a mistake because you're risking. Yeah, and now Prince John comes down. He's. I guess he can be dealt with the Sisu.
Oh yeah, no, that's right. He shouldn't draw with the friends because Diablo.
Huh?
What? That
Is
makes
that
no sense.
Oh yeah. Anyway, so in this position, of course, Big Sisu is going to come. I mean, it has to come down now, right?
Yeah, it has to come down now.
Because
now he can finish the game.
Yeah, and also Prince John has a ward.
Yeah.
And you can't risk Speci getting closer to 20. So a quest for 2, or is it a 3? What? Well, excuse me? Huh? Yeah, and he chooses to be prepared instead. I don't know why he's so reluctant to.
I don't know what
he
he's afraid of from Speci. That's. And especially have 2 cards in the hand.
I guess maybe he wanted to be prepared before he had a good board, in case he wants to play stuff out.
Or maybe it's a time where he wants to.
And
he
could have played it last turn, right?
Or the turn before.
Just.
And now he doesn't even quest for game. Apparent's live, and that is actually.
That's pretty good, but again, it's still a 2-turn clock with Sisu here. Go up to 17. Speci needs an answer for the Sisu, right? Oh, did we miss the? No, well, yeah, we know the first Sisu got what you're welcomed, but this is the second one that he drew later. No, there was a first Sisu, but it was way back.
Hitting a Merlin Gold.
That's pretty good.
But sadly, that's not enough, and now we can just.
Yeah. I mean that's. Yeah, I mean, and the games are gonna start up in a few minutes, right? In 10, or was it 10:15? Don't remember.
I think it's in 20 minutes. The top.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
So
20 minutes. It's a 4.
yeah. So maybe they're. So yeah, nice to see this fun matchup in the lunch break for sure.
I could go down and ask them if they want to play another because there's 20 minutes.
I mean, it might be.
Maybe
cutting it close.
He wants to come up.
Yeah. They might have some things to say, or maybe Speci actually wants to go eat some quick lunch. I mean, I know I'm gonna go grab a bag of chips or something, you know.
And I actually should have gotten out eating in the 1 hour break now, but
I get you. You could probably grab a snack in the kiosk.
I think no problem.
Yeah.
But even though I'm from Denmark, it's actually only my, I think, 3rd time in Sweden.
Yeah. Well, how do you like it?
I like that everything costs a lot less than in Denmark.
Yeah, I think both Denmark and Norway are expensive compared to us. So we don't like going to your places, no. We don't like going to your countries. We stay here.
Understand.
Yeah. I'm sure Spessy will be back any moment in order to conduct a short interview, right? Oh, we want to know.
Do you want an interview with Special?
I mean, I think we can. If we both tackle it in a few minutes, we both have time to go grab something quick. Yeah. Hey, Spessy.
So now it's your time for the interview. They're saying.
Yeah, the loser interview here.
The loser interview, yeah. Home advantage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think so.
Yeah, I mean,
That was fun.
yeah, no,
Thank
it
you
was
guys.
really fun to
Good
see,
luck.
right?
Thank you, buddy. Yeah, don't
Yeah.
Thank you, man.
Thank you guys.
You guys have fun? Yeah. Good luck with your game.
What?
Oh. Oh. Okay.
Got that?
Oh my goodness. Okay. Oh. Oh my God. What is this? I want it.
This is like famous, and then we have
Oh.
some cinnamon buns as well.
Oh my God, my friend. All for me or for us? All for me, chat. This is my prize for losing. That's what Magnus said to me. He said, dude, if you lose to me on stream...
If you let me win.
Thank you so much. What does this
sure.
mean?
This
Kram
is hug
Padig. It
Kram
means
Padig. Hug on you.
you are... Oh, hug on me.
Hug on me or hug on you. Actually.
Nice, let's go. That looks so good.
Yeah, this is one of the famous in Sweden. Marabou chocolate with dime. It's really good.
I love Dime.
And this is actually from
What
a town
news.
called Gränna. So it's like a candy cane.
Oh, no way.
Yeah,
I thought it was like a sausage.
No, more like a candy cane actually. And this is salt and licorice and raspberry.
Oh,
And this is like more my mint one.
oh. Okay, I have to try this one.
Yeah, it's really good.
This one's got my name on it. What is Marabou?
Marabou is a company
Okay.
that's chocolate.
Do they make dime bars?
The what?
Do they do dime? 'Cause
Yeah,
I know
they do dime, yeah.
Okay.
I think so. Maybe Cloetta does it, I'm not sure. Now maybe it's Marabou actually.
Right, taste time.
See if you like it.
Do you like some too?
Sure. I love chocolate.
Chat, I got you some as well.
It's good, right?
That is a 9 out of 10.
9 out of 10. That's a good.
Kram Padig. Oops.
Oops. Kram på dig.
Kram Padig. Thank you so much. That's so kind.
Yeah, of course, mate.
Right, guys, we're going to have a little break.
Yeah, it's gonna start like 15 minutes, I think.
Yeah, so well, I'm going to go to the toilet, get refreshed. I don't know if we've got time to get food proper, but maybe.
Could be hard, perhaps.
You can,
I'm not sure.
I reckon you got time. If you're late, don't worry.
It's no problem.
You can go grab some.
I got some yogurt here. so-
Nice. I got chocolate. All right,
Yeah.
guys. Well, we'll be back soon.
I'm gonna check who also got to the semifinals.
Cool.
players. Phase 4 will soon start. Best of the rest, please come.
Sander against, what was it? Not Joachim. Jonas.
Okay.
So not Simon and was it like a
Having a chocolate problem. 64. I'm going to try and pull up the deck list for you guys. How much food though? I love Sweden. So, this deck is in both semi-finals. Exact list.
For real?
Yeah.
Cool.
So it looks like, I think anyway, Sander and Joachim have the same list, so they must have prepped together. 61 cards, by the way. I'm pretty sure it's card for card the same. Sorry, I just spat everywhere. Yeah, it's card for card. So, in both semi-finals, there is Emerald Amethyst. So we could see an Emerald Amethyst mirror in the finals. That would be something. And then the other two decks, one of them's going to be up against the... not that. So this one? No.
Not on Dex list? No, it's not something.
That one. Download one. Yeah, I didn't set up the OBS smart enough. Okay, so one of them's up against
Hyper Agro.
the Hyper Agro, which is top seed, so it's going to be going first twice. And then the other one is up against, is it Steel Song? Yeah. It's the 0 to Hero Steel Song deck, which we did watch yesterday. I'm going to make that list on Dreamborn quickly now to pull it up for you guys. But we did see it on stream yesterday. It plays 0 to Hero, it plays Mirabelle Madrigal. She's in the thumbnail of the stream. So we could see Mirabelle Madrigal taking it down. Just making the list for you guys here. That got knocked out, so I can delete that. Yeah, so one player in each semi-final with this Emerald Amethyst. One of them's going to be up against the Hyper Aggro, the other's going to be up against Steel Songs. Steel Songs looks like it's probably in a good position to win the whole thing from here, I would say. If I'm honest.
Yeah, I think it could be a good matchup for the other deck, so...
Yep. We know the top seed avoided Steel up to this point. But it might be on its way.
Yeah, he can meet the Steel in the final. I hope we can do the games rather quick because I have a plane to catch at 6.
Oh, do you really? If you need to shoot off, do not stress. Yeah.
But I hope to stream the final as well. It will be really fun to
definitely
do the whole way, of course.
Are you streaming? Are you flying from Copenhagen?
No, I'm flying from here in Malmo actually.
Okay.
So it's not far to the airport.
Have you checked in for your flight?
I have, yeah.
Good lad.
So, and I'm not gonna send any bags or something, so it's gonna be just quick on and just go to Stockholm.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Have you always lived in Stockholm?
No, I'm actually from the north part of Sweden.
Okay.
A town called Umeå.
Okay.
But for the last couple of years, I lived in the main capital of Sweden, that's called Stockholm.
And you like it there?
Yeah, it's a big city, over 1 million people.
Okay.
It's big for Sweden.
Yeah.
So a lot of things happening there. I really love the town per se, and they have a lot of good restaurants and stuff. And the Lorcana community is also big there, so I'm really happy to play with my friends. And I have Simon in one of the semifinals that I usually play with. So I'm really happy for his sake that he's in the semifinals.
Right, I couldn't work out. I was at 62 cards and I couldn't work out why. But it's because they're playing just 2 Robin Hoods and 2 Mirabelles, which is pretty outrageous. They even said on the interview yesterday, like, yeah, well, it probably should be 2 Robin Hoods, but I wanted to have some fun and try out Mirabelle. So this is the Ambassador Songs deck, which has also made it into the semi-finals with a few unorthodox cards, and in particular that Mirabelle Madrigal, who is so unorthodox I just had to make her the thumbnail of the YouTube stream. I've almost finished this whole chocolate bar, Magnus.
Well, in Sweden you can eat how much chocolate as you want,
Yeah.
and you won't get fat, so it's no problem.
I did go try and queue for food, but the queue was way too long.
Yeah, but he actually told us, Samir, that we can go in front of it because we are streaming, so you can just get one.
I felt bad.
I understand it. I did it yesterday and I felt a little bit ashamed, but I needed to.
Yeah, so we're not too far away from the next round starting. I wanted to pull up the list for you guys. I don't think the players are sat down. Oh!
It has.
So,
We have Sander on the right there,
yeah, Sander on the right, who's playing,
not Joachim, so it's Jonas, I think.
I think Jonas, who was doing the commentating for our game. So we've got, no, not this one. We've got Amber Steel versus Emerald Amethyst, which is definitely going to be quite a tricky matchup. I'm really curious to how this one plays out.
Should I take your phone down?
Oh, yeah, we
score?
do need the phone for the score, yes. Thank you, Magnus.
I will run again.
I thought you wanted some of the chocolate.
No.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Yeah, so I'm really curious to see how this one plays out. I think the Amber Emerald players, Amber Amethyst players mentioned earlier that maybe this is one of the trickier matchups for them. But Queen's Castle could probably put in some pretty good work. It's possible the list I was given with the songs deck is not correct. We'll have to see what happens here. I'm a bit confused. I guess it's right. I just didn't think Jonas was playing Amber Steel songs. How's it going, chat? I haven't been looking at chat for a minute while I was doing this deck list. This is the semi-final. One of 2 semi-finals. $64 players. I've literally finished this whole chocolate bar. 540 calories in 5 minutes. Nice. Look at this. Oh. Whole chocolate bar. Finito. I'm a fiend. I'm an absolute fiend. Welcome in, everybody. This is Disney Lorcana semi-finals here at Malmo Games Week. This is a competitive card game tournament in Sweden. I'm joined by Magnus on the microphone.
Hello, everyone.
Magnus just absolutely embarrassed me on my own stream by beating me in the show match.
Well, you got candy, so I got to win. So. So we have 2 semifinals now, and then I think I talked to the arrangers that we can also stream the third place with game as well. Because of the number 1, 2, and 3 will get a prize for the placement as well.
Yep.
Get a trophy for place 3 as well. Thanks.
Am I playing in Birmingham? I am not. I am playing in Seattle, however. I'll be playing in Seattle. So we are live on Twitch and YouTube. Looks like we're on the Twitch front page, Magnus. That's pretty cool.
Again?
Yeah, again.
Wow.
I know.
Amazing.
So thank you to Twitch for the support. Huge shout out to Malmo Games Week, who are the organizers of this amazing event. It's a non-profit organization that's helping organize it, doing awesome things in the community with young children. Lots of volunteers here. Big shout out to all the judges who are ensuring all the players are working. Also like the security guards at the front of the venue, making sure everyone's safe and sound.
For sure.
Really amazing event here, and it's just been really fun. As you can see kind of behind us here, this is one of 4 halls at Malmo Games Week. This is one of the card game halls.
Yeah, they play Pokemon here, they play Star Wars, Yu-Gi-Oh, and of course Lorcana.
Yeah, which, let's be honest, Disney Lorcana is the best.
It's the best.
And it's not
For
even close.
sure.
If you guys have never played Disney Lorcana before, it is an amazing game. Really, really easy to pick up, but very difficult to master. It's got that nice balance of being tricky to play perfectly and really rewarding for that sense, but also we introduced some players on the stream to the game yesterday for the first time, and they are really, really looking to play more already. So, first players of... Glenn asks, MVP of the weekend. Banzai is definitely a good shout. I'm going to have to give it to Elsa, though.
Elsa, yeah.
I'm going to have to give it to the 5-cost Elsa. Maybe Banzai is also a contender for that. Elsa just popped off so many times, though. But yeah, I think Banzai is a good pick for MVP as well.
Yeah,
Especially,
also,
we could even see that mirror in the final, right? We could see a Emerald Amethyst mirror.
Yeah, of course. Sorry, I was just gonna say that also Amber had that Daisy Duck that have done a lot of your work for Simon, who is the top seed in this tournament.
Yeah, that's really true. So we've got Jonas here to the left playing Amber Seal songs. We did interview them yesterday, and they kind of mentioned they were having a bit of fun with some of the cards. They've got 3 copies of Zero to Hero. That's something to really look out for. Maybe Zero to Hero could prove to be the MVP. It's a song card which, when you play it, reduces the cost of the next character card you play this turn by the amount of characters you have in play. So if you have 5 characters and you sing Zero to Hero, you could pay 0 ink for a 5-cost character. And that's something that we did see Jonas use really well yesterday to shift in a Cinderella Stout-Hearted really early. I think he told us he can shift it in on turn 3 or something crazy.
Yep.
So that's definitely something to look out for. What deck is the worst matchup for Emerald Amethyst? That's a good question. I don't know. I'm fairly sure when we asked some of the Emerald Amethyst players earlier what matchups they are a bit worried about, I do think Amber Steel Songs was mentioned within that. Having said that, Emerald does also have access to Cloud Kicker, for example.
Yep.
And also you've got the Fox. Those are 2 really good ways of dealing with Daisy Duck. I can also imagine that Queen's Castle can be a bit of a problem for Amber Steel at times. So it's going to be a really exciting one. Here we go. There's the semi-finals of Disney Lorcana Challenge here at Malmo Games Week. Each player is looking to book their place in the final. And Mirabelle Madrigal starts off where she belongs, in the Inkwell. Mirabelle Madrigal, of course, a legendary card which cannot be played unless you have 5 other characters down on the board, or 4. Absolutely incredible that it's in the deck, honestly.
It might be, but she can be the number 5 character, I guess.
Yep. Imagine if we see the Mirabelle Madrigal on the board, questing for 5 lore in a single swoop. It's going to be an Ink from Sander, but no card played. Cinderella on the board for Jonas. Cinderella into the Inkwell for Jonas, and in comes Mr. Smee. Cinderella's going to quest not for -1, but 1 instead, of course. So in Lorcana, once per turn, you can exert a character card, and this Cinderella went on a quest and gained 1 point. The Mr. Smee, if it goes on a quest, will gain 2. But the turn you play a card in Lorcana, you're not able to do anything with it for an extra turn. Ursula Deceiver is going to peek at the hand of Jonas and discard a song card, let the Storm Rage on, the only one available. Now, Ursula is definitely a very good card against these song decks, and of course we've seen lots of people bouncing this Ursula back today, Magnus.
Yeah, some games we've seen, he bounced back Ursula a couple of times.
Yep.
And removing 3-4 songs, it's really done its job.
Yep, Jonas going to ink, and in comes the Aerial. Speaking of songs, the top 4 cards of the deck are going to be revealed.
I see a string.
Yeah, and there is a song card available, so they're able to reveal that song card and put it into their hand. However, there is an Ursula bounce potentially, but of course if you bounce the Ursula, it's going to cost you at least 2 ink. It's also an option here for Jonas though to sing it straight away with the Cinderella, and they do go for that in case there's a second Ursula maybe in the hand, and Mr. Smee will go on a quest for 2 lore, and of course with no captains on the board, that Mr. Smee will take 1 damage. Look at that, that's a nice dice.
Yeah.
Nice die, I think it is in fact.
Great start for Jonas here.
Yeah, so 3 lore lead for Jonas, but in comes one of the MVPs of the tournament. It's a $100 card called Clarabelle Enchanted that goes into the Inkwell, and a 20p hyena enters the board. Probably less than that, honestly.
Yeah, honestly, yeah.
So this hyena on the board is a 3/2 stat line which can quest for 2. Banzai.
Another Cinderella into the Inkwell.
Oh, and there we see the Smee and Rapunzel synergy. Mr. Smee had damaged itself. Rapunzel lets down her hair and is healing Smee by 1, and that is going to allow Rapunzel to draw Jonas 1 extra card, and it's a Daisy Duck, which I think has entered the hand here.
Yeah, but Jonas doesn't seem to have any songs in his hand, so he can't remove one side in this moment of time.
Mr. Smee going to go on a quest again, gaining 2 lore. I'm sure that damage counter will get added to Smee as well if it hasn't done so already, because there's no captains around. Unless Rapunzel's a captain, but I don't think so. There it is.
There it is, yeah.
So Banzai could challenge the Smee. Remember, in Disney Lorcana, you can only challenge exerted characters, which is like the Smee when it's turned sideways. The Cinderella, the Aerial, and the Rapunzel cannot be challenged as they are readied, but Smee is going to be challenged by Banzai, removing both from the board, but still 3 characters remaining for our Amber Steel Songs player.
Yeah, and Sana playing that rabbit as you predict at turn 4.
Yep, allows them to draw a card, but a little shake of the head there from Sander, feeling a little bit begrudged at how this one started off. Of course, Jonas has the ability to go first in this one with them being the higher seed. They do sing Let the Storm Rage on with Cinderella. It's going to deal 2 damage to that rabbit, but needs a little bit more damage to polish it off. It's going to be 5 ink exerted for Shenpo as a bodyguard. Not a card you see every day. Bodyguard is a keyword in Disney Lorcana, which means you cannot challenge other characters. You can only challenge the Shenpo.
And it's a 3/7, right? It's a big boy.
I think it's actually a 4/7.
4/7.
So yeah, it can't be removed by things like Medusa. Very powerful card. Can sing those 5-cost songs like Grab Your Swords and Whole New World as well.
Yeah, Jonas is really running away with the game here.
Yeah, we're seeing the power of Amber Steel, I think, particularly when going first. It's really got that potential to gain lore very, very quickly. And this was even without Daisy Duck. The Cinderella on turn 1 when going first, just so strong with those steel songs, Storm Rage on and Strength, being able to remove cards at will. The Rabbit, of course, can only challenge the Shenpo with that bodyguard ability. So Cinderella is safe from being challenged by the Rabbit.
Perhaps it could be coming in with a Fox here, but the Fox will die to Shampoo, so I'm guessing it's not going to rush into that.
It is going to be a simple quest for 1 with Merlin's Rabbit. Sandar with 1 lore on the board. Of course, it's first to 20 points is the winner. It is going to be the Fox bouncing back the Rabbit into hand. And Fox does have Rush, so it can challenge, but of course it can only challenge this Shenpo. And that's not going to be a very good idea because the Fox would be removed, but Chempo would live to tell the tale. In comes the Banzai again. And play passes back on over to Jonas. Chempo really, really good value there.
See a Daisy in hand. And a Daisy comes out from Jonas.
Yep, just 1 ink, but a card which can quest for 2 lore every time. Of course, the Rapunzel can also quest for 2. The rest of Jonas's cards just questing for 1. Daisy Duck, the turn it enters play, not able to quest or challenge. You have to wait a turn for the ink to dry on the card. 4 ink still available for Jonas, and of course, they didn't yet ink this turn either. You can ink in Disney Lorcana 1 card every turn. It's going to be some questing from every single character, just sometimes doing the simple play is best, just turning everything sideways. They're at 13 lore, 7 more to go. 4 ink still to spend, with the option of also inking to spend 5 ink.
So Jonas also had an Vanessa in hand, but seems not to want to play it at this moment.
Yep. Sander draws to start the turn. All their things are readied. Into the inkwell, we see friends on the other side. And it looks like 5 ink spent. It's going to be the Cricky, which is pretty good to deal with that Chempo. It gives 3 extra strength to all of their characters, and suddenly Chempo and Rapunzel removed, thanks to that Cricky giving the Madame Medusa and the Banzai that extra strength. But it's a big moment.
I didn't see that coming. It was a great play from Sander there.
It's a big moment, but Jonas is still looking really, really strong here. If they quest with everything on the board, they're going to be gaining 4 lore, and they'll be just 3 away. The hand is a little bit sticky, though. There's that Ursula Vanessa, which is just a 2-cost character, and there's 0 to hero. 3 copies of the card in Jonas's deck, but it's just not the kind of moment you want for it. After a whole new world, it could be tremendous, but in comes Vanessa for 2. 0 to hero, pretty much a dud card in the hand here for Jonas right now. This was a big moment with the Cricky, really combining well with the high strength of the Fox and the Banzai. Cricky with 3 strength itself, so this Daisy actually trading out for the Hyena, but remains on the board with that huge willpower that she has.
Yeah, we will see Jonas quest. No, he just passes over.
Back on over to Xander, who draws to start the turn. Lots of ink available. This 0 to hero in the hand for Jonas is causing them all kinds of problems right now. And it's a real opportunity for Xander to get back into it. In comes the Rabbit, adding an extra card into their hand when it enters play. 2 ink still to spend, but could ink for turn to play a 3-cost card. It is going to be Goat into the inkwell, and 3 ink spent on the Emerald Chromicon. And it is going to be Daisy Duck removed from the board by the Cricky. Now, the Emerald Chromicon is whenever during your opponent's turn one of your character cards is banished, you may bounce a card of your choice back to their player's hand. So you could, of course, target your opponent's cards to slow them down. Alternatively, you could bounce your Rabbit back. I didn't catch what was drawn here by Jonas. Is it another Chempo?
Chempo, it seems like it.
Bam! In as a bodyguard, protecting the board yet again. And it's going to be big questing power from Jonas, who is now in a position they could win the game next turn. So Xander has to remove at least one of Jonas's characters. Of course, that Chempo is a bodyguard. It's going to be a Rabbit, maybe digging and trying to search for something which can answer this board. The Chempo bodyguard is going to be friends to continue to look for something. They find a Mother Gothel, but I just don't think there's enough ink available to use it. Chempo with that 7 willpower, I believe, is going to be very difficult to take out. 3 ink available. Could, of course, ink and then pay 4 for something. Cricky is going to challenge the Chempo, dealing 3 damage. Is there anything? There's going to be a Fox as well. bouncing back the rabbit, drawing a card. It does take out the Chempo, and Xander is still in this game by the skin of their teeth. Clarabelle into the Inkwell. I think that's the third Clarabelle we've seen. Now, Cinderella Stout-Hearted would win the game here for Jonas as a shift. Doesn't find it, going to quest for 3, and they're just one lore away. They can taste victory in game number 1. It is a best of 3. It's going to be strength to remove the rabbit. So Xander has to remove everything from the board, and I think also they forgot about this Emerald Chromacon trigger there when the rabbit was removed.
All right, yeah.
And they pick up and they scoop. I don't think it would have mattered. It's game number 1 in the semi-final to Jonas. They are the higher seed. They got to go first. And in game number 2, we will be seeing Xander with an opportunity to be going first.
Yeah, definitely fun first match there, and see the power from the Steel Zone.
Yeah. Amber Steel putting in some serious work. This is Malmo Games Week. You can see our players are just in this tent over here. Boop, boop, boop. We've got another little tournament going on down here, which is called like the Best of the Rest, where a lot of the players that didn't make the top cut were able to play today in some constructed.
Yep.
There's some pack rush, some draft, all kinds of awesome Disney and Lorcana action here in Malmo. So if you guys are based in Sweden and you want to start playing some Disney Lorcana, well, Malmo's got a lot of stores. You're playing in Stockholm as well. Also Copenhagen very nearby. There seems to be a really nice community over in Denmark as well. So even if you're not in Sweden, check out, see if your local game store is doing Disney Lorcana. It's a great game to get involved with. So much fun. Very easy to pick up indeed. Certainly my favorite game that exists.
Yeah, I'm really happy that we're here for the start. I mean, Lorcana has been here for a year now, and it's really fun to see it progress and what's happening with the game.
Yeah. Yeah, both players shuffling. That's some nice shuffling. Better than my shuffling, that's for sure, from Jonas. Very impressive shuffling skills. I think I'm easily impressed, though. Especially when it comes to shuffling. Pink sleeves versus yellow sleeves.
We did see that yesterday as well.
Yeah. Yeah, so the other semi-final, which is ongoing, is going to be a kind of hyper aggro Emerald Amber deck versus the exact same list here that Xander's playing. So it's an Emerald Amber versus Amethyst Emerald in the other semi-final. And there's actually a chance that we might even be able to bring you the closing games of that one. If this one finishes first, we can ask the players to maybe scoot on over to our stream table. We'll have to wait and see. So it is going to be Xander going first, which is generally an advantage in Lorcana. They're going to be mulliganing cards. I think they kept 3, I believe, so going to be drawing 4 new cards.
Yep.
And on the other side, it looks like 2 cards mulligan for Jonas. The mulligan in Disney Lorcana, very, very important, very powerful. In some other card games, you don't really get much agency over the initial cards in your opening hand, but that's very different in Lorcana. You have real big opportunities to change your hand as much as you want. Game 1 did go to Amber Steel Songs. Game number 2, though, is coming right up. Lots of shuffling going on. Very, very good to see. It is 70-minute rounds. I doubt we're going to need quite that long with the styles of decks that we have got in the top 4. Yeah. Clarabelle into the Inkwell. Seeing Clarabelle inked a lot. I have to say, I'm not convinced about the Clarabelle in Emerald Amethyst.
No.
I think Amethyst, you have so much card draw.
Yeah, for sure.
We see Daisy getting inked and Robin Hood entering the board. The beloved Outlaw. There was no turn 1 play here for Xander. Oh, talking to Clarabelle getting inked. It's an enchanted Clarabelle this time now. Does Ursula find a song? It certainly does. 2 songs available. Strength of a Raging Fire or Let the Storm Rage On. Of course, Strength is inkable. Storm is uninkable. So that could help sway the decision making. And it is in fact Strength that is gotten rid of. Again, possibly because it's an inkable card, it could have just gone into the Inkwell. If Xander has another Ursula in hand, they're going to be able to play it next turn to discard that Storm because it cannot be inked. So let's see. It's going to be a Smee for Jonas. Also Robin Hood not questing, which might suggest that they're looking to shift in Robin Hood next turn. Ursula quest for 1. 3 ink to play with.
Will we see the fox again? Perhaps.
Another Ursula would be a really interesting option here, knowing that that Storm Rage on is in hand. Do they have access to it? They don't. It's going to be a snake, so they can bounce back the Ursula into hand, but of course they're not going to be able to play it just yet. You need 4 ink to play a snake and an Ursula at the same time, but saving that Ursula for a rainy day. Now Jonas can get to 3 ink this turn, and there is a Robin Hood card, which usually costs 5, that you can pay 3 to shift it on to the smaller Robin Hood. I have to say that they're only playing 2 of those Robin Hoods because they have 2 of those Mirabelles. Oh, is this the game we're going to see Mirabelle Madrigal? I think we might see it.
We might see it, yeah.
In the inkwell. But you never know. I would be very excited if we do. It's Ariel getting inked, and it is going to be the Robin Hood, and it is going to sing A Whole New World. Each player is having to discard their entire hand and draw 7 new cards. Whole New World, one of the most powerful cards in Disney Lorcana. So 3 ink was spent on the Robin Hood to shift it in, and then you're able to exert Robin Hood to sing a song for free with 5 cost or less. Whole New World, usually it costs 5 ink, but here you can play it for free by exerting the Robin Hood. One of the most powerful combos in the game, and is exactly what Amber Steel is looking to do when going second in particular. Great start for Jonas, despite going second. It's going to be an Ursula though, which is great to find off of A Whole New World.
Just 1 song in hand.
Yep. Really good information. Whenever I get, whenever my opponent plays Whole New World against me and I'm playing Emerald, I always want that Ursula in my fresh hand. So I think it's definitely nice for Xander that they've got access to that. Mm-hmm. So let the Storm Rage on, gets discarded, but of course all the other cards are good information now for Xander. They know exactly what's in their opponent's hand. That is until they draw a card next turn, then there will be that 1 mystery card. In comes the Banzai, and play passes back on over to Jonas, who's going to ready all their characters, ready the ink, and draw a card. So that Rapunzel is an unknown card for Xander, but they do in theory know the rest of them. Looks like Robin Hood is the card of choice to go into the inkwell, but Jonas having some second thoughts. That Rapunzel and Smee synergy we saw quite a bit as well. And also worth noting, Xander not exerting the Madam Mim because it could have been removed by Robin Hood. And there is the Rapunzel, healing up that Smee by 1 and drawing a card. Now the question is, does Jonas decides to quest a Smee and leaves the Robin Hood where it is? Are you surprised by that?
I'm guessing he just want to have a big singer on play. He can play something for 5 later on. Because if he leaves him open, he can take it away with Snake and Bonsai.
Yep. Yeah, that's very true. Wanting to protect that Robin Hood, of course, could have gone on a quest and gained 2 lore, first to 20, remember. But deciding to just leave the Robin Hood ready and waiting and saving it for a rainy day. Well, in comes the enchanted Ursula Sea Witch Queen. When it quests, it's going to exert a character card of Xander's choice. So it's going to be Rapunzel exerted, and bam! In comes the snake, in comes the hyena to remove that Rapunzel. Usually this Ursula Sea Witch Queen costs 7, but it's a shift 5 ability, shifting onto that Emerald Ursula. Both players utilizing the shift mechanic, which is one of my favorite mechanics in Lorcana. Another Whole New World, though, drawn by Jonas. But Ursula Sea Witch Queen it's got lots of abilities, but one of them is opposing, well, any character, not including Ursula herself, can exert to sing songs. So no songs can be sung by Jonas. However, I do believe that Prince Naveen doesn't sing the song, but plays the song. So I think it's quite possible that the Prince Naveen here could be played for 4 and the Whole New World could still come through, which would actually be a really, really good way of playing around this Ursula Sea Witch Queen. It's going to be Robin Hood challenging the Hyena. When Robin Hood banishes a character in a challenge, it gains 2 lore. Really powerful, being able to control the board while still continuing to climb towards 20 points.
Yeah, and we see another Rapunzel in hand, so perhaps Jonas is thinking about playing that to heal up the Robin Hood.
Yep, and then Smee is going to remove the snake. Cinderella's going to be inked, and for 5, it's going to be that Chempo back again as a bodyguard protecting Robin Hood. Does Naveen get around the new Pete as well? Impulsive asks. No, it does not. Because Pete says you cannot play an action, whereas Ursula is specifically other characters cannot exert to sing songs. So you can still pay to play songs, and Naveen is like a really good way of playing songs very, very cheaply. In comes Mother Gothel. Now this is a very exciting new card that came out a few weeks ago. It costs 6, and your opponent chooses one of their cards to bounce back to their hand. And Jonas is going to pick up the Robin Hood, but not just the 5-cost character, but also that 1-cost character which Robin Hood shifted onto. So 2 cards back in hand for Jonas. And it's going to be a quest for 3 with the Ursula Sea Witch Queen. Xander really making more of a game of it this time around. Robin Hood's back.
We will see the shift right away.
Or we could do 3 ink. It is going to be a 3 ink exerted. Is it going to be Robin Hood back again? Could be something different. There's that 0 to hero in hand as well. Of course, Chempo can sing songs that cost 5 or less. This is not a Jafar Desert. This is actually an Ursula Sea Witch Queen. It is an enchanted card. Yeah, and Jonas just going to make sure that they are fully understanding what Mummy Gothel does. That's my nickname for this Mother Gothel, Mummy Gothel.
Mummy Gothel?
Yeah.
Okay. So her only effect is to bounce, and then she can quest for 2?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think 4-5 stat line, so pretty difficult. But there's the Naveen. So Naveen can play a song card from hand for free, and it's going to be 0 to hero. So, yep, Xander just checking, it says play, and it certainly does. So 0 to hero, while it can't be sung by anything, it can be played by Naveen. And now the next card Jonas plays is going to cost 3 ink less. So Pete costs nothing to play at all here. Pete is going to stop Xander playing any actions next turn. What a fascinating game we've had so far.
Yeah, very much back and forth here. 7-7 on the table. Let's see what Xander can do here.
Yeah, 7 points each. Remember, it's first to 20. That Ursula Sea Witch Queen has 3 lore, so can quest for 3. The Mummy Gothel can quest for 2. So Xander, if they quest with both, could get up to 12 this turn. Remember, they cannot play any actions this turn because of that Pete Games referee. He's given the red card to the actions of Xander for this turn. They've been sin-binned. Jonas with a lot of cards in hand as well, and still has that whole new world as well. Of course, no character can even exert to sing songs thanks to the Ursula Sea Witch Queen. It is going to be the double quest. Up to 12 lore now for Xander, with all of their ink still remaining. 6 ink, and the judge is reminding the players that this Ursula trigger needs to go through, which is when this character quests, you must exert a character. I think it is a must. I don't think it's a may. But I could be wrong. Yep, the Robin Hood gets exerted. In comes the castle. So Queen's Castle, a location. Both cards moving there. It costs 4 to play the castle, 1 to move each character there. It has 7 willpower. It can be challenged straight away. But at the start of Xander's turn, he's going to gain 2 lore and draw a card for each card in the castle, but it might get removed, Magnus.
Yeah, I think Jonas is checking here if we have any good songs to play. I see a whole new world in hand.
Shampoo could sing it.
They can't because of the Sea Witch Queen, though, right?
Oh, right.
So the Sea Witch Queen is stopping any characters exerting to sing.
No, that's
you
true.
can still play it, though. But
Okay.
Shampoo is going to challenge Ursula.
For 4?
Yeah, I believe so.
And then
4 damage taken each, and then Robin Hood's going to finish the job and also gain 2 lore for Jonas's trouble when they remove a card with Robin Hood. So I think they're up to 9 now. Did that not get added? I think it didn't get added. Yep, there it is. Cinderella comes down for 1. Naveen and Pete, it looks like, are also going to quest, leaving the Queen's Castle where it is for now. A really wide board now developed by Jonas.
5 characters out on play.
But it's 12 lore each. The Queen's Castle is going to gain 2 more lore for Xander, getting them up to 14. It's also going to draw them a card with Mother Gothel being in the castle at the start of the turn. Gothel, of course, can quest for 2 herself, meaning Xander can get up to 16, but they've got to be worried about the threat of Jonas getting to 20 next turn. Robin Hood can quest for 2, Naveen for 2. That gets them up to 16. The Pete, the Cindy, the Champo up to 19. But of course, if there's a Cinderella Stout-Hearted shift, that Cinderella could suddenly quest for 3 instead of 1. And guess what? There is a Cinderella Stout-Hearted in hand.
Wow,
So Jonas actually can win the game in the next turn, potentially catching Xander by surprise.
It's going to be really interesting to see what happens there. And Jonas already have the 1-0 win. So.
Yep. Yeah, Xander is 0-1 down in this series. They have to win this to stay in the competition. Remember, both players looking to book their place in the final with a chance to win an enchanted version of this Robin Hood card you can see on the board, which is signed by the artist. An incredible prize, but also the first place player getting a booster box of the first chapter, which was the first set of Disney Lorcana, released a year ago now, and is by far the most valuable set of packs you can get in Disney Lorcana.
It is for sure.
And also some great trophies.
The rabbit won't do it.
Yeah, Rabbit's not going to do much, but it will draw a card for Xander. Of course, this Champo as a bodyguard is the only character which can be challenged here by Xander. Champo protecting all the other characters. It's going to be the Cogsworth, which gives the Rabbit rush. Mummy Gothel going to remove the Champo, but stays on the board itself. This Rabbit has been given rush by the Cogsworth and does clean up the Robin Hood. The Rabbit's going to draw a card, but also Robin Hood, when banished, draws a card. And I think suddenly now, Xander has managed to stay in the game for a turn longer at least. Naveen, Pete questing for 3 up to 15. If the Cinderella shift comes through, Jonas would be at 18. So really good job there from Xander to stay in this game for now. It's a real tight one. It's going to be 2 cards played. It's going to be a Clarabelle for 1 or a Fiki for 1. Going wide, but a Grab Your Swords would be devastating right now. Clearing the board, apart from that Queen's Castle, would stay intact. What a game we've got here.
No Grab Your Sword in hand for Judas, but he has that one, a whole new world, so probably can try to search for it.
Prince Naveen is Singer 6 as well. Even though it's a 4-cost character, it can sing songs which cost 6 or less. So that's worth bearing in mind. Of course, Cinderella could be shifted in, and that could be used to sing A Whole New World as well. Of course, though, no cards in hand right now for Xander. So while A Whole New World sounds like a really fun idea, you're also giving your opponent 7 brand new cards. So it's maybe something Jonas wants to avoid doing. There's an Ursula Vanessa in there. There's a Rapunzel. Now, Mother Gothel with that 4 strength, I believe, can't be challenged into to heal something with Rapunzel, but we do see the Cinderella shift. It's going to cost 5 to shift in Cinderella Stout-Hearted. It's got resist 2. It's really difficult to remove, and it can quest for 3. My mistake. Apparently Xander does have 1 card in hand. I thought they played everything out. There's an Ursula, there's a Be Our Guest, there's a Rapunzel. Pete's going to remove the Mother Gothel from the board, but it also gets removed itself. In comes Be Our Guest, being sung by Prince Naveen. You're going to look at the top 4 cards and you can add a character card of your choice into your hand. It's going to be Tinkerbell. The rest go to the bottom. 1 copy of Be Our Guest in this deck, and Cinderella can challenge ready characters if you play a song this turn, and Clarabelle has been selected. I forgot about that part of the ability of Cindy. But the Queen's Castle, let's not forget, is going to gain 2 lore here for Sander. They're up to 16. I'm sure that's going to get added in just a moment.
Yeah, Goat would be devastating for Jonas here.
Rafiki is a 0-2, but when it challenges, it's going to gain 3 strength. So it's going to challenge Naveen, dealing 3 damage to it, which removes it from the board. That's a very nice trade. Cogsworth is likely going to go on a quest and gain 1 lore up to 17. And with that Queen's Castle continuing to rack up lore, yeah, and as you mentioned, a Goat threat could be really, really good here for Xander. It looked like it was all over, but suddenly they seem to be in the ascendancy. No Goat available, but there is a Mother Gothel. You spend 2 ink to play it, but you can spend an additional 3. Mother Knows Best ability bounces it back, and it's over. It's a win for Xander, and we go to game 3. How did they pull that off? Absolutely incredible win by Xander.
Yeah, amazing, amazing.
Wow. What a game. Woo.
Oh, I'm still so sweaty. It's amazing.
Yeah, what an amazing tournament we've had here. 64 players in Malmo, Sweden at Malmo Games Week. Huge shout out to all the organisers. These are the prizes which the players are playing for. Everyone got a bunch of promos and a Disney Lorcana challenge, Disney Lorcana anniversary pin. Also, the top 16 got 8 boosters. These players have already secured 1 display for being in the top 4.
Yep.
But now they're really fighting. If they win this, they guarantee themselves at least the silver trophy, at least an enchanted card, but the opportunity to win that signed enchanted and a first chapter display. So this is a game for an enchanted card at least. Whoever wins this gets an enchanted card, which is a really, really big prize.
That's a really good win.
Yeah, both great players. I know that Xander mentioned to me yesterday they won something crazy, like 14 out of 16 set champs or something.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. I think they've won like the most set champs out of anyone in Denmark by far. Pretty incredible record that. 14 set champs. I've not even been to 14 set champs. That's an incredible record.
Yeah, but Jonas had the upper hand here, being the top seed.
Yep. So Jonas went first in game 1. Xander went first in game 2, and it's now back on Jonas to go first. So it's going to be interesting to see how Xander can deal with the Amber Steel songs, particularly if a certain duck known as Daisy is played on turn 1. Daisy Duck, one of the most powerful cards we have in Disney Lorcana right now. It's a 1-cost character which can quest for 2 and is very difficult to remove from the board, as it has 4 willpower, 4 defensive points.
I will see if he finds it. I know he plays 2 Donald State and 2 Lovely Lady. So have a split on the daisies.
If you guys are excited for Disney Lorcana, let us know in the chat. Who do you think is going to be winning this one? Jonas or Xander? Amber Steel, or is it going to be Amethyst Emerald? Let us know what you're thinking. 7 cards drawn for each player to start the game. And of course we start with the mulligan, where each player can select as many cards as they like from their hand to put on the bottom of their deck and replace them with cards off the top. So Xander going to really be looking for cards which can help stifle that early game aggression of Amber Steel with things like Daisy Duck. Maybe like a Madam Mim Fox on turn 3. But look at the hand, I can see a couple of daisies already. I think there's 2 in there.
We see Cinderella.
Could we see the Shin Miri line of dreams from Jonas? Triple Daisy by turn 2. In fact, they only play 2 Daisy Ducks. They have 2 Daisy Ducks, but they also have 2 of the Inkable Daisies, which is really curious. Could this be the game we see Mirabelle Madrigal enter the board for the first time in the history of Disney Lorcana? Maybe.
Maybe.
I don't think so. I think she's going to get inked. I know Jonas would absolutely love to get his Mirabelle Madrigal down on the board and questing for 5, though.
Yeah, yeah. But I think actually he mulliganed the Daisy Ducks there.
Very interesting.
Kept keeping Cinderella and some couple of songs which he can sing on turn 2.
So wanting instead to have, rather than that aggressive opening, just wanting a more safe start to control the board. We had 64 competitions, Kieran. And Daisy Duck is played down, and Cinderella for 1 is played as well. So Cinderella, a really, really powerful opening play, as it's able to sing the Storm Rage on, able to sing Strength and control the board. Really interesting mulligan there from Jonas. Mr. Smee enters the board. Cindy Quest for 1, Daisy Quest for 2, but Cinderella gives you so much control. And we also know Jonas is looking to maybe like go for the 0 to hero to get the Cinderella down nice and early. It's something they talked about quite a bit. In comes Ursula Deceiver. It is the card you're looking for against Dan Bastille, and it does find a song. It finds 2. It finds that 0 to hero. It finds that the Storm Rage on. Probably going to decide to go for the Storm Rage on because it's card draw, but that 0 to hero is quite threatening. I think you've got to take the Storm Rage on because of the card draw aspect. But Xander wanting to take their time. Of course, also going to take the opportunity to study the rest of the hand here. It is going to be Storm Rage on that is discarded. So Chempo, Rapunzel, and 0 to hero, the cards in hand for Jonas. And the card off the top, I think it might have been another 0 to hero.
It was, I think, yeah. Inking the Rapunzel.
Rapunzel into the Inkwell. Cindy's going to sing 0 to hero. And then 5 Chempo comes down for 3 ink, thanks to the power of 0 to hero. What on earth are we witnessing here in the semi-finals? 0 to hero, Chempo on turn 3. Wow. That is a bit of an immovable object. We've got a card in Disney Lorcana called The Wall. Well, Chempo is doing its best impression of the wall right now because that is like how are you going to stop that on turn 3?
Yeah,
Xander's at 2 ink and there's a Chempo staring him down. Wow. Xander, of course, can still ink this turn, going up to 3. But they can only challenge the Chempo with that bodyguard ability. It's going to be Elsa into the ink. And for 3 ink, it's going to be... Nope. Jonas just taking the time, changing their mind. Yeah, that mulligan from Jonas getting rid of Daisy is fascinating. It's going to be a crab. Crab is going to give 3 extra strength to Ursula. So Ursula can now challenge for 4 this turn. But even then, the Chempo would be removing the Ursula from the board and remaining intact. So Xander decides to do nothing. But as good as the opening has been here for Jonas, it's an awkward hand, isn't it, Magnus?
This is only 2 cards in hand. Playing out 1 Robin Hood and sitting with one other, what was it?
0 to hero.
0 to hero.
Yep. So going for that kind of aggro game plan now, maybe wishing there was a Daisy Duck instead of the Cindy. Doesn't quest, that is very curious. Doesn't quest with the Cinderella here or Chempo. I am really, really curious as to this decision from Jonas, what the thought process is. Perhaps fearing a fox, combining with the crab. Of course, if you rush in with the fox, the crab leaves the board, it gives you fox 3 extra strength, and the fox could remove the Chempo.
Yeah.
Jonas not wanting to give Xander such an opportunity. The Ursula is going to trade for the Smee. Both get banished. Jonas's 3 cards are all readied and therefore cannot be challenged. But it does look like Xander is clawing their way back into this one. Cricky gets inked. 4 ink to play with now for Xander. Is it going to be that rabbit on 4 that we often see them going for? Palmer thinks that there's a Cinderella Stout-Hearted in the hand for Jonas. I didn't catch that myself. I thought there was just a 0 to hero. Let's see.
I think it was a 0 to hero, actually.
Robin Hood gets shifted in off the top, though. So 0 to hero is the last card in hand. It's Robin Hood. But that is an interesting point Palmer makes. Maybe that if Cinderella comes through off the top, it could be a really nice shift option onto Cinderella.
Yeah.
But of course, for that Chen-Po, it could have been protected. But really, really curious. Robin Hood can quest. Chen-Po's going to quest. Is Cinderella going to quest, or is it going to stay readied? With that bodyguard protection, it could... I think that they're just worried that this fox comes through, combining with the crab to remove Chen-Po, and then Rabbit could remove the Cinderella. So really, really interesting start here. 8-point lead for Jonas. Of course, it's first to 20 points.
It's a strong start for Jonas, but they only have one card in hand, so...
The crab's going to quest. First point on the board for Xander. 1 lore.
There's the fox.
That is the combo. The fox and the crab combined for a 7 strength fox with rush. And goodbye Chen-Po. That is a way to deal with an immovable object. We've seen that combo a couple of times today. Also dealing with that Cinderella Stout-Hearted earlier on. Really, really powerful combo. Keeping Xander in this game. This is the semi-finals. And it does seem like it was a good decision here not to quest with the Cinderella, because it would have been removed by the rabbit very, very efficiently indeed. Jonas with that 1 card in hand. Only 3 ink as well. But a whole new world off the top of the deck right now, Magnus, would change the game entirely.
Yeah, I think that is what Jonas needs here. It's easily that he can be stopped here, just 1 card in hand. It's going to be a quick game perhaps for Sander to take back the game here.
Here comes Mother Gothel for 2 ink. Mother Gothel, you can spend 2 ink on her just as a normal character, but you can also spend 3 extra ink to bounce a card of your choice back to your opponent's hand. Wasn't the ink available. And of course, Mother Gothel also a shift target. I didn't see what it was off the top. It was a Smee, a bumbling mate. And it's actually just going to be a straight up pass here from Jonas. No questing at all. Really ink starved with just 3 ink available, but wanting to preserve all those characters on the board so that this 0 to hero can allow them to cheat out a big, powerful card. Xander is going to sing You're Welcome with the rabbit. You're Welcome, a new set 5 card. It's going to shuffle the Robin Hoods back into Jonas's deck and allow them to draw 2 cards. So while it provides Jonas with 2 cards in hand, it does deal with this Robin Hood for now. Of course, You're Welcome also could have been used on one of Xander's own cards to draw some of their own. So 2 cards drawn off the top from You're Welcome. And it's a Cindy and it's a Storm Rage On. Pretty good options. And suddenly Jonas is going to be starting to be able to ink. But look at that, it's Lyle Tiberius Rourke. It gives, I didn't catch which card Reckless. And in comes the Amethyst, the Emerald, third try. The Emerald Chromacon. 1 copy of this in Sander's deck. Also a new card. Whenever one of Sander's characters is banished during their opponent's turn, they're able to bounce a card of their choice back to that player's hand. So Lyle as well, whenever one of Xander's characters is banished, Jonas will lose a lore. What a game we've got here. Lyle and the Chromacon really, really providing some control value in this Emerald deck.
Yeah, it's really hard to play against 2 triggers. And Jonas only have those 3 ink in the inkwell so far.
The discrepancy in the ink is huge. Xander's been able to ink almost every turn, drawing cards using the Amethyst things. But Jonas with the 0 to hero line just wasn't able to ink consistently, and they're stuck down at 3 ink. Be Our Guest is going to allow them to put either this Robin Hood or the Rapunzel into hand. It's a really nice Rapunzel promo, which is one of the promo cards from the official Disney Lorcana Challenge event. So if you guys are enjoying Disney Lorcana and you want to watch more, don't forget to follow the channel. I'm doing lots of Lorcana stuff here, but also in 3 weeks' time, we've got the next official events over in Las Vegas in America and in Birmingham, England as well. So lots of exciting Lorcana action coming our way. Great time to get involved with the game. Cinderella into the inkwell. 2 ink still to spend. And remember the Smee, I think, one of the cards was given a Reckless, but it might have been bypassed by singing a song there.
Jonas just passing over here. Doesn't have any cards that he can play at the moment.
Yeah,
except
so
for singing.
It looks like the Smee was given Reckless, which meant that Jonas couldn't pass the turn. It had to challenge if able, but they do bypass that by singing 0 to hero. Rapunzel comes down, but no card draw from Rapunzel for Jonas, so the Lyle giving Smee Reckless, so valuable here. The Rabbit now getting ready to do something. It's going to take out Smee. And of course, when Rabbit leaves play, it's going to draw a card. And Lyle is also going to trigger because the Rabbit was banished. It's going to remove 1 law from Jonas. So it's now 7 to 1. It looks like Lyle is going to challenge the Cindy as well. Board control back in favor for Sander. And let's not forget, they've got that Emerald Chromacon down on the board as well. In comes the Hyena. In comes the Clarabelle for 1. No items to get rid of. 3 ink still to work with. Mother Gothel going to quest for 1. And it's now 7 law to 2. Remember, first to 20 wins. Jonas with this 4-cost Rapunzel down on the board. It can quest for 2. Just going to take the time to read the Emerald Chromacon. It reads something along the lines of, whenever one of your characters is banished during your opponent's turn, you can bounce a card of your choice back to their player's hand. So you can bounce one of your own cards, like a Goat or a Rabbit, but often you're going to see this being used to bounce opposing characters back to their opponent's hand as a bit of a control tool. Only 1 copy of this Chromacon in the deck, but it's been really impressive when we've seen it, Magnus.
Yeah, it's really dangerous for Jonas here to just attack, because if it removes anything...
And there it is.
Is it going to bounce back it, or...?
Yeah, the Lyle has been removed, and now the Emerald Chromacon can trigger. So they could bounce back Rapunzel, but they could also bounce back one of their own cards or do nothing at all. Not wanting to give Rapunzel back into the hand, and it's going to be a whole new world. 5 ink spent, each player drawing 7 brand new cards. Often a whole new world, of course, as a song, you want to be singing it. You pay no ink at all to do it, but here, having to spend 5 ink to do it, and that is going to be really good news if you're Xandar. 7 new cards, don't mind if I do, and that Ursula off the top as well to discard. Couple of Mirabelle Madrigals in the hand as well for Jonas.
Yeah, no songs except for that whole new world for Jonas.
It's looking really good for Xandar. They had a bit of a mountain to climb, but they look like they're in a good position. They are still trailing 7 law to 2. Yep, 2 copies of Mirabelle in Jonas's deck. I can't believe it either. Jonas did just say that it probably should just be 2 more copies of Robin Hood, but they wanted to have some fun.
Okay.
And try. That was in the interview yesterday. And they said they really want to try and get it down on the board, popping off on the stream, if at all possible. That's something they're really hoping to do.
Yeah, I understand the will. You want to play the new cards as well, so...
Yeah, and that is the problem with the whole new world as well, right? It can be so strong, but in this position, so detrimental, because Xandar just in such a good position, especially with that Ursula Deceiver after the whole new world, just being able to check for any removal songs. Can now feel very confident to develop a wide board. Clarabelle getting inks, 3 inks still to play. And in comes Friends, 2 cards drawn. All ink spent, but of course can still quest with the Mother Gothel and the Clarabelle up to 4. Ursula and this Hyena cannot quest this turn as they were just played, but next turn they're going to be ready to go. Now Jonas has only got 5 ink and they've got no cards on the board. Mirabelle's where she belongs, in the ink. Double Smee and a Cindy. That's more like it for Steel Songs. That's what we expect from them. Maybe they can set up the Mirabelle Magnus.
Well, it's close.
They've got a Mirabelle Dream. While the board is really wide here for Xander, most of the cards only questing for one, but in comes Elsa. It has Rush, it can exert the Cinderella when it enters play, and it rushes in, removing it in a single swoop as well. One of the stars of the show from this weekend, and you can see why.
Yeah, what a card Elsa is.
Really powerful being able to exert readied characters. It's going to be questing. 2 hyenas for 4, the rest for 3. It's going to be from 4 to 11. Really, really impressive jump of lore gained there by Xander. Still 2 ink to play with as well.
This has become Xander's game to lose here.
Which is just incredible. It looked like they were about to get 2-0'd.
Yeah.
And they just pulled off an absolute miracle to win game number 2. And it just all went a little bit pear-shaped for Jonas here in game 1. Didn't find that early whole new world. But those 2 Smees on the board can still provide some opportunities here for Jonas. Looks like Snake is going to be played for 2. They need to bounce a card back into their hand. It's going to be the Clarabelle. And it's just going to be put into the Inkwell. And for 1, there's another Clarabelle. Don't mind if I do. Back on over to Jonas. They need to start removing some of the cards on the side of the board here for Emerald Amethyst. But let's not forget there's also that Emerald Chromacon. So every time one of Xander's characters is banished, they can bounce back a Smee. Yeah. Just double checking what it does. Always wise to read the cards carefully, especially new ones like this. The Smee is going to quest. The problem is, of course, if you just challenge with the first Smee, they can just bounce back the second Smee before it even does anything. So having to quest with the first, challenge with the second. It's going to go into an Ursula, so it stays on the board, but now the Emerald Chromacon can bounce back the damage, the non-damage Smee, of course.
Did it make a mistake or something?
No, it's all good. I think the judge is just making sure everything's all good. So the Smee goes back into the hand. It's actually the one that was damaged. I think maybe just they announced it and the judge just wanting to make sure everything goes smoothly. Big shout out to all our judges here, especially our table judge in this instance. Watching the action closely, making sure the rules are followed. It's going to be Cinderella.
I think he has game on board, doesn't he? Almost.
It might be with the Mother Gothel. It is! It's game! The Shift Gothel and the reaction from Xander. They can't believe it. This is the one that they were most worried about. The man who's won so many set championships in Denmark has booked their place in the final, and maybe even we could see the mirror match in the final.
Oh, perhaps. We have to check.
We'll have to see what's happening in the other game. I'm looking over my shoulder. I can't see them playing, so I suppose the other one's finished.
And I think we will try to get the bronze match getting going, because I think Simon is done as well.
Okay.
So I'm going to go check.
Yeah, let's see. What a game, everybody. Huge congratulations to Xander. Big commiserations to Jonas. What a run it was. There is going to be a third place playoff. We might show the third place playoff, chat. What do you guys reckon? I reckon. What do you guys think? Do we show the third place playoff or do we go straight to the finals? What do you guys want? I know what I want, but I'm not going to tell you what I want. You guys tell me what you want and I'll make it happen, or at least I'll try and make it happen. I only have so much power. More games is always better, says Palmer. Big shout out to everyone here at Malmo Games Week. This is the hall. It was filled with card gamers just yesterday. Of course, now we're kind of winding down. It's a 2-day event. The hall closes in about 3 hours' time. It is a non-profit organization helping organize this alongside Malmo City. Such an amazing event. Awesome prizes. Really, really grateful to be here. I also want to say thank you to Card Market, who are my channel sponsors. If you're looking to buy singles online in Europe, recommend Card Market, who are sponsoring my channel. So thanks to Card Market for all the support. And yeah, again, just a big shout out to everyone here that's come down to play. The big Lorcana community in Sweden, in Denmark, in Scandinavia and the Nordics, and all the surrounding areas. It's been a lot of fun. Sounds like chat wants to see the third place playoff. I kind of wanted to go straight to the finals, not going to lie, but we'll just do what everyone else wants to do. We'll find out what's what. It is worth mentioning that one of the decks we're going to be seeing in either the third place or the finals is Hyper Agro. So I don't know. I haven't found out the result of the semi-final. Here's Magnus with the news. Magnus with the news. We're ready and waiting.
We will not have a mirror in the final.
Oh, okay.
So the Agro won 2-1 in the other semi-final. So we're gonna see the same deck again in the bronze match.
Okay.
And the same deck again in the final.
Okay. Very interesting indeed. So, are we watching the third place playoff? Is that the plan? Do we know?
Yeah, they are playing right away.
Oh, cool.
So they will reset down at the table.
Okay, so it's it's the match we've watched again. Jonas with another opportunity here to try and beat the Amethyst Emerald.
All right, true. It's same game.
So Jonas has come prepared. It's the exact same deck. Xander had prepped with Joachim, I believe, with the same lists. So this is the third place playoff. A lot on offer still because it is, if we look at the prizes here, excuse me, there is a bronze trophy which the players are playing for. Let's go. We want a bronze trophy. I want a bronze trophy. I'm gonna go this time. I'm gonna go grab the trophies.
Yeah, go and steal it.
You've done all the walking, Magnus. I'll go grab them forward.
Yeah, so we have Jonas here again on the left. And we have, I think it's Joachim this turn, playing the exact same list that Sander played. But it showed out to be a really good deck here for this tournament. So this time it's going to be interesting to see if Jonas can take down this deck. And of course he's a higher seed, so I think he's going to be the one who starts. So Jonas is mulligan 5 cards. Kind of aggressive mulligan there. And I guess that was 3 or 4 there for Joachim. Thinking that Joachim will try to find that Ursula to remove some songs from Jonas. Just slowing him down a little bit. And the trophies are on their way here.
The freshly polished trophies, which we're going to get our grubby fingerprints all over. All right, this is the third place trophy they're playing for. That is a thing of beauty, Magnus. The third place.
It's amazing.
Lorcana constructed tournament at Malmo Games Week 2024.
Wow.
But there's also, of course, it is kind of heavy. There's also 2 other trophies. Jeez.
Yeah. Second place.
But the big boy, the first place, and they are all like different sizes. I'm getting my grubby fingerprints over it. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, number 1 and 2 there.
Thank you. I hope you bring them down. But here we go. Daisy Duck, the opening play.
Opening play for Jonas. And over to Joachim, and he plays a Clarabelle. Questing with Daisy, getting those 2 lore. One for Robin Hood and a Rapunzel into the Inkwell. So passing over to Joachim here, let's see if we can see that Ursula, Deceiver of All. No, we're just passing. Or, no. And Ursula, okay, that's better. Oh, double a whole new world on hand. And good information for Joachim to see his hand here. Jonas with 2 aerials. I kind of show that Jonas will play aerial here.
Okay, here we go. I'm back. So this is the third place playoff. Amber Steel lost the previous round. And this is now the third place playoff. Both players fighting for this third place trophy. Yeah. What does that do? 0 to hero? Pardon?
Yeah, not a song you see a lot in the song deck.
Daisy Duck down on the board. Big questing power, of course.
And Jonas with 3 songs in his hand. A lot more songs than the last game.
Yes. Yeah, they've got a lot of experience from this matchup, having played 3 games just now. Ariel down on the board as a singer 5 can sing A Whole New World as well, of course, but is there another Ursa the Deceiver to try and snipe that whole new world away? Ursa's going to quest for 1 to begin with.
We didn't get a quest from Jonas there on the Daisy Duck, but I'm guessing he's trying to find a bodyguard to just shield her from that fox play on 3.
Great to see Jonas with a smile on his face despite losing the last round just now, still enjoying themselves, having fun playing a great card game. In comes the fox, bounces back the Ursa the Deceiver, but of course no ink remaining to play that Ursa the Deceiver, and Whole New World being sung by Ariel significantly better than what we saw in the last game. Daisy's going to go through, questing for 2. The top card of the deck revealed, and it's a character.
Wow.
So Clarabelle into the hand, but it might not matter with this Ariel ready and waiting with her beautiful singing voice. Fortunately, this is not Ariel Voiceless, which is the card which can't sing songs. This Ariel is very good at singing, and are we going to see it? A Whole New World.
Nice.
Both players discard their hands and draw 7 new cards. This is what Amber Steel's supposed to do. You don't want to spend 5 ink to play A Whole New World. You want to sing it with Ariel. Still 4 ink to play with and 7 brand new cards available. Also that Daisy Duck synergy there, adding the Clarabelle back into opponent's hand, but then discarding it straight away.
4 ink. Perhaps he could have a Naveen on hand and play some more songs as well.
In comes Pete, giving the red card to any actions this turn for Joachim. Joachim unable to play any actions in their next turn. And in comes a different kind of Daisy Duck. It's the 1/3 inkable Daisy Duck. The flavor text is lovely on this Daisy Duck. A beautiful poem. I'm going to have to find it out. Okay, the poem is, "Sweet Daisy, the fairest duck I ever met. Each flaxen lock a rush of flowing gold. Her bill the colour of summer sunset. Exquisite plumes a wonder to behold."
That's some beautiful reading from you there, Joe.
Ursa the Deceiver going to discard that Whole New World.
And Joachim removing that Daisy Duck with the fox. Should have 1 damage counter on fox as well. Oh, getting the dice.
This is the third place playoff right now, Thomas. So after this, we are going to have the finals. Both players fighting it out for the third place trophy, which is a very, very nice trophy. I would be very proud to have that trophy hanging in on my mantelpiece.
Yeah, they were amazing.
4 ink available right now for Jonas with a 5-1 law lead. Robin Hood ready to do something. It's going to challenge the fox and remove it from the board. It was already damaged.
Yeah, took out the Daisy before.
64 players we had live for Aussies in this tournament, with a top 16 cut. Rapunzel lets down her hair, but nothing to heal on this occasion, so no cards drawn for Jonas, and no
Just
questing either. Really interesting. Of course, leaving those characters all readied means that they cannot be challenged by Joachim's Emerald characters. They can, though, be targeted by actions still.
We have a possibility for 5 ink here for Joachim, so perhaps we can see an Elsa rushing into something as well.
Yeah, 2 Ursulas and a Clarabelle down on the board. Not very big stats on these cards. So Joachim definitely wanting to fight back and start getting some board control here.
Might see that shift Clarabelle.
It's going to be Mummy Gothel getting inked. And for 6, it's going to be the... well, for
Ursula
5,
shift.
it's going to be the Ursula Sea Witch Queen shift. This card can quest for 3. Other characters cannot be exerted to sing songs. And when this character quests, you can exert an opposing character of your choice. Does decide to quest. Questing for 3 is a lot of lore. Decides to pass, and play is on over to Jonas. So everything gets readied. Three ink going to be spent on what looks like strength. I'm going to deal 4 damage to the Ursula Sea Witch Queen. Of course, cannot be sung because Ursula Sea Witch Queen's ability stops other characters being exerted to sing.
Will he finish it off with Peter here? With Pete?
Yeah, 3 damage more needed to finish off the Ursula. Ariel's doing something. She's going to try and sing, but she certainly can't because of that Ursula Sea Witch Queen. And
Now
Ursula, though, is removed. Yeah, and it can now, exactly. It's going to be Rapunzel going on a quest. Daisy going on a quest. I said it once, I'll say it again. Sweet Daisy, the fairest duck I ever met. Each flaxen lock a rush of flowing gold. Her bill the colour of summer sunset. Exquisite plumes a wonder to behold.
No, that's beautiful.
It's going to be the rabbit for 4. When it enters play, it's a card drawn for Joachim. And then the goat getting inked. Any questing with the Ursula and the Clarabelle, or are they just going to be left where they are? They're going to be left where they are. Jonas is 12 lore away from a victory in game number 1. They did get to go first, and it is a best of 3. Zero to hero is going to be spent, and then Tinkerbell comes through for very little ink at all. 1 damage to everything. So with 3 characters in play, 0 to hero, reduce the cost of the next character card you play by 3. So 0 to hero costs 2.
Yeah. And then 3 for the Tink.
Yeah, 3 for Tink. Perfect. So 5 ink spent to play Tink, but you also had to play the 0 from hero from hand. So 2 cards from hand. We're getting to play 0 to hero. Getting to play Tinkerbell for 5. Not the most impressive use case of 0 to hero there, if I'm honest. But it's certainly better than nothing. And that Tinkerbell on the board is looking really menacing, though. Very, very difficult to quest when there's a Tinkerbell on your opponent's side of the board, because every time Tinkerbell banishes a character in a challenge, she also gets to deal 2 damage to another character. So she can often remove 2 opposing characters in a single turn, which is strong, but also it's just great that she deals 1 damage to everything when she enters the board. I hope the food trucks are still going by the time we finish, Magnus. I've got a food coupon. It's burning a hole in my pocket.
Hopefully they are open until 6 when everything closes. So.
Yeah.
We have a hyper aggro in the final, so perhaps that game is
That is
take
a very
kinda
good
fast.
point, yes. Hyper aggro in the finals. It's going to be the Emerald Chromicon. Probably a little bit too late in the day for that, but it's going to help a little bit. It's going to be the Mummy Gothel getting inked.
And how much for? It's a goat.
And in comes the goat, 1 lore gain. Kind of food truck. It's like mainly like kebabs, falafel, kebab.
Yeah,
this kind of thing.
hamburgers, hot dogs.
Food is good. And I get to have beans and meatballs for breakfast.
Did you eat it today as
Of
well?
course.
Of course.
Of course I did. I'm in Sweden. I get to have meatballs for breakfast with beans. I love Sweden. Is there a better combo in the world than meatballs and beans, Magnus?
Meatballs and lingonberry.
What's lingonberry?
It's like a berry like cranberry,
Okay.
but little more sweet, I guess.
Okay. I'll stick to my beans, thank you very much.
Yeah, I quest for everything because if Tinkerbell is gonna attack anything of the characters, with that chromical, he can remove his characters
Yeah.
up.
And Naveen and Daisy Duck join the party. Quite a scary board, isn't it? I think Be Prepared would be quite good here, but Be Prepared, of course, a Ruby card,
Yeah.
and Joachim on Emerald and Amethyst not going to have access to such a board clear. They are going to sing Friends, digging for a miracle, but there is no miracle in their hand. Of course, always worth
This is
checking, but
game
there's
one.
the scoop, and it's going to be game one going to Jonas.
Yep.
Pretty dominant performance,
Pretty
Magnus.
dominant. Yeah, just like the last game we saw in the semifinals, Jonas ended up winning the first game. But let's see how Joachim can do in the game 2 here.
So, I don't know, I just pulled out my cards. There's also some promo cards available for the players here. They got 4 promos. They got, if they sign up in time, they got Christoph,
Yeah.
which is the new set 5 promo,
Beautiful card.
which is really
I
cool.
love it.
Flotsam and Jetsam, which is Ursa's return. 4 dozen eggs, set 2 promo card. Pretty hard to come by these days.
It is, yeah.
And a Scrooge McDuck as well. They also got the golden anniversary pin,
That's so awesome as
which
well.
is a bit of a banger.
Mhm.
And I just wanted to show off some of my enchantments, Magnus.
You have a lot in the deck.
Yeah, I have a few. Look, you're
Wow.
welcome.
That's cool.
So, Lorcana, you have enchanted cards, which are 1 in every 96 packs or so.
Yeah, 4 bucks.
And you have some alternative artworks.
So cool that Robin with that
It's such a
enchanted,
beauty
yeah.
in it. I have 2 in here. I couldn't
Oh, really?
resist. Yeah, I couldn't resist.
Did you draw them or did you like trade them or something?
I may have paid money for them. On Card
That's also
Market.
sure.
I bought one on Card Market and I bought one off for friends.
Yeah, Card Markets is a great place to buy singles.
Yep, and they do sponsor the channel, so thank you Card Market for the support. And thank you chat for being here. Thank you Magnus, thank you judges, thank you Ravensburger for making this incredible game, and thank you of course to Jonas and Joachim for allowing us to watch their very exciting 3rd place playoff, battling for the 3rd place trophy. Blue sleeves versus yellow sleeves. And Magnus, you've got a plane to catch. Whatever you do, don't miss it.
I will try not to.
You got a while still, right?
Yeah, it's actually 6 o'clock, and I think it's almost a half hour to go to the airport. So
Okay.
I will go for maybe 1 hour, 15 minutes or something.
Okay.
So hopefully,
Hopefully the final finishes are that hyper
Yeah.
aggro, and as soon as it's out, Magnus is going to be out the door.
yeah,
I'll
I'm
take
just
your
gonna
food.
leave you,
If
though.
you have no time for the food coupon, don't worry.
you can eat double.
I'll take it. Don't worry about that. So each player going to be mulliganing. Of course, you start with 7 cards and you can replace as many as you wish. It's going to be 3 for Jonas. On the other side, Joachim not looking too happy about the opening hand that they've got. Looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think it was 4. 4 cards there mulliganed by Joachim.
Yep.
Guys, don't forget to follow the channel here on Twitch for more Lorcana action. Also on YouTube. There's going to be another tournament next weekend. I'm going to be in Glasgow or Paisley. Hopefully I'm streaming it, but if not, it's going to be recorded and put onto YouTube.
But that time you're gonna play?
I am playing,
Oh,
yeah.
nice.
I need to decide what to play. After you embarrass me on my stream, I don't think I'll play my Robin Hood deck. I need to cook up something new. Yeah, I'll be playing next weekend. What is the event in Paisley? It's a local event at a card shop. I retweeted something about it. So yeah, next week, come down to Paisley. It's on Saturday. Come on, Inferns. Come on down, my son.
Very thorough in mixing the decks here.
Yeah, I'm not that thorough. I actually noticed when I played against you that I drew 3 cards in the same order that I mulliganed them in.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I need to get better at shuffling, mate.
Well, the cards I'm mulligan, usually I just pick them up in different places in the deck.
Okay, here we go. It's going to be Jonas going second. Yeah, okay. I missed the ink from Joachim. I was getting distracted.
It was so fast.
I was eyeing up this candy bar, this Swedish candy bar to my right, and I missed the ink. Cindy on the board for Jonas. Joachim, ink and you're welcome, which is that just card I was just showing off. And there's the Ursula Deceiver we used to seeing. Fortunately for Jonas, a couple of song cards available in hand, and I have a feeling it's going to be the strength to sing that 0 to hero can stay where it is, but maybe that could come back to bite Jonas.
Yep.
Because there is that Cinderella Stout-Hearted available, and Jonas's spicy line is being able to sing 0 to hero Cindy to get in a very early Cinderella Stout-Hearted. Mirabelle Madrigal in hand, that's going where it belongs in the ink. I think it's the worst card in the game, maybe. It's up there. At least it's inkable, so it could be worse.
What would you say with the new Donald Duck Pie Slinger against Mirabelle?
I would definitely always pick the Pie Slinger.
Oh, really?
Yeah. You can actually play the Pie Slinger. Mirabelle's just a dud a lot of the time. Mirabelle with the Queen is a lot of fun, though. I do need to try that one. The Ursula's going to quest for 1. First point on the board here in Game 2. Remember, Jonas 1-0 up in the series.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're just joining us, this is the 3rd place playoff. After this, we are going to have the final, which includes a hyper aggro deck, so it's not going to be a long one. Don't go anywhere. As soon as this 3rd place match is done, the final will be on.
Now we start right away. Hopefully I can catch some of it.
Yeah. Tinkerbell is going to be Inkabell. Haha.
The hard thing for Jonas here is that he knows that Joachim has that Ursula on hand again, so it's not a good choice to play like Ariel or something, trying to find a song that's just going to be sung away.
There is 0 to hero being sung by the Smee, and then 3 ink is spent. There's the Cinderella. Can you believe it?
That's
There's
beautiful.
a Cinderella Stout-Hearted on the board
On round 3.
for 3 ink. That is the wombo combo
Wow.
that they're looking to pull off. Very impressive stuff.
Just passing over.
Yeah, could have quested with the Cindy, but definitely fearing the potential of that crab providing the Fox with enough strength to remove the Cindy.
I will get 7 power then and will remove it, so.
What was the event called in Paisy? Honestly, Guzma, I'm not certain, and I don't have my phone on me because it's in the middle of the board there, so I can't double check. But if you check my Twitter page, I retweeted about it. It's on Saturday. Thank you very much, Infants. There you go. There's a Facebook event link for it. Thanks, mate. I'll be there. Elmeister's going to be there as well, who's a content creator. In comes the Ursula. No songs available, but that Ariel could, of course, find one. I need a second phone. Okay, there we go. Noted. Banzai the Hyena enters the board. Card drawn is a Daisy Duck. Is Ariel going to find a song? This would be a bad time to miss. It's a 0 to hero. It's a Storm Ray John. Storm Ray John, I think. Got to be right. It draws cards.
But will it sing it this time? I mean, you still have Fox in play, and you can't remove it by the Storm.
Yeah, that Fox is definitely making Jonas quite anxious because of the power of the crab potential.
Mm-hmm.
Crab, of course, giving 3 extra strength. And you do need 7 strength in a single swoop to deal with Cindy. Often almost impossible, but Fox and Crab is possibly the most efficient way of doing it. No questing here from Jonas, just leaving everything ready and waiting. One law to 0 at the moment. It's Ursula, and it does find the song. The second Ursula was available in hand, and the Storm Rage on discarded. A shake of the head from Jonas.
Yeah.
Losing out on that card draw. Could have removed the Hyena from the board as well. Deck lists are not anywhere just yet, but they will be coming to my YouTube channel in the future. And there we see the Madam Fox singing Frenzy on the other side. A couple of cards being added to the hand for Joachim. No cards in hand right now for Jonas after the Storm Ray John was discarded, but a whole new world off the top of the deck would change that very quickly indeed. It's going to be Snake on a Fox. Fox back into the hand. What was the card off the top? Did you catch it, Magnus? I did not.
No, it was really fast. Thinking of what to do here. Quest with a Daisy, perhaps. We are like round 5 and still just 0 to 1 lore.
Yeah. Yeah, it could have been sung by the Cinderella Stout-Hearted, but Jonas really wanted to just leave that Cindy ready and waiting. Ursula Vanessa off the top, and it's going to be inked. And Jonas passes on play without doing anything at all. Not fearing, of course, a board clear, but lots of cards available in hand for Joachim. Ah, the Cindy could challenge ready characters, right, yes. When you play a song,
Yeah.
you can challenge ready characters with Cinderella Stout-Hearted. Really interesting game, very tense, bit of a standoff. But I'm sure very soon things are going to start happening quite quickly. Both have developed pretty big boards. Still that threat of the Crab and Fox really, really imposing a lot of threat onto the Cinderella Stout-Hearted.
Will he use all his ink? Do we see an Ursula?
Yeah, of course, 2 Ursula Deceivers on the board. There could be the potential shift of the Ursula Sea Witch Queen. Usually a card which costs 7, but it might just cost 5 if you can shift it onto one of the smaller Ursulas. It's going to be your welcome. On to the Stout-Hearted, shuffling it back into the deck. See you later, Cinderella. But it is going to be 2 cards drawn off the top of the deck from Jonas. They could draw back into the Cinderella. And it was both the 1 cost and the 7 cost Cinderella Stout-Hearted which got shuffled back in. Yeah, the Cindy didn't quest at all, didn't sing, didn't do anything. Deck is cut, 2 cards drawn off the top for Jonas. Let's see what they get. It's a Tinkerbell, I think, and maybe a Storm Rage on. This is the 3rd place playoff. This is not the finals, guys. This is the 3rd place playoff. The finals is going to be the same Emerald Amethyst deck up against a hyper aggro build. There is a whole new world available, I think, now. Tinkerbell, Rapunzel, whole new world. It's a pretty strong hand for Jonas.
Jonas could choose to challenge with Daisy into the bonsai to get 3 damage counters and use the Rapunzel to draw some new cards here.
Yeah. It's back on over to Jonas. They're going to ink the Rapunzel. They're going to play the Tinkerbell. And Tinkerbell is a great option here. Now, they could decide to hold on to this whole new world for a rainy day, but the concern is, against an Amethyst deck, all it would take is a Snake or a Fox to bounce one of these Ursulas back. And it's going to be Daisy actually removing the Hyena from the board. And are we now going to see the Ariel sing a whole new world? Or are we going to see Jonas take a big risk? Because another Ursula Deceiver off the top, or a bounce, could discard the whole new world. They decide to risk it.
We know that Joachim has a Fox in hand.
Yeah, in fact, that's true. And Jonas knows that as well because a fox was bounced back, I believe, at some point, right?
Yeah, with the snake, I think.
So it's going to be Ursula trading for Daisy. Well, removing Daisy. It remains on the board. 1 damage left needed to remove the Ursula. But in comes the fox. It bounces back the Ursula. 2 ink still to spend. Is it going to happen? It certainly is. The whole new world gets discarded. Big moment here, discarding that whole new world. But it's certainly not all over. This Tinkerbell is applying a lot of pressure in this game. But definitely there, Jonas punished for not going for that sing-song with Ariel.
Passing it.
Card off the top, back into top deck mode. Jonas going to be hoping it's not 0 to hero, and that is probably the best top deck of all. It's Rapunzel. Heals the Smee, draws a card, and it's a Robin Hood. Will there be any questing? You'd imagine the Smee will quest.
Yeah.
But perhaps not. It will go on a quest. 2 lore gained for Jonas. No captains on the board, so Smee's going to take 1 damage as the turn is ended. A Madam Mim, Snake, a Fox, and 2 Ursula Deceivers on the board here for Joachim. All quest for 1 each. So if they were to quest of everything, they just get to 7. So still a long way to go in this one.
If Joachim only removes that Smee, Jonas can top throw a Madrigal here.
Oh, that's so true. Oh my goodness, Magnus. That is what we need. Could this be the first time Mirabelle Madrigal has ever been played on the board in Disney Lorcana? I don't think it's ever happened ever. I'm sure it has somewhere, but I've certainly never seen it. In comes Elsa. Elsa with Rush and Evasive, and when it enters play, it can exert a character of your choice, and that is an amazing way to deal with the Tinkerbell. I said this Elsa, possibly the star of the show from this weekend for me, and you can start to see why. This Tinkerbell was such a menace. Elsa removes the Smee, and the Fox and Ursula could combine to deal with the Tinkerbell, and that is exactly what happens. It's a really slow game, this one. Real fight for board control for now.
Yeah, only 2-3 in lower.
Play back on over to Jonas. He's in top deck mode, hoping not to find 0 to hero. Doesn't look too happy. He doesn't look too happy at all. Robin Hood quest for 1. Remember, this Elsa is evasive, so cannot be challenged, and play passes on over to Joachim. I have no idea what that card is. It could be a 0 to hero.
Can also be a big Tink. I think you need 7 for her.
It's just 6 for the Tink, but it could be.
Cinderella.
Cinderella, yeah, it could be 7. Yeah, that's a really good point. Cindy costs 7 ink. Back on over to Joachim, of course, can quest with everything if they wish. Robin Hood is exerted, so can be challenged. Elsa, I think, can challenge the Robin Hood while remaining... No, it's 3 damage counters on the Elsa, so if Elsa was to challenge Robin Hood, it would be removed as well. But this Elsa is ready to go again. Elsa exerting the aerial, and of course it also has Rush. And the board control is really starting to go in favour of Joachim. This Tinkerbell was so strong, but being exerted by that Elsa in the previous turn, suddenly the Amethyst player Joachim here is able to really exert lots of characters and start gaining board control. Ursula quests for 1. The Elsa can also quest, but decides to hold on to it.
Oh, I wonder why.
Possibly forgetting they could quest with it, if I'm honest. But Ariel comes through. This could be a big moment. Can they find a whole new world? They find Storm, they find Be Our Guest. So a couple of options. Let the Storm Rage on could be played here for 3 ink to remove the Elsa and draw a card. It is Storm Rage on selected. The rest are going to go back onto the bottom of the deck. Storm Rage on Could be sung by Rapunzel, but just 3 ink available. It is going to be spent. See you later, Elsa. And another aerial, and suddenly it is that Cinderella Stout-Hearted. You called it correctly, Magnus. Suddenly, Jonas looks like they've really stabilized. That aerial was humongous. It's 5 lore to 4 as it stands.
And 2 cards at each, and I don't know how many cards Joachim has. Is it 2? Maybe?
It looks like it's 2.
And it's a Lyle.
Lyle enters the board. It can give a character Reckless, and in comes Clarabelle for 1. No cards left for Joachim, and suddenly Jonas is looking to be in a really strong position. These aerials making the difference. Rapunzel is of course exerted, so can be challenged.
We can use all his characters. No, it's only 3. Yeah, Lyle come in this turn.
Yeah. Lyle and Clarabelle both came down this turn, so 3 damage into Rapunzel. Another Rapunzel off the top could be huge. It's a whole new one. Look at that facial expression from Jonas. Oh, hello. I don't necessarily want it right now, though. Ariel getting inked. 7 onto the Cindy.
Yeah, hard cast Cindy there.
Could sing the whole new world with the other Ariel, but actually just passes play on over to Joachim. 1 card off the top.
What is it? It's
Ursula. Oh my goodness, it's happened again!
You took it again.
Can you believe it? The Ursula off the top gets rid of the whole new world, and we're back to top deck mode, ladies and gentlemen. What a game we've got. Elsa Crest for 1. Top deck time. Is it 0 to hero? Is it the Mirabelle Madrigal? Is it something good? Cindy Quests for 3. This is a 5 strength character.
Yeah,
but it has resist 2.
Yeah, and Joachim has no players with higher power than 2 at the moment.
I think that we're just discussing probably here with the judge about the Reckless. I think it was forgotten by both players. Both players playing pretty quickly. Prince Naveen was the top deck. Rapunzel Conquest, but maybe just wanting to leave it there damaged as an option to maybe heal with another Rapunzel.
Oh, that's right. That's true.
I think in this instance, Jonas was very unlucky that the Ursula Deceiver was the top deck there.
Yeah, for
to
sure.
Punish the whole new world. Friends is a great option.
That's a great top deck.
And again, the facial expression from Jonas, not too happy to see that. 2 cards now available in the hand for Joachim. 8 lore to 5. Remember, this Lyle means that whenever one of Joachim's characters are banished, that's not called Lyle, Jonas will lose a lore. So if Elsa's banished, Jonas goes from 8 lore to 7.
And it's Ursula coming in.
Ursula could have been shifted, but instead spending that 7 ink to get it down on the board. Now, no characters, apart from this Ursula Sea Witch Queen, can exert to sing songs. Cindy Quests, up to 11. It's a lot of ink being spent, and it's Tinkerbell! 1 damage to everything. Do they even have enough dice for all of that? That is a lot of dice needed right now. 1 damage on everything, and of course the pressure this Tinkerbell is exerting onto the board is huge. Whenever Tinkerbell banishes a character in a challenge, you can deal 2 damage to another character of your choice, often dealing with 2 characters in a single swoop. Card off the top, it's a Clarabelle. There is a shift as well. Clarabelle, a 7-cost character, but can be shifted in for 5 onto this smaller Clarabelle. It could be an interesting option. Clarabelle not going to be drawing any cards for Joachim though, because Jonas is at 0 cards in hand right now.
Yeah, and Joachim needs to take away some characters here because Jonas has a game in play here. He has 10 lore on the table, I think.
Right. Yeah, Naveen for 2, Rapunzel for 2, Tink for 2. And Mother Gothel is definitely going to help them out with that. You can spend 2 ink to play it, but then an extra 3 to bounce a character of your opponent back into their hand. Mother knows best. Trying to decide which to go for. It's going to be the Cindy Stout-Hearted. No surprises there, I think. It's a quest for 3.
I think that was a wise choice.
Yep. 2 ink still to play with here. And when Ursula Sea Witch Queen quests, it's going to exert a character of Joachim's choice as well.
Right.
Big quest. Looks like Lyle might be left as a ready character. Just remembering to get the trigger there of the Ursula Sea Witch Queen. Yeah, so Rapunzel getting exerted. Everything questing. Lyle remaining readied. And it is back on over to Jonas, who has that aerial now being drawn off the top and the Cinderella that got bounced back by Mother Gothel.
Yeah, now instead Joachim has game in play.
Yeah, that Tinkerbell though can deal with a couple of threats at once, of course. Prince Naveen able to quest for 2. Remember, nothing can sing here with the Sea Witch Queen in play. No other characters can exert to sing songs. Ariel comes through. The top 4 cards of the deck are looked at, and a song card can be added to the hand. There is one found. But does Jonas remember that they can't exert to sing? Let's find out. They can pay 3 ink to play it. They just can't exert a character to sing it unless they remove the Sea Witch Queen first. 3 spent for Let the Storm Rage On. Lyle Tiberius Rourke now with 1 willpower remaining might be taken out by a Tinkerbell. Of course it's readied so it can't be challenged, but it can be targeted by Tink's ability. So the Clarabelle removed, and then that 2 damage is dealt to Lyle. However, 1 law was lost by Jonas when the Clarabelle was banished. Ariel is going to challenge the Ursula. And Naveen also going to challenge Ursula. Board presence very much going back in favor here of Jonas. What a battle this has been. And don't forget, everybody, once this game's over, once this 3rd place playoff has concluded, the action is not over. We've still got the final to come. It is going to be Emerald Amethyst up against a Hyper Aggro Amber Emerald deck. Really excited to see what happens there. Frenzy on the other side is played for 3 ink, 2 cards drawn. I did see another Mother Gothel entering the hand, which could bounce something back into the hand of Jonas.
Yep.
Clarabelle gets inked. That's going to mean that there's 5 ink to play with, which does allow Mother Gothel to come through potentially. Elsa's going to challenge Rapunzel, which finishes both of them off. The Sea Witch Queen is still ready and waiting. In comes Mother Gothel for 5 ink total. Mother knows best ability, allowing then Joachim to bounce this Tinkerbell back into the hand of Jonas. And then the Ursula Sea Witch Queen is going to exert the aerial while it quests and gain 3 lore. And that now means Joachim is threatening to get to 20 next turn. They can quest with 1 Mother Gothel, the other only was just played. 16 lore now for Joachim. Card drawn off the top for Jonas. Remember, they can't exert to sing songs. Naveen and Ariel are both going to challenge the Sea Witch Queen in a bit of a moment of desperation here. Both are removed and the Sea Witch Queen stands strong, but not for long. because Tinkerbell cleans up the Sea Witch Queen, as well as dealing 1 damage to both these Mother Gothels. Ariel is going to challenge the Mother Gothel as well, removing it from the board, I do believe. Just getting a little judge call, making sure everything's all good here and ready and working. Yep.
It's removed.
Gothel gone. Combining with the Ariel and the Tinkerbell, but now it's Mother Gothel left on the board. The Tinkerbell cleaning up that Ursula Sea Witch Queen. The Naveen was sacrificed alongside another card, but you can see why. What a game we've had. It's a goat though.
Wow.
It's a big top deck. 1 lore gained. And there's also a hyena into the mix as well. And suddenly it could be the game, and it is. We go to game number 3. Jonas taken down in a really long, drawn-out game. Joachim comes out on top, and we go to the 3rd and final game of this 3rd place playoff. Remember, they're playing for this amazing Malmo Games Week trophy.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful trophy.
It was a beautiful one.
Yeah, it's really,
I would love
really
to have
nice.
that at home.
I wouldn't mind it, yeah.
No.
I wouldn't mind the first place either.
No, of course.
Maybe you deserve a show match trophy after you absolutely cooked me earlier,
sure.
Magnus.
If you can make me one, I would be happy.
If you didn't see earlier, Magnus and I played during the players' lunch breaks. And he played Ruby Flynn Riders against me on turn 2 and on turn 3, and I had to concede before I even played my 4-cost character.
Yeah.
It was a bit mean.
It was a bit mean. I'm sorry.
So that was game 2, and we are going to go into the 3rd and final game, Jonas versus Joachim. And then after that, we are going to have the grand final, which is going to be a Hyper Agro Amber Emerald deck up against the same list that Joachim's playing, the same Amethyst Emerald deck, but piloted by Sander, was it?
Yeah, Sander and Simon.
Sander and Simon in the finals. The last game was won by Joachim. Jonas picked up the cards as they couldn't stop the questing power of Joachim with the goat and the hyena, which were played off the top. So we go to the 3rd and the final game of this best of 3 3rd place playoff. Great to have everybody here. If you're enjoying the stream, make sure you're following. Big shout out to the organisers here at Malmo Games Week. It's an incredible event. Again, so many volunteers here giving up their weekend for the community. It's an event run by the community for the community. Loads of kids here playing. Loads of people coming from far and wide in Sweden and Denmark especially.
Yeah.
On the table just behind us, actually, there's people playing Pokemon as well, and there's so many kids over there playing. It's just great to see. It's also another Lorcana tournament going on for the players who didn't make the top cut here. This was a 2-day tournament, so just everyone's still vibing and having fun. The hall's open for another couple of hours, so we've got time to finish. But what we need to finish before Magnus has to leave to go get his plane, and before the food truck closes. Even more important. I don't mind if you miss your plane, Magnus, as long as I get my kebab.
Yeah, that's true. I understand that. Kebab is more important than me.
So both players mulliganing, getting ready to go. I'm also a bit anxious about the battery that my phone has left. Hopefully it doesn't die mid-game. That would be a bit embarrassing.
Yeah. Luckily they also have the point system on the side as well.
Yeah. Yep, lists will be on link decks. They're also going to be on my YouTube channel, Croft, so make sure you subscribe to my YouTube channel where the deck lists are going to be posted. Might not be until Wednesday because I'm still in Scandinavia for a couple more days, but we'll see. I've also got these cinnamon rolls in front of me, which are kind of calling my name. Oh, so tasty.
Yeah, they're called Giflar.
Giflar, they look banging, mate. They look really serious.
I hope you like cinnamon.
I do. Of course I do. I like everything.
You like everything?
I like everything in Sweden anyway. In comes Daisy Duck.
Aggressive
It's not a
start.
bad opening. Joachim, of course, did go first in the previous game, but we did see Jonas lose 2-1 in the game 3 in the semi-finals in the same matchup. The snake is getting inked, and it doesn't look like there's a 1-cost card for Joachim. Not the ideal start. Daisy Duck is about to go on a rampage. Daisy Duck going to quest for 2, and the fox is the top card off the deck, so it gets added into the hand of Joachim. Daisy Duck, very powerful, but does come with that downside of sometimes adding cards to your opponent's hand. And it's a Robin Hood, and it's a Daisy Duck. I know what you
special.
want. The Specky special, yeah. Sweet Daisy, the fairest duck I ever met. Each flaxen lock a rush of flowing gold. Her bill the colour of summer sunset, exquisite plumes a wonder to behold. Ursula, not interested in listening to the poem of Daisy, discarding the strength of a raging fire from the hand of Jonas.
Quest for 4.
Big questing power. Daisy trigger, did that go through? It does now, and it's a Mother Gothel added to the hand.
Oh, no ink in the... Just only 2 ink there for Jonas.
Oh no, that's a bit of a stinker. No ink available. That decision from Ursula discarding the strength, really important because it is an inkable card. Having to skip ink on turn 2 is an absolute calamity. Jonas really kind of bricking a little bit in these semi-finals and third place playoff. Maybe a few too many uninkables in their deck. We do see those 0 to heroes.
Yeah.
You see the Naveen's. One damage going on to the Robin Hood. Not really sure why just yet, but maybe all will be revealed. Fox is going to ban it, get there, so the back. Just deciding that they would rather have 1 damage on the Robin Hood rather than 1 lore at this moment in time. Of course, with the Ursula being bounced back. But there's the Fox removed by the Storm Rage on. The Cinderella was found off the top, Magnus. Really important ink, because then the Storm Rage on was able to be played, and Jonas now at 8 lore, starting to run away with it a bit, despite skipping a whole turn of ink.
Yeah. Already on 8 lore, that's really aggressive. Still 3 cards in hand. I see a Naveen, but no ink available at the moment. Thank you, Mike.
Friends gets inked, and in comes the Ursula Deceiver. Not for the first time in this series. 0 to hero or Storm Rage on. I wonder what's going to be picked. Well, it's certainly not going to be 0 to hero. Storm Rage on discarded, which denies the card draw, and in comes the Hyena, which would have been very vulnerable to that Storm Rage on. There is a Prince Naveen, but I'm not sure there's any good songs to go with it. Didn't quite catch what was drawn. Ursula Vanessa it is.
Yeah, Vanessa, yeah.
Which is the 2-cost character, not the best at this moment in time. Vanessa is inked, and in comes Naveen. It is going to allow Jonas to play a song for free, but the only song available is 0 to hero, and I don't think there's any other characters available. So Prince Naveen just coming down as a card which can quest decently well, and is a Singer 6. Elsa comes through. It exerts the Naveen. The Hyena removes the Naveen, sacrificing itself. And Elsa, No, Elsa not going to need to do anything.
You think a little too fast there.
Yeah, the Banzai was able to remove the Naveen all on its own. Didn't need Elsa to help out. But the first law of the day, or of the game, is gained for Joachim.
Yep.
Remember, this is game 3 in the 3rd place playoff, and straight after this we're going to head on into the finals. Rapunzel lets down her hair and heals the Robin Hood for 1, allowing Jonas to draw 1 card. 4 ink spent. Haven't inked yet for turn though. It's going to be a quest of Daisy. Is the Robin Hood going to quest? It's not for now. Perhaps feeling it's too vulnerable to that Elsa.
Yeah, I think that was wise. Now he needs to use both characters to take away that Daisy.
The 1-cost Clarabelle is going to get inked. It looks like 7 ink available.
Or 6?
6, yep, my bad. Could shift in an Ursula Sea Witch Queen for 5. Not sure if that's in hand, but it would be a pretty good play.
It would, yeah.
Whole New World definitely would be a nice option for Jonas in the near future, but doesn't have a Singer available after this Naveen was exerted by Elsa. Elsa's been so strong this weekend.
Yeah.
Really has been the star of the show for me. In comes the Crab. This is going to give 3 extra strength in a challenge to Elsa, which does allow them to polish off the Daisy Duck. Ursula still available to quest this turn. It's going to be 3 ink on a Kit Cloud Kicker, bouncing back Rapunzel. I do believe that's the only copy of Kit Cloud Kicker in the deck for Joachim. It's a card I would like to have seen more copies of, I think, in this Emerald Amethyst deck. I'm a big fan of it in this color combo. You can sing Friends, you can bounce it back multiple times to replay it. It's a really, really strong card in this metagame, I think. Four ink available. Of course, Elsa is an evasive, so can't be challenged by the Robin Hood. You need an evasive card to challenge an evasive card. It's going to be strength inked for 5. In comes Robin Hood. Could have spent 3 to shift it, but instead wants to get an extra body down on the board. And that Rapunzel and Robin Hood is a really menacing combo. Potentially that Kit Cloud Kicker bouncing back Rapunzel, giving Jonas an opportunity to get some card draw. Nine law to 1 as it stands. I think Joachim definitely worried about that potential Rapunzel because they know it's there, they bounced it back themselves and therefore might not want to be exerting anything. Elsa can be exerted because it's evasive, but it's a pretty nice find off the top. It's Stormray John. Could be sung by Robin Hood, but it also could just be hard cast for 3 ink. I think Jonas is going to be wanting to leave their Robin Hood ready and waiting as well. So 3 ink being spent on Stormray John. Kit Cloud Kicker. See you later, mate. Gets banished.
And that's a good card.
What was it that was found?
Yeah, it's a bodyguard, so we can sing a hero to play it.
Oh, it's the Chempo. So currently 2 ink available. Doesn't want to ink, but the Chempo could be a menace in the next turn. Chempo really popped off in the game 1 of the semi-final for Jonas. And we might be seeing it again in a moment's notice. Mr. Chip, the finals is going to take place after the 3rd place playoff, which is going to be very, very soon.
There's
Queen's Castle for 4. Of course, Queen's Castle can be challenged straight away by Jonas, but if it remains on the board at the start of Joachim's next turn, they're going to gain 2 lore, as well as gaining 1 card in hand for every card which is in the Queen's Castle at the start of the turn. So they can pay 1 to move a character in, and they pay 3 to move 3 characters into the Queen's Castle. Elsa quest for 1. The Rabbit is also going to quest for 1 now, which does give the Robin Hood a target to challenge. And I think Jonas a little bit surprised about that quest from the Rabbit there.
Yeah.
Mirabelle's in hand. Are we going to see the Mirabelle Madrigal? I really want it to happen. Robin Hood removes the Rabbit. Card drawn for Joachim, but 2 lore gained by Robin Hood. And now those 2 damage counters are in. It's Rapunzel time. Healing up the Robin Hood, punishing that Kit Cloud Kicker play. And 2 cards drawn now for Jonas, who's starting to get a lot of cards in their hand.
I'm playing as me. Getty's on board presence here.
Robin Hood going to challenge the Queen's Castle, sinking in 2 damage. 2 lore gain for the Queen's Castle, and 2 cards in the castle means 2 extra cards drawn, as well as, of course, that 1 extra card when you start your turn. So both players suddenly with an abundance of cards in hand out of seemingly nowhere.
Big value.
Clarabelle gets inked. There's a Crab, there's an Elsa, and there's also that Ursula on the board here. Friends on the other side being sang by Elsa. 2 new cards enter the hand here for Joachim. Maybe not finding exactly what they're looking for just yet. It's 11 lore to 6. First to 20 wins.
Jonas have 7 lore on the table.
So only Robin Hoods which are exerted. Those ready characters, Smee and Rapunzel, can't be challenged. But the Robin Hoods certainly can be. And I'm sure Joachim would love to remove that legendary Robin Hood. And the Crab is going to challenge Robin Hood, which deals 3 damage to it. But when it leaves play, it gives Challenger 3 to Ursula, which then cleans up Robin Hood. But when Robin Hood is banished, it allows Jonas to draw a card as well.
Such a good card.
Absolutely. Lots of ink still to play with, though, for Joachim. And it's going to be the Mother Gothel for 6, which is going to allow Jonas to choose a card of theirs to bounce back into the hand. And, of course, they choose that measly 1-cost Robin Hood. Not the best value from this Mother Gothel here. There is still a couple of ink available, though. And, of course, with the Queen's Castle on the board, you could spend 1 to move the Mother Gothel into the castle. Shout out to our judge, just making sure everything's good. It's going to be 2 ink on the Banzai, which can quest for 2. Could have instead moved the Mother Gothel into the Queen's Castle, but deciding to develop another character down on the board. Tinkerbell is going to be inked, but there's another Tinkerbell in the hand.
Oh, he doesn't have enough what he wants to do, Jonas, there. We have 7 on board.
I think it's 8 ink available, with that Tink having been inked. Does have Pete in hand, which can stop the opponent playing actions. It's been a long weekend of Lorcana for these two. It was 6 rounds of Swiss yesterday and a top 16 cut. This is the final game each of them are playing. It's been a grueling tournament, and it's been a very long series. It's going to be 4 ink spent on a Prince Naveen. This can play a song card from hand for free. And it's going to be 0 to hero. 0 to hero makes the Chempo cost just 1 ink. And that is a big old bodyguard as Jonas quests. And maybe they're even going to get the Mirabelle Madrigal down on the board to finish the game off, Magnus. They said they wanted to do it on camera.
We're hoping for it.
I think there might be 1 in the hand. I could be wrong. Queen's Castle gaining 2 lore. But of course, that is a lot of characters down on the board for Jonas.
Yeah, he has to deal with that shameful bodyguard first of all.
Absolutely, yeah. The bodyguard meaning that if you want to challenge a character, you have to choose the Chempo. You can target other characters with actions, but that Chempo is an absolute menace to deal with right now. Doesn't look like Joachim has it. They're shaking their head. They want that 3rd place trophy. 3 ink going to be spent on a friends. They're digging for a miracle. It's going to be a Clarabelle found. And another card I couldn't quite catch. Remember everybody, we've got the final game of the tournament coming up after this one. It's going to be a best of 3 Amber Emerald Agro, which will be going first, as it was the top seed from Swiss, versus the same list you're seeing here, Emerald Amethyst, but piloted by a different player. But it's the exact same 61 cards, not 60, 61.
Oh, wow.
Chempo is, what happened? I missed it. You're welcome, was it?
You're welcome. Yeah.
Okay, you're welcome. Has gotten rid of the Chempo bodyguard, so it gets shuffled into the deck, and then 2 cards will be drawn by Jonas. That is a great way of dealing with the bodyguard. So now some other characters can be challenged. Of course, the Rapunzel and Smee are exerted and can be challenged. So Elsa's going to challenge Smee. And then the Banzai and the Gothel can challenge the Rapunzel, which keeps Joachim in this game by the skin of their teeth for the moment. I thought it was all over, but it's not just yet. In comes a Rafiki just for good measure, and Mother Gothel moves to the Queen's Castle. And it's back on over to Jonas. They can quest for 3, which would get them to 18. A Robin Hood shift would get them to 19.
That Tinkerbell is amazing.
Here it comes, it's Tinkerbell. 1 damage to everything. It's going to polish off the hyena. It's going to polish off the Elsa. It's going to damage the Rafiki and the Mother Gothel. Big Tinkerbell there. Giant Tink making giant plays. Cindy gets inked, and it's going to be a Smee. Prince Naveen and Robin Hood are going to quest for 2. And now Jonas is just 2 lore away from victory.
Yeah, could this be it?
But the Queen's Castle is going to gain 2 lore, and it is going to draw an extra card for the Mother Gothel being there. $18 lore to 10. Rafiki on the board. Of course, the Tinkerbell and the Smee are readied, so cannot be challenged. We have Jonas to the left and Joachim on the right. Here at Malmo Games Week in Sweden. Rafiki's going to remove the Naveen. That's a good start, but there's a lot more to go, yeah. And Robin Hood also getting removed, but both the Tink and Smee have to go, or it is going to be game over, and Jonas will take the 3rd place trophy home.
I see a Gothel in hand, so that will remove 1 of the cards.
There's the Gothel for 6. And Jonas can pick which card gets bounced back to hand. They pick the Smee. Can Joachim deal with this thing? They can't. It's game over.
It's over.
Jonas is the 3rd place player at the tournament. Big congratulations, commiserations to Joachim. It was a fantastic run, but well done to both players. We have got the finalists ready and waiting to take their seats. And we're going to have an amazing final here of Disney Lorcana. Very, very excited indeed. The deck lists are going to be available on my YouTube channel. I actually can pull them up as well quickly. Magnus is going to go wander over. Here you can see this is the Amber Steel deck that we were just watching. Take a screenshot if you want to see it. This was the Amber Steel list. This is the deck we're going to see in a moment. This is the Emerald Amethyst deck, which we were just watching. And we are going to be seeing this deck in the finals as well, piloted by a different player. We're going to be seeing Sandar playing Emerald Amethyst, the exact same list. I imagine both players prepping together. And then we're going to also be seeing them up against Simon's Hyper Agro Amber Emerald. A really interesting build. Simon benefiting from being the highest seed in the tournament. They are the first seed and are therefore in a really good position with Hyper Agro going first twice. We've seen them pull off some really spicy lines with Daisy on 1, Daisy on 2 alongside a Pegasus, and then shifting that Pegasus on 3 to give their whole board evasive. Players are getting sat down and ready for our final game. We've got Simon on the left with the Bell playmat, who hopefully is going to center that playmat a bit better because that's going to trigger chat. And we're going to have Sander on the right. So some really interesting decks. We've got Amber Emerald Agro. We've also that Clarabelle in the mix up against Amethyst Emerald as well. It's going to be a spicy one. It's going to be exciting. Malmo Games Week. The prizes on offer are big, everybody. It's not just Pride. It's also a gold trophy as well as a box of the first chapter and a signed Robin Hood enchanted card. It's all to play for, Magnus. It's all to play for. Someone wanted to see the Amber Steel list again. It's here. Take a screenshot. It's going to last longer. This was the deck we saw in the semi-final, but the final two decks we're going to be watching is this Amber Emerald versus
Hyper Agro.
Emerald Amethyst.
Yeah, and Simon being the seed 1 and the top 1 from the Swish is going to start.
Yep.
It's going to be a big thing for the Agro player, of course.
I am going to really quickly run to the toilet.
Yeah, I did so too.
Okay, good man. I'll be right back. All right, here we go. It is Emerald Amethyst versus Amber Emerald. The players not only playing for pride and a gold trophy, but the winner also going to secure a box of the first chapter, as well as a signed copy of Robin Hood Enchanted. Both players have secured an enchanted card, but only the first place player getting that signed copy, I believe. Really, really big game. Both players are going to want to win. Both players very, very serious Lorcana players. We've got Simon to our left, who is playing Amber Emerald, and Sander to the right on Emerald Amethyst. Simon has managed to dodge Steel the whole tournament, Magnus.
Yes, yeah.
They didn't play against Steel a single time with this aggro deck. Pretty impressive. And of course, I think they might have been expecting to have seen the Amber Steel player make the finals.
Yep.
But Jonas got taken down by Xander at the last. in a very, very tight semi-final.
But at least Jonas got his revenge on the
Yes.
bronze match there, so I guess
Absolutely.
it's kind of happened at least.
Yep. So, of course, Simon, with this aggro deck and the higher seed, is going to be going first. So they're going to be mulliganing first, and Sandar is just going to wait for their opponent to mulligan before they make any decisions. The player going second is definitely incentivized to wait for the first player to mulligan. Going second, usually a disadvantage, so you may as well take every opportunity that you get to gain an advantage.
Wouldn't you agree, Joe, that Simon has a big advantage here because he just met this game, met this
that's true.
deck. Sander maybe is a little bit on the short run. He don't know how to play against Simon in the beginning.
Yeah, it's a really good point. So Simon obviously won the semi-final, and so it was a against the same deck, so has a lot of experience. And we just had the confirmation. They checked with us that we're ready to go.
Yep.
We're ready to go.
We're ready.
I'm ready to go, Magnus. You're ready to go. But
Are
the
the
question
chat
is,
ready?
are chat ready? Are you ready, ladies and gentlemen? Everybody watching, let us know if you're excited for this final. It all comes down to this. The best two players here at Malmo Games Week is going to be Simon versus Sander, battling it out for this first place trophy and signed Robin Hood Enchanted card. We're going to start off with some mulligans. Sander going to be looking for answers for that pesky Daisy Duck. Simon going to be looking for Daisy Duck, I would imagine. Looking for that Shift Pegasus, perhaps.
Yeah, that would be a great line for him. Playing that double Daisy and the Pegasus.
Both players making sure to give their deck a thorough shuffle. I have to say, if it came down to who has the better playmat, I'm going to have to give it to Simon every time. I love this Bell playmat. I actually bought one myself the other day. It's going to be my new playmat that I'm playing from when I'm doing webcam games at home.
Yeah,
I just
amazing.
love it.
It's
There we
amazing.
go. Best of luck to both players. Simon to our left, Sander to the right. Simon will be kicking things off for us here as the higher seed. Simon, of course, going to start off by putting a card into the inkwell. It's going to be an Ursula Deceiver into the ink to play a one-cost Lilo. It's not a Daisy Duck, but it does still quest for 2.
Yep.
And it's going to be really important to have a one-cost character, and that is a great start for Sander. Finds Rafiki, which makes things a little bit awkward for Simon. Might not want to quest with this Lilo right now. The Queen's going to get inked. In comes a Piglet, Pooh Pirate Captain. And I would imagine that the Lilo is just going to sit and wait. And that is exactly what happens. Not a great start here for Simon. We know they love that Shin Miri line, where you play lots of characters down and have 3 characters by turn 2, but that was not an option here. And it's really an impressive start for Sander with Rafiki and a Hyena down in the mix.
Bästa med Rafiki. Rafiki is a 0-0, right?
Yep. 0 strength, 2 willpower. So it could be removed by the Piglet, which is honestly something which Simon might consider.
Yeah.
I would be very tempted. Piglet can quest for 3 if Simon develops another character, but instead decides to take the trade. I think that's a good decision. 1 lore gained by Rafiki, but was it really worth it? And now Lilo questing for 3 thanks to Donald Duck. Usually it's it's Daisy Donald's Day, but this time it's Lilo Donald's Day, apparently. Friends inked. In comes the crab. That is going to give the hyena some extra strength, and both the hyena and the Donald are removed from the board. Not the most explosive start from Simon, but it could be worse.
Simon only have 4 cards in hand here.
Yeah, of course. Piglet only questing for 1 as it stands, but with another character, that Piglet's going to quest for 3. And that is a miss on the Ursula, revealing the hand here of Sander, and there is not a single song available. But the Piglet will now quest for 3. And speaking of Piglet, another one enters the board. Lilo quests for 2. Piglet quests for 3. And that is 5 lore in a single swoop, jumping up to 8. This is what Hyper Aggro does. It quests very, very quickly indeed. Sander going to ink the Ursula Deceiver and play a Crab. Crab removes the Piglet, taking 2 damage for its trouble, but remains on the board.
Passing over. So Simon now can quest for 5 more. Oh, 6 more. Going up to 14.
Yep. Which is starting to get pretty dangerous. Clarabelle comes through for 3. They have less cards in hand right now than Sander, which allows them to draw. And this is the backup plan that Simon's looking to do. Shift in this Clarabelle. Piglet comes down. The 3rd pirate captain of the day. I think that's all cards played from their hand, however. And they do have a decision on if they want to quest here. They could decide not to. In fact, Ursula's going to remove a Crab. Lilo and Piglet are going to quest for another 5, up to 13 lore. Only 8 away here, Simon, from victory in game 1. It is not going to be a long final, everybody, with this Hyper Aggro deck on display. You do not want to go anywhere at all. It is going to be a best of 3. The Crab removes the Piglet. We've seen that before. But the Elsa could be a huge play here. Is it available? It is! Elsa can exert a character. It's going to be Piglet. And Elsa going to rush in and remove that Piglet from the board straight away. Imagine Clarabelle off the top here, though, for Simon. Clarabelle could shift in for 5 and could change the game. It's a Donald Duck off the top, however. It's going to give Lilo extra willpower, so it's going to quest for 3 to 16. Donald Duck could have been played as a bodyguard, but it's been played readied to try and gain that extra quest. Now the decision is, does Simon quest with Clarabelle? They decided to put Donald in readied, which I like, and they decide also to risk it and leave Clarabelle on the board and not quest with Clarabelle just yet. Another Elsa could be a really big deal to exert that Clarabelle or exert that Donald. Elsa's going to remove Lilo. Crab's going to quest. In comes the Fox. Elsa back in the hand, of course. That can exert a ready character next turn. That's something which Simon's going to have to be very wary of.
Yeah.
But it's back on over to Simon, who's currently at 16. Can quest to 18. A Clarabelle shift would get them to 19.
Thinking about it.
Definitely going to be fearful of that Elsa. We see a bit of a grimace there from Simon. One card in hand. I have no idea what it is. No card in Simon's deck costs more than 5. There it is. It's a quest for 2, up to 18. And doesn't play the card at all, perhaps fearing that Elsa. One strategy you can have if you're playing Hyper Aggro is when you play a threat, play 2 at once. So maybe just wanting to hold on to that card in hand for now, but both cards removed. And you would imagine Sander's going to try and hold on to that Elsa then. Crab comes through. I actually really like the play by Simon to hold on to the card. Cogsworth as well. And it's back on over to Simon. A Pegasus 5 cost character would be great, because that would be very difficult to deal with.
Yeah, for sure.
This is where Amethyst would also be good. Having something like a goat, like a Gathering Knowledge and Wisdom, but there's just not really those kinds of cards available in Amber and Emerald. Five ink available, 2 cards in hand, and just passes without playing a single card. That is really curious. Not sure what Simon has, but they definitely want to be able to play 2 cards at once because of this Elsa that is in the hand here of Sander. Is Sander pulling off the impossible and winning while going second against the Agro? And yeah,
Baloo.
Raw makes a point. There is Baloo in Amber, and there is 4 copies of it in the deck, I believe.
Yep.
Baloo could be a great one. Simon reading the Chromicon. What on earth does that do?
He actually has 3 Baloo.
Okay, 3 Baloo in the deck here for Simon. That would be an incredible option. 3 cards now in hand for Simon. It's going to be a Pegasus 1 cost. This can be removed by Elsa, but if you remove the Pegasus, you can't remove the Merfolk, and it's 3 cards at once. The Cloud Kicker, the Pegasus, and the Merfolk, and they're just 2 lore away now. What a game.
Will Sander find something here to remove? He needs to remove that Ursula's. What was the name? Ursula.
Is it a scoop? Is it a scoop?
Scoop.
It's a scoop. It's game.
That was the fast game.
Sander has not been able to stop the hyper aggro. Simon looked like they were in a really bad position there towards the end, but they just about managed to cross the finish line. All you have to do is get to 20, and Simon managed to do that just about in an absolute nail biter. Here you can see the Amethyst Emerald deck, which Sander is playing, and this is the Hyper Aggro Amber Emerald deck. What a start here in game number 1, but it's not all over yet, Magnus. We've still got game 2 to come, and this one, Sander will be going first.
I think probably the sad part is I can't stay to watch it. But maybe you have someone who can fill me in.
Okay, Magnus is going to have to shoot off to go catch his plane. Magnus, what a pleasure it's been. Thank you so much for joining us. It's been so much fun.
It was a lot of fun.
Thanks for having me in Sweden.
Yeah, of course. Welcome back anytime.
Yeah. Well,
good luck in next weekend when you're playing.
Thank you so much. And I know chat's really enjoyed having you on the channel.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun.
And I look forward to Malmo Games Week next year, hopefully.
Yeah,
Take care, my friend. Okay, everybody. I might be able to get a guest caster on. Do you want to come cast some Lorcana? Cast? You're casting finals.
Are you ready for that?
Yeah, I'm ready. Let's have it.
Okay.
Hello, sir. Please
Hello.
introduce yourself to the people.
I am Janik, also a streamer, and I've played Lorcana for the first time yesterday.
Yeah.
It was super interesting, and I feel like I've actually caught up with the game quite a bit. The only thing is that there's, of course, a lot of cards that I don't know about yet, so I'll love to hear them from you.
You'll be learning on the job, right?
Yeah, exactly. It's, learn by doing.
Yeah.
Right?
And that's the beautiful thing about Malmo Games Week. We've got this competition going on for Lorcana, but you also did like a learn to play session yesterday and played for the very first time.
Absolutely. And then I also got to play with you a little bit.
Let's not talk about that. What happened when we played last night?
Well, so we took your deck and we split it in 2.
Yeah.
And then we played against each other.
Yeah.
And then I think I got the better half of the deck with I got 4 Diablos on my side and everything. So it was a little bit unfair, but I did take the win, and I'm gonna take that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Every day.
Right. Too right. Okay, so we've got Sander here on the right. They're going to be going first in this one. They did lose game 1, so Sander has to win this one.
Okay.
The player on the left, Simon, has a very aggressive deck. It's kind of the one you mentioned, where you just have lots of cards which gain lore very, very quickly. So Simon was the top seed from day 1, which allowed them to go first here, and they did win game 1. So Sander looking to make a bit of a comeback.
There you go. So how does finals work in terms of win or loss? How many wins do you need to actually get it?
It's a best of 3.
Okay.
So you need 2 wins.
Okay.
So Simon's already got 1 win, and then Sander needs to now get the next 2.
Yes.
To come out on top.
There you go. Okay. So we'll see. Well, who was it? Sander that had the aggressive deck?
It's going to be Simon to the left. You can see the sheets in front of us. That might help. So we've got Simon with the aggressive deck to the left. Sander's deck also kind of quick, but it's a little bit more what you might call mid-range. It's got some control tools in there. Whereas Simon's deck really just likes to quest and do nothing else.
Okay, so if you can get back into the game and establish your board, after your opponent starts really getting all those questing done, then you can come back.
Exactly.
Because I feel like if they lose their board, it's going to be really hard to establish back.
Yeah, that's exactly right. We do see Pegasus played by Simon. So Pegasus is an evasive card.
Yes.
It can only be challenged by other evasive cards. And is Clarabelle getting inked here for Sander, and for 2 ink it's an Ursula. So Ursula, we saw this in the deck we played.
Any songs in hand here?
Not a single song, but definitely some good information. You can see that there is a Pegasus here that costs 5. Now this is a 5 cost character, but it can actually shift in for 3 onto the smaller Pegasus, and that's definitely something which needs to be considered by Sander.
Yeah, that's an early threat to get out. Like a 5 cost card for 3.
Absolutely.
Is really strong.
Yeah, we've been seeing lots of shifts actually in the early in the tournament so far. Ursula on the other side, also no songs. Both players, it is open deck lists, so they'll be aware of the fact that Ursula is in each other's deck, and maybe they mulligan the songs away.
There you go, of course. That's actually a really strong move. I didn't even think about that. Knowing Ursula is in each other's deck also lets you know that exactly which song you're trying to get away.
Yep, exactly.
Like they must have been searching for something specific that they were afraid of. I don't know which songs that they're playing, but it does sound like it would be a dangerous thing to get your opponent to have out.
Speaking of dangerous, this is a Hyper Aggro deck's worst nightmare. It's Lyle Tiberius Rourke, which is a card which hasn't seen that much play but has been creeping back into the meta. Whenever one of Sander's cards on the right here is banished, Simon to the left is actually going to lose 1 lore. So the aggro deck's trying to get to 20 as quickly as possible, and Lyle is taking lore away from them.
That is unfortunate. And how do you deal with that once that's on the board? Do you want to rumble it away? Was that the card?
Yeah, Brawl.
Brawl it away.
Brawl would be a great option, but unfortunately not in Simon's deck. So Simon really doesn't have many ways of dealing with it, in truth. This is the game where Simon's going second, and his deck is much, much better going first. We kind of talked yesterday about how decks going first tend to have a slight advantage going first.
Of course.
Simon's deck is the most extreme case of that. It really is very strong going first. So their really good performance in day 1 allowed them to be the top seed. So every game today, they have been going first twice.
Okay, that is incredibly strong for a deck like that then.
Absolutely. We do see the Donald Duck come down as a bodyguard, and it's going to be giving also extra lore to Pegasus, so it was a total of 3 lore gained there, I do believe. Ursula questing for 1, Pegasus usually for 1, but Donald gives it that 1 extra lore when it enters play.
So Simon with the
It was actually a challenge, I think. It was a challenge because Lyle gave something reckless.
There you go. And the dice is obviously there to depict the
damage, exactly.
Exactly. Was it Simon with the hybrid deck, right?
Yep.
Yes.
Exactly.
Simon with the hybrid deck, now that he's not established that much further than his opponent, it's starting to get dangerous because he wants to be ahead from the very beginning, right?
Exactly.
And now he's starting to lose ground, which I would imagine could be a problem going forward.
Yeah, most definitely. And here we're seeing Sander, instead of questing, they're just looking to control the board at this stage. So they remove the Donald Duck from the board by challenging with the Ursula and the Lyle. Sander's not in a rush here at all. They can play a nice slow game, gain board control, and then just win in the late game. And the Merlin Rabbit comes through for 4, which allows them to draw. And they quest for 1 with the Clarabelle. So it's now going to be on Simon's turn. So they ready, they set, and they draw. There is still that shift Pegasus as an option for Simon as well.
What I'm wondering here is that how come Simon is not inking anymore?
Oh my goodness, I have to say this is the most insane Hey Hey I've ever seen. Hey Hey in the building! This is not a card you see often. So Hey Hey actually added an extra card into Simon's ink here. So you asked the question, why do you not ink? Hey Hey has answered your question. When Hey Hey enters the board, if you have less ink than your opponent, you can put the top card from your deck into your inkwell. Kind of similar to that Mickey Mouse card that you saw yesterday.
Absolutely.
But Hey Hey is in Emerald. Usually Sapphire is the ink color which ramps, or Hey Hey, a really interesting way for Emerald to do some ramping.
That's really good though. But also when you have a hybrid deck, I'm assuming you have a lot of low-cost cards.
Exactly.
So you don't need the ink to sustain like maybe 6-7 costs.
Exactly. and every card you put in your inkwell is one less card in your hand.
Absolutely.
Elsa is going to come through with Evasive and Rush to remove the Pegasus from the board, and you can really start to see the board control dominance coming in here for Sander, really in the ascendancy, continuing to quest, up to 7 lore now, of course, first to 20 wins. So you just started playing Lorcana yesterday.
Absolutely.
Do you think you're going to play again in the future?
I do think so. I would try to see if I can convince some of my friends
Yeah.
to get one of these starter decks. I will say that some of the decks like that you showed me, for example, the cards can get a little expensive if you want to go
Yep.
for the absolute meta.
Yep.
So we're probably going to start out on a little bit of a slower ground.
Some of the decks we're seeing here, though, are really, really affordable, honestly. Like, very, very affordable indeed. So you definitely can go expensive, but you can also get some very competitive decks on a good budget.
You'll have to look through the internet to see
I'll help you out with
exactly what is being played and what's capable of. And you could also, like, one thing I like to do is theorycraft. To figure out, like, can I do something that is against the current meta that is not being used yet?
Yeah, that's my style, that's for sure. We're going to see some more questing, I think, here from Sander. Looks like everything's turning sideways and just going to quest. Each character questing for 1. 5 characters, 5 lore gain. They're only 8 away at this stage, but they still have all of their ink available to play this turn as well. It's going to be another Lyle entering the building. And this means that the Piglet can't quest next turn and must challenge if able. And in comes a Crab as well, just for good measure. You can really see the difference here when Sander's going first, just able to develop. Real hard time for the Hyper Aggro. And it is a scoop! Sander takes it. So it's going to be a final game to see who wins Malmo Games Week.
You could really tell how difficult it was, like how suffocating it is once your opponent starts getting all these cards out. As a hybrid deck, you can't afford to to challenge your opponent that much.
Good, you remember it. That's nice.
But you can't afford to challenge your opponent because you need the quest points, you need the lore points.
Yeah.
So what ends up happening is that you become in this lore rush against your opponent, and against the control deck that Sander has, it looks like that could be really, really difficult.
Absolutely, and we'll just take a quick look at the prizes on offer as well. The first place player getting a signed copy of this Enchanted Robin Hood, signed by the artist who is here this weekend. But also, instead of getting a display of the latest set, Shimmering Skies, you get a booster box of the first chapter, which was released a year ago now, and still has some really, really powerful cards. Cards like the Maui that you saw yesterday are from the first chapter. So it's a really, really cool, fun experience to get to open
can really
some of
come in
those.
clutch with the rush and the 5 or 7 attack. I can't remember.
6, almost.
Right in between.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, everyone, this is it. The final game of Malmo Games Week. It's been quite an event. We've got Simon on Hyper Aggro looking to take down Sander.
I would love to see in the chat if anybody has any prediction or any thoughts about who's going to win or who's going to take it home. Always interested to see who people are cheering for, if you have a favorite. Maybe not because of the person, maybe it's because of the deck, maybe it's because of the person, but it's always nice to see if you guys have any thoughts whatsoever.
Yep, let us know in the chat who you think's going to win, who you want to win. Here we go. Each player going to, of course, draw 7 cards to start.
Who's going to start this round?
This is going to be Simon. So because Simon lost the previous game, they are given the chance to choose if they go first or second.
Okay.
And you always choose to go first.
Absolutely.
At the moment, as I mentioned to you yesterday, there's not a deck in Lorcana which wants to go second. A boat wants the Pokemon sleeves to lose. That's fair enough.
I mean, I do want to say, I actually thought about this. Sander having pink sleeves with the pink armband is really like, it matches. I like the aesthetic.
That's
it's good.
True. That is very true.
I like the aesthetic. I would also be a type of person to match my sleeves with my playmat, and then whatever I'm also wearing. I like that.
Also, what you're wearing.
Yeah, I like the complete fit.
Yeah,
having everything down.
Very nice.
But okay, so since Simon is playing, I think he's going to go for a little bit of a more aggressive mulligan to establish his board as quickly as possible.
Yeah, I think you could be onto something there. I think Simon is going to be looking for what I call the Shin Miri line, which is where you play on turn 2, instead of playing a 2-cost character, you play 2 1-cost characters. It's the most aggressive way to go. You get a really wide board. I actually think Simon didn't mulligan a single card, which is very scary if your name's Sander. You see your opponent not mulligan anything, and it would suggest they have the best opening possible. Is it a Daisy? It's not. It's a Lilo. Lilo, 1 strength, 1 willpower, but can quest for 2.
Okay. So unless Sandra does get something on the board
Yep.
that I'm assuming can challenge Lilo.
It can, but it's also only a 1/1. So if it removes Lilo, it will also be banished itself.
Yes.
So not the best, but certainly could be worse. The good news for Sander is there's no Daisy Duck forthcoming. 2 ink available. Are we going to see the famous Shin Miriam? We're not. We're actually just going to see the Piglet. And interesting not to quest with the Lilo here. There was an option to.
But it might be an attempt at establishing a very wide board early.
Exactly.
And then having to force your opponent to choose who to challenge. And hopefully your opponent challenges something that you want them to challenge instead of maybe that Lilo. Maybe there's a plan for the Lilo there. Or because it's a 2 lore every quest.
Yep.
That is strong.
It's
on any
really
character.
strong, but it doesn't have good stats.
Yes.
But it can get out of hand very quickly. And what we've seen Simon try and do with his deck is try and get so many characters down on the board where they go very wide quickly, and then they're going to quest all at the same time. Because then Sander can't remove everything at once.
Exactly.
So it's a really interesting decision. Now, 3 ink available, of course, only 2 right now, but they can ink for their turn.
So the card that Sandra played here, what is that? The green one.
It's a hyena. It has 3 strength, 2 willpower, and it quests for 2. No ability, but it's just got big stats and big questing potential.
For 2 is quite good.
Yeah, it is an uninkable card. That is a big downside of it, but it is definitely a nice card. Cloud Kicker into the Inkwell for Simon. 3 ink now to play with. Piglet is able to quest for 3 if they have 3 characters down on the board. So they're certainly going to want to get a character down, you would imagine. Simon really taking their time. It looks like they're thinking about Donald Duck. But actually, Clarabelle is the decision. So Clarabelle reads, if you have less cards in your hand than your opponent, you can draw a card. So Clarabelle draws a card.
But no questing.
Yeah, just maybe keeping that idea to try and go really wide all at once, but definitely not the best or quickest start from Simon here. This is the final game in the best of 3, everybody. If you're just joining us, the winner of this is the winner of Malmo Games Week. And Cloud Kicker bouncing back the Piglet into the hand for Simon before it was even able to be questing. And the kit is huge here. So Cloud Kicker bounces the card back, but Sander is playing Amethyst, which has cards like Mad and Mim, which can bounce their own cards back to hand. So we might see this Cloud Kicker bounce back to hand and then replayed multiple times, which could be really disruptive. In comes Lilo for 1, 3 ink still to play with. In comes Piglet for 2, 1 ink still available. Does Simon have a way of using it? Because that would be an impressively wide board. They do decide to start questing with Lilo.
That Lilo will probably get challenged this turn now, though, because removing that potential 2 lore from your opponent each turn for one challenge is, I'm assuming, a good idea, especially if you have more defense than that one that it's gonna.
Absolutely. Cogsworth removes the Lilo. It could have happened back on turn 2, but in comes Lyle as well. Sander has got all the answers. The kit, the Lyle, is a really impressive start here, but Simon might have a trick up their sleeve. They could shift in a Clarabelle for 5 ink. Usually it's a 7 cost card, but with that 3 cost Clarabelle down on the board, if they have access to that legendary Clarabelle, it's a card which allows Simon to draw a lot of cards in a single swoop, and that could swing the favor back into them.
That does sound amazing for a hyper deck, getting as much card draw as possible to make sure that you can get those inks down so you can start swarming your field as much as possible.
Absolutely.
Here we see
there it is.
Yes.
The cow, which has gone up in price a lot recently, enters the board, and big trades come through. Piglet was reckless and had to challenge, but Law lost for Simon because of that Lyle. Now, Simon's going to end their turn, but they draw cards until they have equal cards to Sander. Sander just had 2 cards in hand, I believe, so Simon drew 1.
But it was definitely worth it, I think, losing those 2 lore to establish dominance on the field so that now you can start swarming again and hopefully get ready with all these extra questing a little bit later into the game.
Absolutely.
But I do also think the later you get into the game against a control deck, it gets more and more scary because Sander will have more ink to play with as we get later into the game. And some of those cards that he has, as being control cards, are going to be really annoying to deal with as a hybrid deck.
Yeah, most definitely. And these hyper aggro decks are really built to kind of get to 20 exactly and really run out of steam very quickly. So this Lyle removing so much lore from Simon's side of the board is really problematic. The Clarabelle has now been dealt with thanks to the Crab, and it's just a lone Lilo standing for Simon. But they do have a few cards left in hand to work with, but 20 lore still to go. Sander really showing us how it's done. Pegasus for 1. 4 ink still to play with. It looks like it's going to be Donald Duck as an option. Now, Donald Duck has Bodyguard, which could protect the Lilo, but it also gives Lilo 1 extra lore for this turn. So Lilo could quest for 3 if Donald Duck enters play.
With a Bodyguard, that sounds great.
Yep. It's going to be the Hey Hey again. It looks like, though, yep, it's not. They're both at 5 ink. So Hey Hey is not going to be able to add the top card of the deck into the inkwell. But Lilo quest for 2.
So was that a bit of a miscalculation there
Yeah, I think
on
so.
Simon's part?
Exactly.
An unfortunate misplay, which is not great when you are not established yet. He wants to be able to be as efficient as possible.
Most definitely. Yeah, we see the Crab removing Lilo. And yeah, it's really amazing to see a hyper aggro deck at 2 lore this far into the game while going first. The Rabbit comes through from Sander, and this is where Amethyst, which just loves to draw cards, really starts coming into its own. There's not much card draw at all in Simon's deck. Again, it's really designed in a way to get to 20 and then run out of steam.
Yes.
But now we see the Madam Mim Snake for 2, bounces back the Rabbit, and when Rabbit leaves play, it also draws a card. So Amethyst loves drawing cards.
That is some synergy being seen here right now on screen.
Yeah, the Madam Mim Snakes, and there's a Madam Mim Fox, alongside some Merlin cards are really, really very popular. We do, though, see Hey Hey and Pegasus questing for a total of 3, and the Queen is on the board for 5 ink for Simon.
So what are the values of the 2 cards here on Sander's side? Are they able to challenge and survive?
So both of them have 3 strength and 3 willpower, actually, but we see the Crab, instead of questing or challenging, it was exerted to sing a song. We didn't really see many songs in the decks we were playing yesterday, right? But Friends on the other side, kind of comparable to Pot of Greed. But it draws you 2 cards, which is very strong, but it comes at the price, even though it was free, Crab had to sing it. So instead of challenging or questing, so you do kind of lose something. But Friends is a card that we usually see 4 copies of in every Amethyst deck.
It is strong being able to draw 2 on each turn.
Yeah.
It's very, very powerful card draw.
Absolutely. Yeah.
It will also allow, I'm guessing, will allow Sander to continuously play more and more ink.
Absolutely,
And if he can draw 2 new cards and play with all this ink, he's going to overwhelm Simon quite significantly in the late game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, most definitely. Lyle's come through here, and it's given Pegasus Reckless, which means Pegasus is not going to be able to quest this turn, and if it is able to challenge, it must. And it can challenge. It can challenge a Crab, it can challenge a Mim, but of course it's going to be getting removed from the board while doing so. So Lyle really been a bit of a star of the show in this game here.
And there's nothing that Pegasus can challenge that would be a beneficial challenge here for Simon, is there? Due to Pegasus only having 1 strength, right?
Absolutely. So we do see Donald Duck come through, which gives the Queen extra lore, but the Queen has a really cool ability. It's going to be giving Pegasus extra strength here and lowering the strength of the Crab. So actually the Pegasus cleans up the Crab for no problem at all. But because of the Lyle, there should have been 1 lore lost here by Simon, and it does come through. So Lyle, when this Crab was removed, means that Simon lost a lore. I'm really impressed that Simon's still staying in this game. The Queen is giving them a little bit of board presence.
Yeah, he's still definitely present on the board, and he hasn't lost quite yet. But I'm assuming that if Simon doesn't get that much more card draw with 3 cards in hand and all of them being slightly low cost, he might run out of cards to challenge Sander with soon. And Sander has this 2 Well, does he have 2 card draw again? Or no, the crab got dealt with, right?
Yeah, the crab's been dealt with. There is still that rabbit down on the board. The main thing at this stage, probably for Sander, is just continue to remove as many cards as possible, because Simon is going to continue to run out of steam, and you just want to keep them as far away from 20 as possible. We do see the snake for 2, bouncing back that rabbit, spending 2 ink and drawing a card is so strong. And we do see the snake challenging the queen. Are you surprised to see the queen getting removed, or would you expect that to happen?
I mean, I think as a control deck, what you want is to play safe, and the safest thing that you can do is remove all options from your opponent.
Absolutely.
And have established control on the board, because you know right now he has the superior ink management as of right now. He has the card draw, and if he can overwhelm his opponent at this time, opponent only has, which would be Simon, only has I think 5 ink at his disposal. So he can only do so much, and I think he only has 2 cards in hand.
Yeah.
So it's going to be really difficult to get back up to have the same field presence as Sander, and I think Sander recognizes that and therefore chose to challenge and just get rid of his opponent's board.
Yeah, I think spot on. Like, the longer the game goes on, the more in favor it's going to swing for Sander. So it just makes real sense to slow down Simon. We do see Donald Duck not going on a quest, but challenging the Lyle, and that's because Rapunzel's going to let down her hair, one of the most powerful cards in the game. It's going to heal Donald Duck for 2, and because it healed by 2, it allowed Simon to draw 2 cards.
What an amazing card draw mechanic, and that's going to help Simon get back into the game a little bit, have more cards to play with in hand, and hopefully more options to get back on the board, inking Pegasus, and then using those 2 ink to get who out again?
It was Your Welcome got discarded by Ursula. So Ursula's that card which
Ursula,
looks at the opponent's hand, can discard a song card. Your Welcome was in there and it got discarded. So this Rapunzel, this is actually an alternative art. This is one of the promo cards available from the official Lorcana challenge events.
Okay.
So I think Simon's been to a few of the official challenge events, and this is one of the cards available on the prize wall. So this is a non-foil version of it. But the players that get top 32 at the challenge events also get a foil version of this Rapunzel, which is worth around, I think, 2,000 euros on Card Market, who sponsor my channel. So if you guys want to buy singles in Europe, don't forget to check out Card Market.
Cardmarket.com?
Yep.
Let's go. Get in there. I'm going to use it as well just to look up some cards in case I want to buy some boosters.
Definitely.
I will look up every card just to see in case I get something that is a little bit cool that I might be able to resell, because I think in the beginning for me it's not about the coolness of the card. If it's worth a lot, I can get more cards for the price of one, basically.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Definitely makes a lot of sense, especially if you can get those enchanted cards. They're very pretty and very valuable, but it might be better off having
the regular
60 good cards rather than one pretty enchanted card. We do see a little bit of a trade there with Donald Duck being removed and Lyle continuing to get value. And, well, guess who's back? It's Merlin Rabbit bouncing back and forth and drawing Sander plenty of cards. I don't think that Simon's had a longer game than this the whole weekend as a hyper aggro player. And there's another rabbit. 8 ink available, 2 rabbits down on the board.
I feel like this is going to be incredibly difficult here for Simon to deal with, because assuming that his hyper aggro deck doesn't have a lot of cards that have that strength to deal with this presence that Sander now has on the board, it's going to be, I think, difficult for Simon to bring it back at this point.
Yeah, 6 law to 7 as it stands. Rapunzel and Ursula on the board for Simon, and a whole bunch of characters available for Sander as they do quest out with the remaining options. It's now 6 law to 9. 2 rabbits, a snake, an Elsa, and a Lyle for Sander. A very wide board, almost running out of table space.
Yeah. So what do you do when you run out of table space? Like, do you stack the cards on top of each other kind of a little bit?
I'm so messy when I play. These guys are very neat and tidy.
Yeah, okay, yeah. I would be pretty messy as well, I think.
But yeah, often you'll just stack cards as you want. But in comes Baloo. So Baloo's a bodyguard. It has 0 strength and 3 willpower. But a bodyguard means that if Sander wants to challenge any of Simon's characters, they have to challenge Baloo first. But also Baloo, when it's removed from the game, is going to gain Simon 2 lore.
Okay, so you don't actually really want to challenge, especially a hyper aggro deck getting free lore is a little bit dangerous.
Most definitely, but It's going to be Clarabelle and Baloo played for Simon, still 2 cards in hand, but now it's back on over to Xander, and they have so much ink to play with. So Xander from Denmark, I believe they won something like 14 out of 16 of the big set championship tournaments they've attended, which is an incredible record.
That is a
so
good
I think
ratio.
kind of has a reputation for being the best player in Denmark and is wanting to maintain that. You might have something to say about that,
I mean,
though, right?
I could definitely, easily take that title here. You guys should be lucky that I'm not a full-time Lorcana player here, but I do think I will grab it up as a hobby. In general, just having more games to play, especially card games with friends, is always a good time. But going to tournaments, I think I will unfortunately not have that much extra time for.
Yep. We do see the Rapunzel being removed by the Rabbit. Baloo was also taken out, but of course when it's banished, 2 lore was gained. And now the Ursula also removed. Xander just not worried about a big board clear. Of course, we talked yesterday about there being a card called Be Prepared, but that's a Ruby card, not available for Simon in a Hyper Agro deck. It is open list, so Xander's just very confident that they can continue to just develop the board, and
So,
there's no punish forthcoming.
Can I ask a question here?
Of course.
So, in your opinion here, Simon sitting with 1 card on the field, he does have 6 ink. So I don't know what he has in his deck, but do you know if there's anything that could bring Simon just back on the board, get some field presence at all? What do you think could be like the play for Simon to bring him back?
I think there is probably, definitely, no coming back from this. I think it's over.
You think
the board's
it's over?
too wide. I don't want to call it too early, but it
there
is!
you go. Okay, you called it right before it happened.
Well played. Xander is your Disney Lorcana Challenge Malmo champion. Look at the reaction. Taking down Simon on Hyper Aggro despite going second. The first game Simon's lost all weekend.
Okay, that is so impressively done. Are you going to have an interview here with the winner then?
Yeah, I guess so. I guess we'll have a little trophy reveal.
Oh,
so
exciting.
how did you find Disney Lorcana?
Me?
Yeah.
Actually, just from being here, from joining Malmo Game Week, it was such a fun experience to just be here, experience the whole thing, and then there's multiple tournaments and different card games. I'm a huge card game nerd. When it comes like both over the board, but also online, and I always like trying something new. Mm-hmm. So the moment I saw something new to try, and also because of you, of course, because we got to
hang out,
on literally the first night.
Yep, it was
fully
a lot of fun.
randomly.
Yeah.
So yeah, and you guys taught me the game the first night, and I think because I feel like Lorcana has a really nice barrier of entry. Like it doesn't require you to do too many different things.
Yep.
So you can learn the game quite easily, and then the depth of the game comes from the different card interactions.
Absolutely.
But the rules of the game are quite clearly stated. Mm-hmm. So it's quite easy to get into, and because of that, I can sit here and talk to you about it.
Yeah, you smashed it.
And
Chat was very impressed. I was impressed.
I mean, I'm also just trying to talk.
So if people want to find you and see more of your content, where can they find you?
Oh, twitch.tv/jnick.
Okay, so we'll get someone to pump that in the chat for us.
But if you guys, I don't.
If someone could put the HTTP, I'm not going to mess with the Swedish keyboard. It's so confusing.
That's fair enough. But today I went bouldering. That was fun.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we were there for 3 hours. My hands and my arms are absolutely just burning. So, anyways, thank you so much for having me.
Before you go, and before the players come over to join us, Malmo Games Week, we've talked about the Lorcana side of it, but there was much more to Malmo Games Week than just Disney Lorcana. So what other things did you get up to while you were here at Malmo Games Week?
So there's been a lot of shopping going on. There's something called the Artist Alley, where you have a bunch of local artists. They make anything from clothing to like food to different like merchandise. It could be jewelry or whatever. And it's always nice to support local artists because that's, I think that's such a good opportunity for people to do what they like to do.
Yeah.
And for you to help them, it might be a little bit more expensive than buying something off the internet, but you know that you're supporting somebody that is physically there right in front of you, and it's so nice to see. On top of that, there's also been multiple different tournaments. There's a whole gaming section where you can play board games with your friends. You can just pick up a board game and play it with your friends. I don't know if you've ever been to a board game cafe.
I have once or twice. It's that kind of vibe, right?
Yeah. It was definitely the same kind of vibe. It's super fun. You get to experience new games. And then, of course, on top of that, there's a big community. If you come, I would recommend if people come that they bring a friend or two that they can hang out with, because it's all about community and coming here, meeting friends, hanging out, enjoying things together. So all in all, super fun experience. Cannot complain.
I also have a gift for you. I'm
What?
searching. I have some gifts. I give you. Now, you did earn 2 promo cards yesterday from your tournament, which I didn't give you. We need to find Ivy because I owe her some as well. But here you go. Show the camera what you've got.
Okay.
You did win 2 of them yesterday.
Yeah.
You get Scrooge McDuck
Scrooge.
promo.
Here, what do we have here? Oh, and this is the other one. I can't remember the name here.
Flotsam and Jetsam.
They have the same kind of vibe as me. I like them a lot here. What do we have here? Let me see it. Christoph. Oh, that's Evie's, right?
Yep.
And then,
I'll get you some as well.
And then 4 dozen eggs, Chad. That is
Amazing.
amazing. Thank you so much. This is I will find a way to get at least Scrooge McDuck into my deck.
I also have an even better prize for you. Here you go.
Wow.
That's a food coupon.
It's a food coupon.
That's a good deal.
What can I get for
You
this?
can get a kebab.
I can get a kebab?
Yeah, outside.
Oh my god. I got paid to cash, Chad.
Well, it was a pleasure. There's a chance we do a show match. I don't know if we have time.
But it also depends because we have to travel to Copenhagen.
Okay,
we
you
do not
to
have
go.
time.
We don't have time for a show match.
Unfortunately.
But maybe next time we'll have a game against each other.
Absolutely. I mean, do you come to DreamHack and stuff?
I've never been, so maybe I'll have to go this
Come,
year.
it's so fun.
When is it?
Was it November? Yeah.
I'll see what my schedule's saying, and I'll try and be there. If there's Lorcana there, you're gonna struggle to keep me away, I think.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much for having me.
So nice meeting you, my friend.
Nice meeting you this weekend.
Likewise, mate.
We'll talk soon, okay?
Yeah. And guys, make sure you give him a follow.
Bye-bye,
It's been a
Chad.
pleasure. And I'm going to see if I can grab some of the finalists.
Yes.
There is a little reward ceremony going on downstairs. I'm going to ask them to bring up their trophies.
Enjoy.
Thanks for this time.
Yeah, pleasure. Take care, guys. All right, everybody. That was Disney Lorcana Challenge. Not Lorcana Challenge. Disney Lorcana Malmo Games Week. Final players are going to come up for a little interview. Here you can see the prizes, gold trophy, and a display. Here you can see the finalist decks. We had an Emerald Amethyst deck taking it down 61 cards, which makes me a little bit unhappy, if I'm honest. I'm not a big fan of the old 61 card decks. This was the Amber Emerald deck, which lost it. But of course, really well done to both players. Really awesome decks. I had so much fun this weekend. I think this Elsa Cup was kind of the star of the show in a lot of ways for me. So I was really happy to see this Emerald Amethyst deck taking it down. I think also the Banzai really did impress me quite a lot. The Cricky delivered the business as well in the semi-final. Apparently it might be Earlmeister's list, so I'll have to see if that's the case. Big shout out to our judges as well, who have been absolutely smashing it this weekend. Big thank you to all the volunteers. We are going to have the winner interview in just a moment. I'm just waiting for them to make their way on up. I also got a bunch of cool Swedish food. I've got cinnamon buns. I've got, it's like rock candy type stuff. I have this Kram Padig, which is like you hug me or something like this. You hug me, chat. You hug me. Where is my finalist? Where is my finalist? Oh, they're getting a photo. They're getting a photo. See, like over here? Finalist photo. Hopefully we can get them all up here. Guys! Oh. I want them all. Do you mind seeing if I can get all of them? The top 3 especially with the trophies. Thank you. We'll see if we can get them all over, ladies and gents. Shout out to Earlmeister. Shout out to everybody for being here. It was so much fun. Next weekend, I'm going to be with Earlmeister in Scotland, seeing if I can take him down. So make sure you guys are subscribed to the YouTube channel to make sure you don't miss out anything from next weekend. Also, will be a video covering the lists. We've got our winner, Sander, on the way. The pride of Disney Lorcana in Denmark. Here we go. Round of applause for our winner of Disney Lorcana Challenge, Malmo Games Week. I keep doing that. With the first place trophy and the first chapter box.
Yeah.
Sander, congratulations.
Thank you.
It was a nail biter.
It was.
Both of your semi-finals and finals, it looked tough. I mean, the semi-final especially, I thought you were down and out at one point.
Yeah.
You played a cricky at some point, you managed to clear the board and just claw back control. Let's talk about the final first, because that just happened. Game 3, you go in second. How did you pull it off? How did you beat Hyper Agro going second?
The thing was that a lot of people I don't think know how to play against his deck because they are used to the Amethyst Amber Rush deck. But I knew how to play against the deck, so I knew what card I was looking for. And when I saw the double Lyle, I was like, yeah, that's perfect.
Yeah, that'll do it.
Because I know that he will be off with that a lot.
Yeah, so Lyle is a card which hasn't seen that much play recently. Well, in the past, you've never really needed to steal lore away from your opponent, but maybe with Daisy Duck being in the game, Lyle is a really good option when going second.
I think it's the card that have been the best for my deck the entire day. I don't think I have played a single match without playing Lyle.
Yeah.
So.
And of course, it can sing Friends on the other side as well.
Exactly. And it has 4 in
4 willpower, yeah. Oh, amazing. Okay, so Emerald Amethyst.
Yeah.
61 cards, really? Talk to me about the list.
I never play anything like 60 because people are saying the math and all that kind of stuff, and I'm like, it doesn't make any difference with one single card. It makes no difference. But again, as I said earlier when I was here last time, that Earlmeister...
Big shout out to Earlmeister, who's in the chat.
Big shout out to you. I did take the list, and then I was like, I don't think that the deck he played was the full optimal list. So I changed some cards, so I was like, I think this is better. And the day after, he changed the same cards, cricket and stuff like that.
Oh,
I was
wow.
like, and then he said, I think these cards are good. I'm like, yeah, I just tried them at local the day before. So yeah, so I didn't copy his list, but it ended up being the exact same deck as he actually played.
Cool.
And the guy that got 4th place, I think, also played the exact same list.
Yeah.
And we were the only 2 playing.
Did you guys prep together, or was that just coincidence?
I didn't know him.
Oh, that's so amazing. When I was looking at the list, I was like, these guys must have prepped together. It's card for card. 61 as well. I was like, okay, definitely. But that's really interesting. I do have an extra prize for you here.
Nice.
Here you go. Courtesy of Malmo Games Week. Do you want to show the camera as well?
The Robin Hood, and it's signed by
It
the
is
author.
signed by the artist. That is quite the prize.
It's quite the prize, yes.
Are you going to be playing with that in your decks?
I actually need a Robin Hood. Like you see, I had a lot of Enchanter rare cards. I also have a lot of Ursulas, but I was like, I would rather play with the one from the original sets and keep the champions, champions prize cards. But I couldn't get my second one, and I still need 1 Clarbell. And You're Welcome is not enchanted. I hate that. And,
I mean, I have a You're Welcome here. We could do a trade maybe afterwards.
Maybe.
I do like this You're Welcome though, Enchanted. Okay, so talking about your list, I'm going to pull your list up on screen. You've now played a full day of day 1 Swiss. What seed were you after day 1?
3rd.
3rd seed.
I sadly lost the last round 2-0, so or else I would get 1st.
And then you have also played day 2 of Swiss.
Yeah.
Would you play the exact same 61 cards next time, do you think? You can decline. Okay, that's.
I actually think
that's really good.
I really don't think, because the thing was, people are saying that the Chromicons are very good, but if you're starting upping these cards, the problem is then you get to draw the same cards.
Yep.
That's why you see a lot of 1-offs or 2-offs.
Yep.
Because that way, it's hard for me to dead draw because I draw so many cards, so I have so many ways of playing, and a lot of my opponents didn't know what were going to happen in the next 1 or 2 turns.
Yep.
Because it can go so many ways with this. But a lot of the decks this format right now, they playing like the same 4 or 5 steps, specifically in the start.
Yep.
And I can get a lot. You saw that in the future match that I can set the games very early. I think my friend was actually playing the exact same list for the event, but he didn't do very well with it. And I told him when we came home that I think you're rushing way too much. And like you could see me on stream,
very
playing
slow
with Rapid,
games.
and I'm playing very slowly because I want to have the card advantage.
Yep.
Because I know that suddenly I can control the board, and when I have the time for it, I can spam a big field. And he was only inking up to around 5 to 7 maybe.
Yep.
Where I was already up on 11 and 12 sometimes before making the big push.
Yeah. The Banzai really impressed me as well. Banzai, a card you enjoyed using, kind of similar to Mr. Smee.
Yeah,
obviously uninkable.
Exactly. that was one of the cards that actually got me hooked on it.
Yeah.
Because
We were
that
kind
was
of
something the deck very much needed, some early pressure.
Yeah. Yeah, Magnus and I were kind of talking about our stars of the show, and even back in kind of the quarterfinals, the two cards which came to mind for us was the Banzai and also the Elsa. Elsa looked really, really good all weekend long, put in a lot of work for you as well. Also that opportunity, you bounced it back at one point in the final, with just that threat to remove Simon's
just
cards.
So I had it if he played a card. He had a lot of ink, so I didn't know if he just had an entire hand, he could just play 1-drops and quest for a lot. Then I felt like I had the power to take everything out.
So Emperor Couscous asks, why do you guys like Banzai? And I think it's got good questing power, but also that 3 strength means that if something like a Fox comes in, often if a Fox removes a quester, it remains on the board. But here with the Banzai, it trades.
And with cards like Rapunzel, Daisy Dogs, there's a lot of cards that only that have 4 or 5, but they only have 1 in attack. So I can attack with Banzai, bounce it up, play a Fox, take it out, and play the Banzai again, usually. And then that's actually 3 I can quest for next turn.
Wow. That is really, really impressive. Well, big congratulations. What's your next plans for Disney Lorcana? Are you going to Birmingham?
Yeah.
Okay.
I hope it's time for me to top now, because we already have 2 Danish players that have topped the one in Bochum, Oliver is called, and in Simon topped in Bologna.
Yep.
And the craziest thing about Simon, he is a Magic player, professional Magic player, and he got his Lorcana cards, and I say he got Lorcana cards as first time Wednesday, and he topped Saturday.
That's so cool. Simon, I was here at Malmo Games Week as well, I believe.
He is
playing Magic. I bumped into him on a Friday evening. Funny enough, I actually watched his top 64 game because he was playing against a bit of a Speci net deck. He was playing against Emerald Amethyst, Amethyst Steel with like the Maleficents, the Tinks, and he got taken down. It was very, very close games. Bad matchup, but mate, it was so lovely to meet you, and I look forward to seeing you in Birmingham. Is there anywhere people can find more Lorcana stuff from you if they want to see more from you?
In our YouTube, Questing Vikings.
Okay, so we're going to find the link for that right now. Get that in the chat.
We just started it, and in the start we just took set championships and stuff like that. But then I thought that the YouTube community of Lorcana isn't as big as I thought it was.
Yeah.
Because in Yu-Gi-Oh! Magic, Pokemon, there's a whole bunch of streamers doing competitive, and I don't think on the competitive side where you can see people play and stuff like that you have moved over to also. I think there's a big streamers like you, but I don't think there's many of them.
Yeah, there's definitely a big demand for this kind of content as well.
So what we actually was going here also for is we wanted to learn something about streaming and do something, so we actually also are planning on going into that also.
Awesome. Well, sounds great. I'll have to come on the channel at some point, and it's been so much fun having you here. Congratulations on the win.
Thank you.
Any last closing words or thoughts?
Even though you have a bad matchup, even though it is my worst matchup in the final because I don't really have that many outs for it, don't psych yourself down. I think that's the most important thing. Just be casual. A lot of my opponents have always said that throughout this tournament, actually saying to me, you are so chill when you're playing, and you're playing very fast also, because I know what I'm going to do. That's also why you see me put my hand down on the table a lot, or either just shuffling it, because I know what I'm going to do the next turn already.
Yeah. Brilliant.
Yeah.
Big congratulations.
Thank you.
Don't forget your trophy. And are you going to open the first chapter boxes, do you reckon?
Sadly not.
Okay. Can't blame you. Nice one, Sander. Thank you so much. All right, everybody. That is all we've got time for here from Malmo Games Week. Oh, come on, Simon. Come on in. We'll get Simon in. Do you want to come on in as well? Show off your trophy? Why not? We'll have a little party in here. Guys, congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
Did you get a second chapter as well? Fifth chapter? What did you go for?
I actually took the Inklands because of
Inklands,
I want Robinhood.
I took the second.
Yeah,
Nice.
obviously, right? Obviously.
Good stuff.
Bloodborne.
You guys have fun this weekend?
It was
been a
really
lot of fun.
A really good tournament, and I'm looking forward to looking at the stream actually.
Yeah. No, the games were really, really fun. You had some amazing. I think the semi-final in particular was
insane.
so close to winning, but Not quite. And the final we've just watched, Simon. What went wrong in Game 3?
Game 3, simple answer, I should have quested.
Okay.
Right, I should have quested. I should have quested with Clarabelle as well. It's no point challenging. Like Lyle, I mean, he doesn't care.
Yeah.
So he's just gonna trade everything. So it was completely misplaced. But he's a super good player. Super good. I can see how he plays.
We get him next time.
Next time, you know, in Birmingham.
Yeah. Well, it's been so much fun having you guys on the stream. Is there anywhere that you guys can, my chat and people can find more from you guys, Lorcana-wise?
Actually, no, I don't have anything.
I'm on Twitter.
Okay, Twitter.
Yeah, I don't even use Twitter. Maybe you should sit then.
What's your Twitter page?
It's Wabba Jones, I think.
Do you want to type it out?
And then we can talk about actually his deck. It was super spicy.
Yeah. I'll put it up. Oh, that's all right. Don't worry. I didn't press it proper. This mouse is not the best.
Yeah. It was super spicy with Hero to Zero.
Yeah, right.
And I watched the game.
Figure it out. I'll write
it
in.
I blame the Swedish keyboards, but you are Swedish, right?
I'm Danish.
Danish. Okay, there you go. Blame the Swedish keyboard.
I'm gonna blame
when he faced Sander, the winner.
Yeah.
It was like he only had a rabbit out, but you had like Chempo, Robin Hood, Shift Robin Hood, you know, it was insane board, but he was just, I'm just going to control this out.
Yeah, list is on the screen here. I've actually got both of your decks on screen, so we can have a little bit of a chat about it.
I was super scared of
okay, so if you want to start with this deck.
Yeah.
The first thing you do is take out the Mirabelle, and you put in like Chenpo or Robin Hood or whatever you want to play.
Yeah. I was really hoping you were going to get that Mirabelle down in the semis.
But other than that, I think the deck is actually quite good. You can play more Daisy Duck Donald State if you want.
Yeah.
But I guess that depends on how many uninkables you want to play in your deck.
Yep.
Interesting, yeah.
And we saw that Cinderella Stout-Hearted come through on turn 3 in one game.
Insane.
It was so cool to see. Really, really enjoyed it. The Champo I was really impressed with as well.
I think it was in the quarterfinals where I did another play where you do 1 drop, 2 drop, and then on 3 you ink. And you go sing Zero to Hero to play Naveen to play a Honor.
Is it
pretty nice?
Yeah.
if you want?
Yeah, would like to. We've also got Samir here as well. We're going to get in afterwards. And looking at the final deck, top seed.
Yeah.
You didn't lose until the last game of the tournament.
It's harsh because I should win this matchup double and play, right?
Yep.
So, but it's hard. It's hard. It's a good player. And you just see that if you are a good TCG player, you can make it, even in a bad matchups.
Yep. So
super props to Sander.
Overall, with this list, how are you feeling about it?
Kinda satisfied. The thing is, I would have wanted my Chernabog right the last game.
Yeah,
but
I just that Chernabog caught my eye, and I'm like, imagine if the Chernabog came down at the end. It could have.
But probably now it was too late. I mean, he has You're Welcome. He has Elsa. You could just exert it and banish with crabs. I mean, Fox. It's very hard. And I know now that the cursed Merfolk is just too weak.
Okay.
It's too weak. I should just get on an Inkable.
Without Prince John, the Merfolk can struggle a bit, right?
Exactly. You don't have the card draw. Maybe you shouldn't ink the Rapunzel in this matchup. I kind of realized I inked it pretty hard. But maybe, I don't know. What do you say?
I think that it's really interesting to go for a aggro deck with like some different colors. I actually like the look of it a lot. Cloud Kicker I like a lot. I love the Pegasus. I think we saw the power of the Pegasus shift earlier on in the day where you went for the kind of Shin Miri special with that Pegasus shift on 3. That was amazing. I would be I'm going to say Prince John. I love Prince John. Of course I'm going to say Prince John. I can't play green and not play Prince John.
I mean,
but that would allow you to play more Merfolks, allow you to play Flynn.
Exactly. No,
but I don't know.
In this deck, Prince John is no, it's impossible to fit in.
Yeah.
What do you think about the Queens? Usually ink, but it's really good in the mirror. I haven't met the mirror because I'm the only one playing the deck right now, but it's super good versus Daisy Duck, and they don't actually respect
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
The
I think what's
shift.
also interesting, right, is
And I-
against like Amber Steel,
Yeah.
you're then able to deal with your opponent's Daisy Ducks, and also you can deal with their songs with the Ursula. That's going to give you a lot of coverage.
Exactly.
Most other aggro decks are almost going to just fold on the spot to an Amber Steel matchup, whereas this is going to
Yeah.
have a lot more resilience.
Exactly.
And I really love the backup plan of the Clarabelles, where if you do get into a state where you haven't quite got enough, you've run out of cards, you can shift that Clarabelle. And I guess one thing it maybe struggles with is if you do get to that 18 mark, you don't have those kind of cards like Goat to cross the line, but you do have those balloons
I have
as
those
one
balloons.
option, which can
I
definitely
have
help
those
as
balloons,
well.
But in quarterfinal, I'm at Shield 17, I believe his name is. He actually runs to Let It Go.
Yep.
In red blue.
Wow,
and
that
that's
doesn't-
spicy. It took me off guard.
Yeah.
And I was like almost the BM, like extending my hand. I have two balloons, you can't do anything.
Yeah.
He sang Let It Go and I was shocked.
Yeah, the other
I
thing
was
is like you're
shocked.
welcome onto a Baloo as well, because that deals with it as well. So there are a few ways.
There are.
But not many. Well, Simon,
many,
it's
yeah.
been so much fun meeting you.
Nice meeting you.
Are you going to be around this evening, or are you heading home?
Maybe 1 hour.
Okay, well, hopefully we'll catch up in a little bit.
We will.
And
Nice meeting you, man.
Yeah, thank you so much for the games, and take care. All right, guys, that is all we've got time for. I'm going to see if I can find Samir from Malmo Games Week to talk a little bit more about the event. All right, he's coming, I think. All right, guys, so we're going to have a quick chat with Samir, who's one of the organisers here, also a big Lorcana player, a little bit about Malmo Games Week and all the kind of things that have been going on here and what it's all about, because it's all about the community here. Samir has been absolutely brilliant. I wouldn't be here without Samir. We wouldn't have had the stream without Samir, so it'll be great to just have a little bit of a chat with him. Hello, sir. You're almost done. What a busy weekend it's been for you.
Oh yeah, I'm so tired.
Yeah, I can imagine. So the tournament's been great.
That's good to hear.
We'd love to basically know a bit more about Malmo Games Week and everything going on at Spielenhaus. Did I say it right? Spielenhus? Spielenhus. And all those kinds of things.
Where do we start this time?
Let's start with Spielenhus. What is Spielenhus?
So Spielenhus
It
is
means game house.
Game house, and if you translate it correct, it is house of gaming.
Okay.
And it's a collaboration between different associations.
Yep.
Everything from a card game association to a board game association and so on. Like around 10 different associations that do different things. Everything from Dungeons & Dragons to Lorcana.
Yep.
And they go together and they form one board. They have their own boards. They own ownership, but they do one external board, and that board drives the location and the venue. And they do a non-profit gaming.
Yeah, amazing. And I was there at the community centre a couple of days ago.
Yeah.
So you've got a centre in a similar way. It's kind of gave me the same feeling of like a card shop, but it's just a community centre for people to come in and play and have a safe place to enjoy different games.
Yeah, so basically it's imagine a card shop without an ownership where the owners are ideally working and keeping it up and doing the work themselves. So it's basically run by the community for the community.
Yeah.
There's like a kiosk, and some of the associations sell stuff, some just make sure that it's financial available for maybe kids and youth that cannot afford it themselves.
Absolutely. And you mentioned in Malmo, like that's definitely something which is important. There's quite a lot of the private families and things like that, and they're the kind of people that you're really targeting to support.
So in Malmo City, there's a lot of families that get welfare, I think it's called, where they get like support to do stuff. And the more Sweden works like this, the more a city gets have people that gets welfare, the more money it gets to do stuff like this also. But it goes up and down depending on like the political standing of the city, and how much money is put into culture, how much is put into children's activities and so on.
Amazing. And in terms of like Malmo Games Week itself, then obviously Spielenhus is the community centre, but they're also a big part of the reason Malmo Games Week happened, right?
Yeah, so basically the short story this time is that Malmo City gives the mission to Spielenhus. So they give like a funding to do it, but it's not like 1 million euros. It's more like, well, I can't say numbers,
Yeah.
but it's a small chunk of money, and that money goes into maybe goes back to renting the venue, goes back to renting transportation, buying a few new lights, and so on. But everything together makes the event happen.
Yeah.
And since it's all done non-profit, we can focus a lot more on the event instead. And instead of paying a lot of people to do the event, we can put the small money we get into the event instead, and it becomes what it is today.
Yeah.
And to put it into perspective for everyone that's new in the chat, like this is one of the 4 venues that we have stuff in. So one venue is like this, but only with Magic the Gathering, with artists and everything. One venue is like this with, you see here, Magic, Pokemon, tweet. I'm kidding. I love card games. I've been a Pokemon professor when I 20 years ago. But
Lorcana is your favorite for now.
Yeah, Lorcana is definitely my favorite by far at the moment. Even if I must say I'm a Magic the Gathering person in heart. But we have 8 different games being played here in Learn to Play area. And that's everything from Weiss Schwarz, if I ever learn how to pronounce that game, to Flesh and Blood. So it's all the range from the anime to the competitive games. And I think we have someone that qualified into the finals.
Amazing, yeah.
And so we put a lot of effort into the Learn to Play area, and then you have the digital one, and then we have a hall like this for wargaming, like Warhammer 40K, and a hall for like this for board games. And between all the halls, there is a lot of nerd market, artist alley, and stores selling stuff. And we even have a karaoke room with nerd theme. Yay!
Oh, it's a drink.
Not sponsored by Monster.
And speaking about the Lorcana tournament specifically then, because that's obviously what we've been watching on this stream. Lots of judges helping out, volunteering and all that kind of thing. Also a bit of support from Ravensburger as well, which is great. So
we got a really good support from Ravensburger.
That's amazing.
And it's we have a close relationship with Ravensburger Nordics because their office is actually in the same city. And we've talked a lot to them, and we do a lot of things with all the other brands that Ravensburg has. So in Sweden, at least, they have, or in Nordics, they have Brio, which is children toys. Alga, which is games and puzzles, and Ravensburger's puzzles and everything. So there was a puzzle laid with 18,000 bits. Basically, you get a puzzle and you put the puzzle together, and it becomes a puzzle piece into another bigger puzzle, stuff like that.
And next year, is there going to be another Malmo Games Week?
So, not to spoil things, but you heard it first at Spez's stream. Just saying. No, but I've talked a little to some different stores, and we have talked a lot about how to make more qualifiers that leads up to another Malmo Game Week tournament, and doing a bit more Malmo Game Week, different kind of tournaments in one place. So the goal is to make it again and make it better, and to have Spezi come back because we love him.
Yes, please. I loved Sweden. I had so much fun here. I had meatballs and beans for breakfast.
Meatballs and beans and sausages? Or you skip that?
No, just meatballs and beans.
Sausages are nice. They normally do the, it's called kalkon, turkey. Turkey sausages is a thing in Sweden. Super good.
Yeah. No, it's been so much fun. Samir, it's been so much fun having you on the stream. We're going to go raid someone. Is there anyone still streaming? I think everyone's done. Right? I think we're the last in the building. I'm going to get kicked out. I've got my food coupon. I might try and see if I've got time.
Is the finals over?
Yeah.
Oh, that was the finals?
We're done.
I was like, I think we have the finals going on.
No, we are done. Okay. Don't worry about that.
Wow. Do you know who won?
Yeah, it was Sander. Sander took it down, beating Simon in the finals. Simon was hyper aggro, going first.
Yeah.
But then in game 3, Sander had 2 Lyle Tiberius in opening hand.
Oh, okay. So Axel was playing for the third spot.
Yeah.
Fun fact about this: Axel woke up. He slept at my apartment after losing my keys to my apartment.
It's not ideal.
He woke up and was like, I don't know what deck to play. And he just takes one of my piles, which is the Ruby Amethyst bounce deck.
Yeah.
And gets third or fourth place with that.
I think might have been top 8 in the end actually.
No, I think he was playing third or fourth.
We didn't have Ruby Amethyst in third, fourth.
Okay,
so it must have been top 8.
Yeah, probably then. Yeah. But it's kind of fun.
Still though, that's a whole booster box. It's a really good effort.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna find someone to raid. It's been a pleasure, Samir.
The same.
Thanks everyone for being here.
Let me just. He's playing the best of the rest tournament.
So
he might actually be. He was in top 4 at the moment, so that's what he's playing. Sorry,
okay,
so
best of the rest.
He lost with his other deck.
Yeah, and then he got your deck, and he's doing well.
And he's doing well.
Nice.
So sorry.
The key is your deck, right?
My deck, blessed by me.
All right, guys. Thanks so much for hanging out. It's been a pleasure. I'm gonna end the YouTube stream, and then I'm gonna find someone to raid on Twitch. All right, you can shoot off, mate. I'll catch you up.
See you in a bit.